All right. We'll try this again and see if it works better this time. Put up the guest box real quick. I think the problem, the problem seemed to be with the computer, not with TikTok. So we'll see what happens. I restarted it and the audio came back. So I think we're okay. But for one reason or another, the audio decided it didn't want to work. But we'll get her taken care of. Let's bring Dalton back. Welcome back, buddy. Yeah, and again, I can't fucking hear you. 1 second. I'm going to delete this audio source and re-add TikTok real quick. All right, try it
Oh,
now.
hey, sorry, no,
There
that
we go.
my mic was my mic was muted. I didn't realize my mic was just muted. Okay.
Get out here playing
Anyways,
jokes on me.
my bad. I didn't even realize because I left for a second to go walk the dogs. By the way, the reason you may not have recognized every one of those Hebrew words is because the word chatulim isn't
That's
biblical
cat.
Hebrew.
Yeah,
Yep, it's
katul means
cat.
cat. Okay.
Yeah, ha'im chatulim afadim al kavlim means are cats better than dogs?
Oh, so it's Ha'im. Gotcha. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a tough question. Um, I don't think so. I got to be honest. Like, I know a lot of people are divided. Like, are you a cat person or a dog person? But I really love cats and dogs both. I can't really say that I would pick one over the other. I would say this though, that if I'm gonna have a cat, I want my cat to be a little bit dog-like. Meaning, I don't want them to be like super
Aloof.
unpersonable. Yeah, and aloof, and like I want it to actually interact with me and be my friend. So there's that.
I've already decided that once I start making some good money doing this, I'm just going to buy one of those robot dogs, and then I get a cam for it because I don't have the time to take care of an animal.
Yeah. So, one of the interesting things when you were learning to read Hebrew, did you learn with modern Hebrew or did you learn with vowel pointers?
No, I had to learn with vowel points.
Okay.
Now, I mean, I learned that certain letters together made a Hebrew word. So I knew that, like, if I saw Pei, Resh, Shin, Yud, Mem, that was Pharisees, Pehushim. It wasn't until later, though, that I did start to learn, like, I needed to learn the vowel points so that I could read new words I'd never seen before.
Yeah, you know what? That's one of the hardest things I had is so when I learned Hebrew, we didn't learn a lot of words. Like for example, I never learned a word for cat because it wasn't relevant to the Bible. Like I learned
Yeah.
Katul because I started last semester taking a modern Hebrew course because like in the Bible, like you need like the vocabulary list you need to read the Bible is so different from the vocabulary list that you need to speak as an everyday person.
Yeah, so if you go, for anyone who wants to know, if you go over to Israel today, if you read a newspaper or just a book or anything like regular like that or signs in Israel, they don't have vowel points. You get vowel points in very specific settings, like in studying the Talmud or studying the Hebrew Bible. But in general, day-to-day life, they just don't use it because they read and speak Hebrew the way that ancient peoples would have read it, just by knowing that these particular letters together in this context is this word and it means this.
Yeah, and everyone does it different. Like even ha'im, right? So like ha'im in biblical Hebrew would be the word im, which is an interrogative, and the hey would be called the interrogative particle, right? But when I'm taking my modern Hebrew course, when we use im, we almost never use ha'im, even if it's definite. That just happens to be the style that we use. I haven't seen anyone in this book so far use the interrogative hey. Maybe they're saving it for later, but I've noticed that in modern Hebrew, like they get away without adding it, whereas in biblical Hebrew, it's always there. It's just so there's some confusion between modern and biblical. I'm still working out, but we'll get there.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let me grab. I'll get a couple super chats, and then I think Nebraska Steve was up next. Our TikTok queue had a bunch of people. I apologize. They're all gone now. I'm sure they'll filter back when they get a moment, and we'll get some debates going here. Lockfury says, "Who wins in a fight, Raptor Jesus or Allosaurus?" But thank you so much for the $50 super chat, Lock. And who wins in a fight? I mean, I got to be honest. I don't know what kind of dinosaur Allosaurus would be, but if it's something big like a Brontosaurus or something really fast like a raptor, I think he could compete. I don't know though, because the Tyrannosaurus or the Raptosaurus.
The crazy thing about the Allosaurus is that it keeps going after the young dinosaurs, and that's not cool.
He only goes after baby dinosaurs. Unfucking believable. That was good, Don. That was good. Oh boy. Who would win though? I'm going to put my money on Allah. He was a better warlord than Jesus was for sure. Interstate says the golden shower rule. Oh no. Do others as you would have them do you. I mean, that does count. And especially if you're in, that rule is even more important, I think, if you're into golden showers, because you do not want to just randomly golden shower somebody who's not into that. I mean, that's not something you want to find out by accident like this. Anyways, G-Force, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, do you know about the recent fire that broke out at the circus? I heard it was intense. So, get it? Do you get it? I know, it was in the circus tent. Intense. That's a really good joke. We used to do the same thing. We used to say, there's a joke we talked about biblically. It says, what was sex like back in the Bronze Age, back in Abraham's time or whatever? And you would say, intense. And so this kind of the same joke. But, one's a little bit more childish. Anyways, great joke, though. I appreciate that. And Retired Bomb Tech, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, spoke to my neighbor about all the horrible stuff God did in the Bible. She defended and justified it. I then asked her, I then asked her, I'd her all good God. I think you mean if her all good God told her to end kids' babies. 10 seconds later, she says this. Okay, so you asked her, if God told you to end the life of a baby, would you do it? And she said, yeah. And that's how you demonstrate to somebody that their God is evil. And because their God is evil, that makes you evil because you'll do that shit. And Dugosaurus, amazing name, says Dugosaurus defeats all. That's a fact. Dugosaurus would beat Raptor Jesus or Allosaurus every day of the week. That's just a cold, hard fact. And Retired Bomb Text also says, welcome back. Well, I appreciate that. We are back and the audio is working. All it took was a reset. There was apparently some piece of software updated and it fucked up my audio. I rebooted it and we seem to be okay now. As technology goes, sometimes just resetting power takes care of it. And Prison says, someone chopped down all the trees in my neighborhood. We don't know who did it. The entire neighborhood is stumped. Unfucking believable. That's just... I can't add anything else to that. That's an amazing use of words, my friend. I appreciate that. And G-Force says, rock hard for DJ? Oh, dad jokes. Hell yes. Rock hard for DJ. Definitely rock hard for dad jokes. I'm all about the dad jokes. All about it. Sensibility. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, I heard that Jesus called himself the son of the morning. Well, in Revelation, calls himself the morning star. Is that right? I thought Lucifer was the son of the morning or the morning star. Okay, so this is a little bit intricate. Let's talk about this real quick. So in Isaiah states that that the king of Tyre is the king of Babylon is the morning star, the son of the dawn, the morning star, so on and so forth. This is not an identity necessarily. This is a reference to position. The morning star is like the brightest among the stars, meaning they're like the best. They're the most powerful, the most unique. You can see them even when the daylight's out. And so when Jesus says, "No, I'm the morning star," he's not saying that he is Satan. What he's saying is, "I'm the best." Right? It's like saying, "I'm the Alpha and Omega." Like if Satan said, "I'm the Alpha and Omega," and then Jesus says, "I'm the Alpha and Omega," it doesn't mean that they're the same person. It just means that they're both claiming the same title for themselves.
It's also that I think that the Morning Star, it serves two different purposes with each of these different analogies. In the one hand, in the Lucifer story, it's like the star that lasts the longest and it goes into the sky before the sun comes and obliterates it, which is like, the king who lifts himself up only to get obliterated by God. In Revelation, I think it serves the point of how the morning star heralds the coming of the morning light. So Jesus is heralding the coming of the light. So this is how the authors are using the same exact symbol, but with different imagery.
Yeah, but it's not an identity marker if that's what you're asking. And last super chat for now from our friend Reverend Nate. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Justin, you created evil Dr. Blitz when you admitted you haven't seen The Matrix. I apologize. Maybe I did do that. This is canon now. I'm sorry. Can't wait to see the Deacon of Deconstruction versus Dr. Blitz for custody of Ian. Oh, well, I know enough about Dr. Blitz that he will for sure work out a fair custody arrangement with me so that we can exchange custody of Ian back and forth. It's the only right thing to do. As to the custody split, I guess that'll be up to the court to decide what kind of a custody split. But to be fair, proximity wise, Ian is closer to me than Dr. Blitz. So that means I'm probably going to get primary caretaker responsibility, and Dr. Blitz is probably going to have to pay child support and be on some sort of a custody rotation. I mean, that's how it works in my state. So, there's not much we could do about that. It is what it is. All right, let me grab Nebraska Steve. Nebraska Steve was up next in our queue. So give me 1 second.
Hello.
And he's back.
It's super loud too. Hold on 1 second there. Hey, Steve, I don't know what microphone you're using, but it's super, super hot. Is there any way you can turn it down?
Sure. Yeah. Let me turn my volume down here. Hold on.
Well, not your volume, your microphone. Your microphone's crazy hot right now.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
I can turn it down, but it's picking up all kinds of background noise.
Oh, hold on. Just let me turn my space heater off. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, that might do it.
Yeah.
That's way better.
Typical winter evening in Nebraska, so gotta have that space heater running. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, happy 2026 AD, everybody. What do you guys think the AD is after the year 2026? What to you? Dalton,
You mean
Justin, what does that mean?
CE? We don't use AD.
Well, I use AD, and that means historic.
That sounds like a personal decision. That's not evidence for Jesus, though.
Well, what's the AD mean after 2026? That's just calendar proof, historical evidence.
It's ad domino.
Jesus was crucified,
and we know that it's a reference to Jesus. Do you know who put that in place?
The church after Jesus.
There you go. Yeah. The Western Church. The people are not ad. It's anno domini, I think is the way to pronounce it. Anyways, this is something that Gregory put into place, Pope Gregory, and it was like 1,500 years after the fact. They were on the Julian calendar for 1,500 years before they, the people in the Western world changed it temporarily, I would add, to Anno Domini. So again, this is irrelevant to whether or not Jesus did anything. Like somebody changing the way they count time within Europe says nothing about whether or not the truth of Jesus is true. For example, like if the Muslim world, if the entire Near East changed their dating system to revolve around the time frame of Muhammad, would it mean that Muhammad was telling the truth?
It would mean he was a actual historical figure that a calendar is based upon.
Well, first of all, I don't think that it means that they would be a historical figure. I think that's something that I wouldn't agree to. Nevertheless, that's not something we have to argue about. You already know that I'm not a mythicist. I don't think that we have to argue whether or not Jesus was historical. I'm 100% willing to grant that Jesus was historical.
Okay, well, I have evidence that Jesus was a true prophet of the Supreme Elohim.
I can't listen. I can't wait to hear this, Steve. You do bring interest. I forgot to get I got to get my clips sheet open before I forget. I would say of all the people I talk to on a regular basis, you do bring. I'm going to call it very unique arguments. So I can't wait to hear it. What is the argument?
Okay, so are you familiar with this? I know you probably know these verses because you're very good with the knowledgeable of the Bible. So you're familiar with Matthew 24:1, Mark 13:1 and 2, and Luke 21:5-7. You're familiar with those verses, correct?
Yeah, the beginning of the Olivet Discourse where he prophesies that the temple is going to be torn down piece by piece.
Right, and he prophesies this 70 years before it happened, and like this was a temple that was made of stone on solid ground, and like who would have known that it would have collapsed 70 years later? And these.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting proposition, and to be sure, like this is a common talking point, right? So I think there are two problems with this particular claim. Also, for anyone who's on Discord right now, I don't have Discord open. Make sure you ping Carnage Asada. Carnage is your biggest fan, Nebraska Steve. She loves when you come up on the show. But the reality is, we have no evidence that that text is quoting something that Jesus authentically said. And most scholars would date Mark after the fall of the temple, which means it's written in post. But the other thing too is, even if it wasn't, let's pretend that it wasn't written in post. Let's pretend that Jesus legitimately did say that the temple is going to fall and all that stuff, at some point in the future. Well, the reality is that wasn't novel. We already those predictions were already being made. So if you read the Talmud in Sanhedrin 97, there is a interesting discussion on what are the signs of the coming Messiah. And they're saying in Sanhedrin, listen, the Messiah is going to come after this temple is destroyed, which means Jewish people at that time period were already predicting that the temple was going to fall because they thought that that was in line with their reading of the book of Daniel.
Okay, but what about the prophecy of all the other buildings around the temple?
What about
that would collapse?
Daniel said that would happen too.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, Daniel says that the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. So at this time, the Jewish people had already recontextualized Daniel, and they were already in a belief that the Romans were going to destroy the temple eventually. So Jesus would just be repeating an already held idea amongst the Jews in the first century CE.
Well, Daniel was a true prophet too.
Well, we could talk about that next. I don't think Daniel was, but to add on a little bit to what Dalton is saying, we know that Jesus is referencing the book of Daniel in the Olivet Discourse. It's not a unique prophecy to him. We know that he's referencing the book of Daniel because in the same Olivet Discourse, he tells you when you see the armies surrounding the city, head to the hills, right? Which is exactly what happens during the Antiochian crisis, when Antiochus comes into the city and he destroys the temple and lights the villages on fire. And then what happens, after a little bit, there's a revolt. Judas Maccabeus says, everyone who is righteous and zealous for the law, join me in the hills, into the mountains, escape with me, right? So Jesus is thinking that there's going to be a replay of Daniel chapter 9 / the book of Maccabees, right? And so I'm not surprised that Jesus and other Jewish thinkers of the time period thought that Daniel chapter 9 was going to come true again. Does that make sense?
And it did, right? Because like 70 years after Jesus' death, the temple fell, like he prophesied, exactly like he prophesied.
40.
It happened 70 years later. And I think
40.
the book of Mark was written before the Roman conquest.
So Mark
of Jerusalem.
We have no evidence that Mark was written prior to that. What we do have evidence of Mark is that people were editing it way after the fall of the temple. So, for example, in chapter 16, we have two different endings of Mark that were tacked onto it hundreds of years after the fact, which means Mark is a gospel that was being worked over long after Mark was already dead and gone, right? So I wouldn't be surprised at all, especially towards the end of Mark, like Mark 13, during the Olivet Discourse, that there's some stuff in there that reflects a later time period.
So you're claiming that Mark was written or changed after the temple collapse happened.
Well, what I'm saying is, from the evidence we have, now we might find better evidence later, but from the evidence we have, it seems like Mark was writing after 70 AD. We don't have any manuscripts that would suggest that he was writing prior to it. So, like, I realize that trying to say, well, look, Jesus predicted this one thing, and this one thing came true. Therefore, everything he said must be true. Well, unfortunately, that's just not the case, because that means everything that the rabbis in the Talmud said would be true, because they predicted the fall of the temple as well, right? So the way like these prophecies work from the Bible is like if you make enough of them, eventually something is going to come true. It just happened to be that this is one of those things that came true, but Jesus's other predictions didn't come true. Like Jesus says, for example, that he's going to come back in the Olivet Discourse in Matthew 24. He says that he's going to come back within that generation, and he doesn't do it.
Well, how do you know that was what he meant? Like maybe he meant that maybe it was something different than than his return during the lifetime of his disciples. It could have been the transfiguration. Maybe he was
Well,
talking about the
well,
transfiguration, or maybe he was talking about the church, the founders of the church.
so the transfiguration talking point is supposed to be for Matthew 16. Right now, we're going to talk about Matthew 24. So, in fact, let me make this browser page just a pinch taller. 1 second. There we go. So what we have is, in the Olivet Discourse, his disciples start out by asking him, "Hey, what's going to be the sign of your coming? Like, what are we supposed to look for, right?" And it says, Jesus answered them, "Beware that no one leads you astray, for many will come in my name, saying, 'I am the Messiah,' and they will lead many astray." And so he starts giving you all these signs, right? And we've got a whole chapter full of them. And we come to a conclusion around 34. He says, "Immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other," which he describes in great detail in the very next chapter, in chapter 25. And then he says, "From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branch becomes tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all of these things, know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you that this generation will not pass away until all things have taken place." So what I'm reading here is that Jesus is suggesting that the generation currently alive will still be alive when these signs are completed.
Well, couldn't you just interpret that as maybe something to do with the finding the church, the church founders, or the establishment of the church, or something different than him actually coming back in a generation within a generation?
No, because what he says here, if you go back a couple verses, he says, "Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven." So he's talking about something happening, manifesting in the heavens. That's his second coming, right? That's why if you fast forward, he keeps talking about this. He describes what that means in chapter 25, because a lot of people stop at the end of 24. They think that the Olivet Discourse, Bertram, thank you for the levelship. A lot of people think that the Olivet Discourse ends at chapter 24, but it doesn't. It actually keeps going. So chapter 25, he continues the discourse. And he says, "When the Son of Man comes in glory and all the angels with him, Then he will sit on the throne of glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another, as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats, so on and so forth, right? So when he comes on the clouds, this is the judgment scene. This is not the church.
But did he not also say no one knows the day or the hour that he'll return?
Right, only the
So,
Father in
so if
heaven.
nobody knows that, then how would they know it would happen
Oh,
within a generation of
so
in the first
th-
century?
so this is a fair question, but look how Jesus couches it, right? So if you go back to 35, he tells you that, hey, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Then he says, but about that day or hour, no one knows. So what he's saying is, no one knows the exact day or the exact hour. It will take you by surprise. But what he's saying is, it'll happen in this generation. I can't tell you the day or the hour. It's kind of like if I know I'm going to Walmart this weekend, I'm like, listen, I'm going to fucking Walmart this weekend. I don't know what time I'm going. I don't know the day or the hour, but I'm going to Walmart. And it's going to happen this weekend. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, okay. I see what you're getting at there. So so he had prophesied. So you think he's actually said, I'm going to return within a generation, when he was speaking within
Yeah.
a century. That
Yep.
he would. You're thinking he said that he was claiming that.
I think so. And I think that makes the most sense of what we find elsewhere in the scriptures. So, for example, if we go to Matthew 10:23 and also back to 16, what he says in Matthew 10:23, you probably know the story when he sends his disciples out to the villages to preach. He says, when they
Mhm.
persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Which means this is again within a generation. And then he doubles down in Matthew 16. He says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels and the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And the transfiguration was only 6 days away. 6 days, that's it. That's all he had, right? And those disciples didn't die in 6 days. And it's important to recognize that he says that they're going to see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. We know what that phrase means. The Son of Man coming in his kingdom is a one-time event, and that one-time event hasn't happened, not even at the transfiguration. Because if you go to Matthew 26, Jesus tells the high priest that it still hasn't happened yet. In fact, when he's questioned by the high priest, 1 second to grab it real quick. And he says, then the high priest said to him, I put you under oath before the living God. Tell us if you are the Messiah, the Son of God. And Jesus said to him, you have said so, but I tell you from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. This idea of Jesus coming on the clouds of heaven is the second coming. That's the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7, which hasn't happened yet. So Jesus coming on the clouds certainly couldn't have happened during the transfiguration. If near the end of his life, he's saying it still hasn't happened.
Well, I mean really what I was a failed prophecy. I mean that's a big failed prophecy. I mean that more than cancels out one prophecy about a building collapsing
I think
happening. I mean that.
so.
So so why all these people believe that he's going to return at sometimes well after that, well after a generation
So,
from the time he was here in the
there are various
2,000 years ago.
apologetics for this. I think the one that makes the most sense, and I don't think it's good, but I think it makes the most sense. There was a book written on it. I think it was called "When the Son of Man Doesn't Come." I'll have to Google it to make sure that's the right title. I think that's the right title. But so basically, the idea is that they're saying that, well, this prophecy was contingent, meaning there were things that had to happen for it to come true, and those things didn't happen. Now, I don't believe that's a good way to read it. Jesus isn't saying, I'll come back if X, Y, and Z happens. That's just something that people have to add into the text to make sense of it. Now, the traditional apologetic, and I think it's even worse, but the one that's more typical is that they'll say, well, listen, Jesus wasn't talking about this generation. He was talking about a future generation. But a future generation, I think, is silly because then the grammar of the passage is kind of meaningless. So I'll put it back on the board and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if I told you, Steve, if I said, listen, Steve, I'm going to drive to the store and I don't know when I'm going to do it. It might be a long time from now, but this generation won't be dead when I do it. You would rightly understand that as being a marker of time, saying, hey, it's going to happen within this generation. If it was going to happen after you're dead, and I'm talking about a future generation, I would say that generation. That's the difference. This is near, that is far. So when he says in verse 34, says this generation will not pass away, this only makes sense if he's talking about the current living generation, because any other generation that witnesses it, well, we know that they're alive. You don't have to tell us. You can't witness things if you're dead, right? So saying that, hey, this future generation that sees all these things happening, they'll be alive when it happens. Yeah, no fucking shit. We know they're going to be alive. That's how you witness things, right? So the reality is the statement only makes sense if Jesus is using it as saying, here's kind of the cutoff. It's going to happen before this generation passes away.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. That's how I would take it. If somebody said this generation and they were speaking to me, I would be thinking they're talking about, my generation,
Yeah.
not some distant future generation, right?
Agreed. And here's what Paul says, because Paul, I think Paul agreed with Jesus. I think Paul, Jesus, and the disciples, if they're real people, I think all of them believed that Jesus was coming back imminently, which is why Paul writes to married people and to people that are engaged in business and commerce. He says, hey, don't do any of that. Fuck all that stuff. You don't need any of that stuff. What you need right now is to be dedicated to the gospel. And he says to those who are already married, act as though you're not already married. In fact, I'll read it from the beginning. It says, are you bound to a wife? Do not seek to be free. Are you free from a wife? Hey, do not seek a wife. But if you marry, you do not sin. And if a virgin marries, she does not sin. Yet those who marry will experience distress in the flesh, and I would spare you from that. So he starts off by saying, listen, if you're married, that's fine, but don't seek to get married. There's going to be trials and tribulation coming. Just stay as you are. He says, I mean, brothers and sisters, the appointed time has grown short. And from now on, let those who have wives be as though they had none. Meaning, hey, don't procreate anymore. We're done with that. It says, and those who mourn as though they are not mourning, those who rejoice as though they are not rejoicing, those who buy as though they have no possessions, and those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it, for the present form of this world is passing away. I believe that everybody in this early Christian movement, all of them, including Jesus, were predicting his imminent return. Every book of the New Testament talks as though he's returning right now, imminently, very soon. And then he never does.
Interesting. So Paul was like how many years after Jesus? Like 40, 50 years? Or was it longer than?
So it was at least, it says that he waited 14 years after his conversion experience, I believe, before he made his trip to Jerusalem. So we're probably looking at maybe the mid 40s for Paul, but most of his writings are dated to like 50s and 60s. So it's a little bit fuzzy on the timeline, but the reality is if Jesus told his disciples that he was coming back imminently, and if Paul was in communication with the disciples, you could see why Paul would be like under the impression that, oh fuck, yeah, I mean, he's coming back imminently.
Yeah, I mean, 50 years and a generation is what, 70? I mean, it would have had to been happening like in 20 years from.
So yeah, a generation.
His midlife.
Yeah. A generation in the Bible is typically about 40 years. So remember in the book of Numbers when the Israelites are cursed to wander until the generation dies off? Well, that's why they were in the desert for 40 years, because that's how long it took for one generation to die off.
Okay, interesting. Well, so he really made a bad blunder, a bad prophecy. He
Right.
says, I'm going to return like in the first century, generation within a generation of his birth, and then he never returned.
Right.
In defense
So,
of Jesus, I don't think the historical Jesus actually said these words. I think that the gospel authors are putting these words in his mouth. So I don't think historical Jesus thought of himself as returning because he's going to die.
That
yeah.
certainly could be the
Okay.
case. Yeah.
Huh. Well, I'm a non-Trinitarian Christian, so I don't believe that like Jesus was actually God himself. So maybe somewhere his wires got crossed or something.
So that could be
By the
it.
way,
And I,
the name of the book you were referencing for him, Justin, is "When the Son of Man Didn't Come" by
that's
Christopher
it.
M. Hayes.
That's the one. Which is
Okay.
a shame that he had to write that book because prior to that, the word Hayes, the last name Hayes, was so well respected in the biblical community because of Christine Hayes, and he had to come along and sully it with apologetics.
Okay. Well, interesting. Well, thanks for giving me some thought there. I appreciate it. And you guys have a happy new year.
Hey, you too,
And
buddy.
wish you guys the best. Yeah.
Thanks for coming by. Cheers.
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers.
I really do like
What?
Nebraska, Steve.
Yeah, what a pleasant exchange.
So I
Like
must have
that's
talked to him.
true humility from a Christian.
Yeah, like 6 or 7 times now. I think I've talked to him. I've talked to him on AXP. I've talked to him on the line. I've talked to him here a couple times. He's always usually really nice. He does come up with some very weird theories sometimes, but he's always nice about it. Which is, as we say, like, listen, you can believe whatever you want to believe, and if you're nice about it, you'll get treated well. But if you come up here and you're not being nice, then you might not get you might not get the treatment you want. You'll get the treatment you deserve. All right, let me grab my super chats and we're going to get our next guest in here. So, as far as I can tell, the next in line was Matt and then Ed, and Eddie, which I hope is an atheist because I love that cartoon and I hate to see a Christian co-opt it and ruin the name. Xanathan says, own the haters by getting a Hebrew Nationals hot dog brand scholarship or sponsorship. You know what?
That
I
would
really
be
should.
so good. That would be
You know
so
what?
good. I mean, they're probably Jewish, the company owners. They'd
Mhm.
be all about debunking Jesus being the Messiah. 100%.
I'll definitely have to check into that. I've been meaning to get back with Tovia to do some more prophecy debunks. So look forward to that. We kind of got busy around the holidays, but I promise we're gonna get back on it. Side says, letting you know, I got my Justin cup. Hell yeah. Love it. Finish up the morning. Night, y'all. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And what they're talking about, hold on. We're going to go to the line. Let's see. Mug brawl. So over on the line, we're currently doing a brawl. It's a competition of sorts. And the various creators on the line have put together. Hold on, let me grab the right browser. But have put together a series of mugs. Let's see, where is it? Got to be that guy. There we go. Put together a series of mugs for the individual content creators on the line, and whoever sells the most wins. So there's a monad mug. There's all kinds of stuff. Fresh squeezed adrenochrome. And my mug that I threw in is Jesus, he came, he lied, he died, end of story. I thought it was punchy. Either way, hey, listen, if you want a mug, go ahead and get yourself an 11 ounce or a 15 ounce mug and help me win the competition, friends.
I'm going to get a mug that says, "Who's your Bible daddy?"
I would buy that. That's what we need. We have to talk about that. Also, I talked to the people at Deconstruction Junction, and we're going to be putting together a calendar for 2026 for sure. We toyed with it last year. We're doing it for sure. I'm going to be putting it together ASAP. So look forward to that, friends. We're going to have a Deconstruction Junction calendar fundraiser coming up, and we'll have spreads of all the favorites. We'll have Dalton, Thinker, Joel, Mezzo. I'll talk to Daniel, see if Daniel wants in it. It's gonna be fantastic, friends.
I'm going to buy my firefighter's outfit now.
Listen, I'm saying, especially if you get that mustache back. Genji, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, when Jesus talks about the Son of Man, was he talking a different figure, or did he fancy himself to be the Son of Man? So this is a good question. So I wrote an article on this. I apologize. I was going to upload it to the Deconstruction Zone website. I didn't do it yet. I'll do it ASAP. So by the time Jesus rolled around, the title Son of Man was already being used as a messianic title. So we find this in the Book of Enoch. We find it in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We even find it in some of the apocalyptical literature, like in the intertestamental period. Let me pull up the article real quick and give you the references. Obviously, it comes from Daniel 7, where it says, one like the Son of Man. And then he gets all the sweet inheritance from Daddy in heaven. We've got a Pesher from the Dead Sea Scrolls that talks about it. And then Second Esdras chapter 13 talks about it. First Enoch chapter 46 talks about it, so on and so forth. So we've definitely got this growing tradition of the Son of Man, the messianic figure from Daniel 7. So that by the time Jesus rolls around, he's tapping into something that everybody already knows. That's why the New Testament doesn't explain who the Son of Man is, because they already knew. It was already this huge figure within Judaism. It was a coded reference to the Messiah from Daniel chapter 7. Although I agree with John J. Collins and others that the Son of Man in Daniel 7 wasn't an actual mortal. It was an angel. If you read Daniel carefully, the angels are called men, and they're also called like God. They're like some halfway point between men and God, right? They're like God men. And so the one like they Son of Man could only be a reference to an angel. Like in chapter 3, Daniel talks about, like, said there's one like the son of a god, or like the son of the gods in the fiery furnace, chapter 3. And then later on in the same paragraph, it refers to that individual as an angel. We know that this messianic man figure is just one of the angels. That's why in Daniel chapter 12, we see the archangel Michael doing the work of the Messiah, coming in and fighting on behalf of the Israelites and subjugating and winning the whole thing for the Israelites, right? So chapter 12 says, at that time there shall arise Michael, the great prince and the guardian of your people. The Messiah I think it's Michael the archangel.
I always wonder if first century Christians reading the Greek translation of Daniel 12 see that says that Michael would anastasis, rise up, but anastasis is another word for resurrect, if they would have made that connection for themselves.
Ooh, you know what? That is possible, actually. We should talk about that one offline and see what we can find out. I bet there's some commentaries on that. Drew, thank you for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. Tithes for the cat gods. Well, thank you, Drew. I really appreciate that, buddy. Big W. Thank you for being here and supporting the channel so much. It really makes things possible. I don't want to overemphasize this, but I want to make sure it gets emphasized enough. My channel couldn't exist if it wasn't for generous supporters and people that are here watching, liking, commenting, sharing, and super chatting on the shows and the replays. So big W for everybody. And it looks like Faraday came to say hi. Demon, thank you for the super chat. Says, I went to the aquarium and had a really good conversation with a dolphin. We just clicked. Oh yeah, that was good. That was good. I appreciate that. Big W. Last super chat from our friend Adam. Good to see you. Says, missed you, buddy. Well, I missed you, Adam. Says, question, how did Jacob wrestle God and not die? Someone claimed it was actually Jesus, but that's stupid. I know, I agree. Rock hard for Doug and hail the horrors. Okay. So Adam, this is a fair question. So the reality is it refers to the entity being wrestled as an Elohim, and an Elohim is not strictly God or not the God. It's any type of a divine figure. The book of Hosea actually references this. In Hosea, it says that he wrestled an angel, and an angel can be classified as an Elohim. In fact, the angels were Elohim; they were little gods. The other thing too is like even just dead human beings can be considered Elohim. For example, Samuel, when the witch of Endor conjures up the ghost of Samuel, it refers to him as an Elohim. It says, "I see one like the Elohim," which it just refers to some sort of either post mortal or heavenly divine figure. Oh my gosh, Faraday? Who was that? Volta, Volta, what are you doing?
In fact, I was just reading Philo's work yesterday and came across Philo, who himself recontextualized many of the stories in Genesis, like God coming to Sarah and Sarah laughing at what God said, as not God himself, but rather the Logos, which is the archangelic figure. So Jews in the first century had recontextualized a lot of these anthropomorphic sections concerning Yahweh to be angels instead.
Yeah,
Later theological development.
that's actually a really good talking point too, because like we have evidence from our biblical texts that demonstrate that they were adding angel into the text as a buffer between Yahweh and human beings. They didn't want Yahweh getting his hands dirty. So
Oh
that's a
yeah,
yeah.
because Jacob wrestles with Yahweh explicitly in Genesis, but if you read Hosea, the author, or at least the version of Hosea we have now, it says angel of the Lord
Yes.
wrestled with Jacob. Yeah.
So it seems to be something that happened much later. This angel of the Lord was a development that was added onto the text. I don't think it was original to the text, but our next guest in line, I believe, was going to be Matt. And so we're going to grab Matt, and then we'll grab Chase after Matt. Give me 1 second to bring in. There you go. Matt, the masculinist, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? And also, are you still here? Okay, Matt is here. Awesome. Matt, is your microphone turned on?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
It is now. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, welcome in, Matt.
Perfect. How you
So,
guys doing, man?
you know what? I can't complain. How are you?
I'm really well. I'm really well. I'm excited for this new year. Oh yeah, I'm 18. And I believe in God.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I'm actually a Muslim. I believe in the Islamic God.
Sure, sure. What do you think is the greatest argument or evidence for the Muslim God being real?
Well, I think there's numerous arguments. To be honest, my favorite as a foundation is to go with the cosmological argument. I think you probably are familiar with the Kalam cosmological argument.
Yeah, we're all familiar with the Kalam. I don't see how the
Mm,
Kalam. First of all, I don't grant the premises in the Kalam. But
mm.
if I did grant the Kalam, I still don't see how it gets you to Allah. But we can work on that. So we'll start with the
Sure.
Kalam, and let's just work through it, and we'll see how we do. So premise number one
Yeah, of course.
is
So, premise number one would probably be I'm just going off my head. Would be that um, the universe has a beginning. Um,
well.
just give me a second. Give me a second. All right,
Mhm.
Jesus. I
I think
just
that's premise number
hold on.
two.
Yeah. Just bear with me. I'll just pull this up. Um,
Also, by the way, Dalton, if you're interested in over-the-ear headphones, I went to Best Buy and tested as many as I could find to see what was the most comfortable because sometimes they make my head hurt. I got a soft spot right here in my head, and this has a really
Oh,
thick pad, and it's super light.
these these are super comfortable. These are like $500 Sony headphones I
Oh
got from
shit,
my brother-in-law.
those are for
Yeah,
real.
he donated them to me, and they're super comfortable.
Yeah, mine doesn't like that. I think mine are like 125 or something. But yeah, having good headphones makes a big difference. So Matt, did you find
Yeah, yeah,
the
yes,
premises
yes.
for
Sorry.
us?
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that. I just pulled it up. I was waiting in line. I thought I wasn't gonna get in, but this is awesome. But anyway, so yeah, so I got it up over here. The premise number one is whatever begins to exist has a cause.
There we go. Yep. All right. So P1 will
Yeah, that
say
should be the first one. Mhm.
whatever begins to exist has a cause. Now, I agree with that.
Mhm.
Premise number two is where we're going to fall apart. So give us your premise number two.
The universe began to exist.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
yeah,
All right. So
yeah.
what
Go
what
ahead.
can
Good.
what can you give us to support premise number two? Because I don't believe that science or anything else supports the idea that the universe began to exist. I think science points towards it always existing.
I have to disagree with that. I think, according to the Big Bang Theory, I think what we do know is that the universe is expanding. I think that's the first thing we do know because it's expanding. There's a strong argument, or there's a hypothesis that it started. If something is expanding, it must have started somewhere. So I do believe that the universe must have had a cause because it's something. It exists. It's finite and um, infinite realities I don't think is possible.
Okay.
So because the universe is finite, it had to have the beginning. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So there's a couple things happen. Oh, hold on. My oh, careful. Huh? My Hellcats here are trying to destroy everything on my desk. So
So you could.
first of all, the Big Bang doesn't posit that there was nothing prior to the Big Bang, and the expansion of the universe doesn't have anything to do with that either. So, for example, there's a handful of models out there from physicists that explain how the universe could have existed forever in various forms. Roger Penrose has a model. There's other models that it depends. Like I like the Big Bang Big Crunch model, especially now that we have evidence that the expansion acceleration rate is decreasing. And also, we've got evidence now for what we're calling like black hole bounces. A black hole bounce is a possible explanation for how the expansion began, meaning everything was condensed in something akin to a black hole, and then there was a bounce that was created from it. So, if that's the case, if the universe
Yeah.
is just continually in a cycle of bang and bust because of the way physics work, I guess I don't see why we would assume that it has a starting point.
I do hear what you're saying. Look, this is all theories. We all speaking theories over here. Like for example, I have physicists that agree with me as well. That the universe does have a beginning. For example, you didn't mention the Big Bang Theory. I didn't say that the Big Bang Theory posits that the universe had a beginning. I did say that it expanded, and that's the argument. Because
Well, I,
something's expanding, it
I
must
mean,
have. Yeah, go ahead.
we
Sure.
we agree. We agree that the universe is
Hmm.
expanding. What
Yeah,
I'm saying is that that doesn't mean that it didn't exist at one point, right? So the question at
yeah.
hand is what evidence is there that would lead us to believe that the universe at one point just didn't exist?
So, as I said, okay, I do understand this is more of a philosophical point I am making. Because the universe is finite, there had to have been a beginning. So there had to have been a time when the universe did not exist. If
Oh,
that makes sense.
we actually don't
Do you
know
know
if
what
the
I'm saying?
universe is finite.
Well, if it wasn't finite, it's okay. Let me ask you a different question, but on the same topic. Do you believe in an infinite reality? Do you believe an infinite reality can exist?
I don't know what you mean by infinite reality. Do I believe
Yeah.
in like infinite space?
Uh, like like, do you believe in an infinite? Like
I,
something can like an infinite is real outside of mathematics.
I
Does
do
that make sense?
believe that things can be infinite. I believe that you can have
Mm.
infinite time. I believe that you can have infinite numbers. I believe that you can have infinite space. Um, if there's a container to
Yeah.
space time, I can't. I've never seen a good explanation for why there would be a container.
So yeah, in numbers, definitely that's mathematics. So infinites are definitely um, 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 realistic in mathematics, but not in reality. So, for example, there was a I'm not really sure if you're familiar with the physicians. Give me a second. I just want to pull this up. I got it. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not sure what you're
Yeah. Go ahead.
trying to prove with this argument. Even William Lane
Mhm.
Craig says that there's no problem with infinite, even an infinite past. He's just saying that the problem with infinites is it's hard to instantiate in, like, it's hard for us to imagine them existing in the real world. But I don't think they're actually all that hard to imagine. Like, we can imagine easily that there's an infinite future. We can imagine easily that there's an infinite amount of numbers. I mean, I don't see
Numbers. Yeah.
the problem
Mm.
with suggesting that the universe has always existed and that there's an infinite amount of time in the past, and even that there's an infinite amount of space time. Like, I don't think we're, like, if you took a shuttle and you were flying at the speed of light, I don't think you would ever run out of space to fly into.
Yeah. Um, I can disagree with that obviously because I'm a theist, but I would say
Well,
so
Matt, just
what I'm trying to yeah
hold
go ahead
on 1 second.
go ahead
I just wanted, because I think you said something, and you're being honest. I think you said something
yeah
honestly here, but you
mhm,
said that you don't believe that because you're a theist, right? Which means
mhm,
your ideas of science are
mhm,
coming secondary to your
yeah.
theism. And I just don't think that's the way you should be operating. I think you should be putting, like, reality first. Theism theism might be true given what we know about reality, but we shouldn't be interpreting reality through theism just because we've already committed to it.
I 100% agree with you. But as a theist, as someone that believes in religion, I probably do have a bias there. So I completely agree with you on that point. Maybe I don't look at things in that way. I should probably look at it more in that way. But yeah, having been raised as a religious person, probably I don't look at it that way. But I agree with you there. However, I don't think it takes away from my argument though. So um, for example, right? Are you aware of a scientist called Alexander Valinkin?
No, no. So,
So
and
yeah,
the
go
reason
ahead.
why
Go
I
ahead.
don't know this person, and also the reason why I don't care, is because
Mhm.
what's about to happen. Because you got to keep in mind, Matt, I've done this 1,000 times. I've had the
Yeah, go.
Kalam argument a million times.
Sure.
You're going to quote me some physicist that agrees with you, and then you're just going to
Mhm.
demand that I agree with your physicist. Well, the problem is I can quote you physicists that agree with me and demand that you agree with me, right? So these appeals to, well, my physicist says this or my physicist says that, it's not really, it's never going to get us anywhere. What I'm
Mhm.
much more interested in is less about, hey, what does my favorite physicist say? I'm less interested
Yeah.
in that. I want to hear, well, what's the evidence at hand?
Yeah. No, I hear you, but I wasn't going to do that. So remember earlier in the conversation you mentioned that physicist says I was hearing basically I was just countering that other physicists also agree with me in that for example causality an infinite regress of causes is paradoxical.
Oh,
It
why?
cannot exist. Basically,
Why?
that's what I was the argument I was going to make.
So
Basically, go ahead.
this is not new. This is something that Aquinas was banging the drum
Yeah,
on a long time ago, but I've never heard
yeah,
anyone give a valid argument for why you can't have an infinite past or an infinite sequence of causes. And I know that you've probably heard some arguments, like you've probably done Hilbert's Hotel or some other nonsense like that, but none of them actually work if you just dig into it a little bit.
Okay, let's try to dig into it. I'm gonna make the argument. For example, causality, an infinite regress of causes. If that was a reality, we would never be in the present right now. So, for example,
Why?
let's say you had somebody with a ball. So somebody, you have the ball. Somebody had to kick that ball to you. that person had to pass that ball to that person, and so on and so forth. And this goes on ad infinity,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, in space and time, you having the ball would never happen
Sure it would.
because you have an infinite reach of time.
Nope. So the problem that you have here is you're trying to use the edge of infinity as the starting point. Infinity has no starting point. So what you're doing is you're trying to classify infinity as something that's finite, and that's why it doesn't work. Infinity's not finite, but every moment on the timeline is finite, which means the minute I drop this pen, it doesn't matter what happened before it or after it. That's now a finite point on the timeline. And there's always a finite amount of time between any 2 points on the timeline. So just the fact that moments are finite, that's all you need to go from point A to point B.
Mm, mm. I think you have it. The other, I won't say you're wrong. I'll say I probably understand it the opposite way. So, for example, I believe that when you think of infinity in a finite reality, it doesn't work.
Sure
So, for
does.
example, yeah, so okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm
You
just
just
saying it.
explained it there. So,
I'm just
yeah,
saying it does.
good.
There's no problem with it. There's no logical contradiction. There's no physical contradiction. No scientific contradiction. So there's no reason to believe that that's not the case, especially because we know that mass and energy are conserved. Like we already have like scientific laws that tell us that this happens to be the case, right? Which means we would need some evidence, right, that some for some reason there was just nothing. And if there was something, and this is kind of goes back to what we started with. Let's just imagine for a second there was a first cause. I don't think there was a first cause, but even if there was, we have no reason to believe that it was a god. It very well could just be a naturalistic force because the argument for a first cause is just an argument for necessity. You're saying there's a necessity for a first cause. I'm going to call that first cause God, but I could easily just say, well, the first cause was the magical unicorn. It's a naturalistic force. It's not a god. It only does one thing. That one thing that it does is naturalistically cause the beginning of things, and that's it. So like if like the argument for first cause never actually gets you even to a god, much less to a specific god.
Hey, Justin, in block theory, doesn't aren't all moments of time, past, present, and future, equally present and equally real?
Yeah, in B time, yeah.
So it doesn't require you moving from one to the next because they're all equally present.
Mm-hmm. Where they're all equally real. I don't know if they're all equally present. I'll have to look into that. I know Ian has done a lot of work with A and B theories of time, and I think Dr. Blitz has as well. I'll ask to both of them, but I mean, I agree with you. Depending on your theory of time, like all moments infinitely in the past or the present would be equally real.
Right. That does sound. I haven't heard of that theory. I want to look into it as well. I don't know if you want to move from this. Maybe I do have a moral argument as well. I think a theological argument, but I think the moral argument, if you want to go there, I think Islam is probably the strongest basis for a moral argument for the existence of
Oh,
God.
moral argument? No, I don't think
No.
so. I mean, I do love the
Mm,
moral argument, and we can certainly
mm,
talk about the morals of Islam. But
mm.
I think your moral argument, and correct me if I'm wrong, is going to hinge on the idea that morals are objective, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. No,
Okay,
no,
so
I've heard you argue this before with Christians
I
and a Muslim. I think you spoke to as well.
yeah, I've spoken to Muslims on this.
Mm,
Okay, so what evidence there is there that morals are objective? Because as far as I can tell,
mm.
even in theism, morals are still subjective. They're relative and subjective.
Yeah, I think by the definition of the Christian God, I think you can make that argument, because I do believe in the Christian God, you do have instances where God changes His mind. Now I do understand also that the definition of subjective
Well,
of subjective is, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, whether or not the laws change, and I agree with you, if the
Hmm.
law changes over time, then it's inherently relativistic. But
Yeah.
I think that's irrelevant because in the Quran, like if morals come from your God's mind, like your God decided what is moral and what is not moral, well,
Mm.
that means you've got moral subjectivism. But I am pretty sure actually that some of the, at least maybe not in the Quran, but at least in some of the hadiths, I think some of the rules do change by the person. Like there's different rules for Muhammad that don't count for all the people in general. So like if Muhammad gets a different set of rules than the rest of his followers, well, we're right back at square one. You've got relative morals.
Mm, mm, mm. So yeah, that's not really true. So for example, Muhammad in our religion doesn't have any leeway to the law than any other Muslims. So for example, obviously know Muslims are allowed up to 4 wives. In the Quran, it basically says, marry a woman of your choosing to of two to four. But if you cannot do justice to them, marry only one. That's the verse. And the Prophet obviously had 11 wives, 9 wives at the time, right? However, um, up to that time, he had those 9 wives. He couldn't marry even more, any more from that when that law came down. Does that make sense? So
Hey,
after that,
hey,
he
Justin,
couldn't marry.
real
Good.
quick. Justin Ems is in the box.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, we'll grab them here in a second. Thank you. So the reason
All right.
the we could listen, we could talk about whether or not the rules change. That's certainly something that we can get to. But the reality is, if your God decided what morals are, then they're still subjective.
I do get that. However, if you have a necessary being making a judgment, creating a law that he basically rules for himself that can never change. So, so okay,
So
yeah, go
to
ahead,
be
go ahead.
sure, the problem you're having here is you're losing sight of what the word objective means. The word objective doesn't just mean that the rules don't change ever. It means
Mm.
that this is true independent of what any mind thinks it is, right? So if it's dependent on the mind of your God, then that means that it's subjective.
But look, in the Muslim tradition, we don't believe that um, um, that that God is, how can I say? Uh, Let me explain it in terms of the Christian God. The Christian God, Christians believe that God is there's a relationship between God and man. It likens itself to God. We don't believe that. We believe God is separate from man.
Right now,
It's an eternal, necessary being. Does that
but
make sense? Go ahead.
but that doesn't address what I said. All right, so just try to listen to what I'm saying and address what I'm
Yeah.
saying, right? So if your God decided what morals are, like it was a
Yeah.
decision that individual made, that means that morals are subjective. It just happens to be that the person who decided what they are is a god, but they're still subjective. That's what subjective morals are.
No, I hear exactly what you're saying. And I agree with you to a certain extent, but what I'm trying to posit is if that person, given your knowledge, like given what you said, that person makes the decision, right? And the decision is the key word that you're obviously making. However, if that being is outside of the rest of us, like completely separate, let's say, then and that's the only necessary being. Everybody else, all of us are contingent being. We depended on everything else. We depended on him.
But
Then you could make an argument of objectivity, is it not?
no, but you can't. Objectivity doesn't mean necessarily just that something is unchanging. Something unchanging doesn't become objective because it's unchanging.
Can we read a verse? And hello,
I I
can
can,
we
but
read the
I do
Quran?
want to I do before we do that, I do want to make sure
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
guest understands that
Yes.
if if any rule, whether it comes from a god or not, if that was something that came from a mind, that just means it's subjective. And this isn't like a debatable point. This is something that was already decided in the philosophical literature, like 3,000 years before I was born. Like, just go read the Euthyphro discussion about whether or not
Mhm.
God
Mhm.
acts in a way that is objectively moral because God can't break objective morals, or if things are moral because God dictates them, right? Does God do something because he can't do anything that's immoral, or does it become moral when God does it? So the idea is if something is subject to a mind, thank you, Bertram, for the Viking. If something is subject to the mind, even if it's God's mind, it just means that it's subjective. And that's okay. You can say
Right.
that God has subjective laws that you have to follow. You can say that, but they're still
Mm,
subjective.
mm, mm, mm. All right. So what if change the goalposts a little bit?
Well, all
What
right.
if we say
Well,
that? Go ahead.
before before we move on to a new topic, I think Ems had a verse he wanted us to read. Ems, what was it?
Could you read chapter 2, verse 106?
2? Yeah. Okay, I got it.
I think you know this one.
I bet I've read it before. I'm on chapter 4 or 5 of the Quran now. So I'm making some progress, but I still got some work left to do.
That is
Here,
a, and by the way, this is a lot of progress because the first chapters are the longest.
dude, they're
So
so big.
the last 50 chapters are like half a page each. So
Okay.
Hey, Justin, I'm
Yeah.
going to go head out and do some work. But hey, it was good hanging out with you. And don't forget
bye,
to
Delta.
send me that picture. Hey, see you later, Ems. It was good
I
seeing
found
you.
one too, by the way. I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Good. All right. See ya.
A big W for Dalton. Thank you, Dalton. So in the Quran, let's grab this passage and see what it says real quick. I think the text is probably
Can you
big enough.
share the screen?
You know what? I
Can you
can.
put on my
It
Give
is
me
big
1
enough.
second. Well, he's calling on
YouTube?
Video Ninja. Yeah. So give me a second. I can share my part of my window. I have to, because the way Video Ninja works on a Mac is different from a Windows. The way I was sharing my screen no longer works, so I have an alternative method. I'm on my next stream I'm going to have an even better method, but for now I think this will be good enough. Give me 1 second. Unfortunately, they don't let me crop my video. So let's see if we could do it this way. Now you can see
Oh
probably
yeah, perfect.
my entire
Yeah.
live stream. I'm sorry that it's the way it's cropped out. I
Oh
can't
no,
really
that's
do
cool.
much about it.
Oh, that's
Is
cool, man.
this
I can see everything.
okay? All right. So is this one of those things?
Okay.
I switched from my Windows to my Mac, and now I've got some things I have to work out. But so it says in 106, if we ever abrogate a verse or cause it to be forgotten, we replace
Yeah.
it with a better or similar one. Do you not know that Allah is most capable of everything?
Yeah, that's the
Uh,
verse on Nansakh.
but
Yeah.
what this demonstrates is that the laws and the morality of Allah does change. God does change what is allowed, and also God replaces his perfect verses with better verses.
Oh no, no. No, I think you completely misunderstanding the verse. So this verse is on Nansakh.
No,
وما
I'm
ننسخ
not.
من آية أو ننسها نأتي بخير
لو
منها أو
نسيها فنأتي
مثلها.
بخير منها.
So منها أو مثلها ألم تعلم أن الله على كل شيء قدير. Right? So that's the Arabic. The verse on Nansakh, right? Abrogation is widely. This is a subject on its own, right? A lot of scholars have different things to say about it. So abrogation, we do have abrogation in terms of what's
Do
in the
they?
Quran.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
Wait,
Yes, they
wait.
do. So, for
You're saying
example,
the scholars differ.
okay,
Could you give me two
Allah.
opposing views? Go ahead.
So okay, so
Uh,
one view is that God, so verses of the Quran, for example, right, were read in the time of the Prophet. However, certain verses were how can I say, were forgotten by the people intentionally by God. Right. So, for example, there's a hadith on. You probably know about this. There's a hadith from Umar radiallahu anh, Umar, right? The second Khalifa of the Islamic Empire. Here there was a verse on stoning for the adulterer, and he mentions that he remembers this verse was recited in the time of the Prophet, but God caused us to forget the verse, so that for
That is
those
not the
ones
wording of the
not
hadith.
to get into that. The wording of the hadith, right? Right. The wording of the
That is not the
not a
wording. No,
hadith. That is the wording of the.
that is the
I'm
general idea.
paraphrasing. I'm not. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a general idea, right? You don't agree with what I'm saying. You don't disagree with what I'm saying, right? It's not the wording of the hadith.
No.
I'm not reading. I'm off my idea.
But the point
So
is again
go ahead.
that God is replacing stuff, replacing laws. For example, when Aisha
Not
said that
laws.
the ruling of 10 sucklings was replaced by the ruling of 5 sucklings, and then that was replaced by the ruling of 3 sucklings, that is a change in the laws. God is changing his laws, which is again
Yeah.
demonstrating that the previous laws were not perfect if he's replacing them with something better.
No. So this ruling was not on God. So again, I'm going to give you another example from that hadith that you mentioned with regards to suckling. Umar changed that law. So that wasn't a law from God. There's a difference between laws from God and laws that the
I know
Prophet
it was a
himself
law from God.
instituted.
It was a law from
Excuse
God.
me a second.
Aisha says it was in the
Excuse me.
Quran.
It's not in the Quran though.
Aisha says it was in the
And
Quran. It was in the Quran.
Aisha does not say it's in the Quran. Aisha does not say that it's in the Quran.
He does say that.
You can bring up the hadith.
Jamil, I'm going to bring it up on the screen.
Go ahead. So there are laws that the Prophet instituted, right? Those are not objective laws. Those are laws that the Prophet institutes for man. Umar
Well,
changed that law on
but
suckling.
it still
Yeah,
doesn't
go ahead.
Could you
matter.
bring up, Justin, can you bring up Ibn Majah 1944?
Mm-hmm. You said 19 what? 44? Yeah. Oh, we got it.
Sunan.
Because this is a known fact. And
Right,
it was abrogated 3 times.
Oh shit, yeah. It says the verse of stoning and of breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow when the messenger of Allah died. We were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came in and ate it. And then it says these verses were abrogated in recitation, but not in ruling. Other hadith established the number of fosterage to be 5.
And can you read Muslim 1452a?
Okay.
That is 1452a.
Oh yeah, the Book of Suckling. Yeah, it says Aisha reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran that 10 clear sucklings make the marriage unlawful. Then it was abrogated and substituted by 5 sucklings, and Allah's apostle died, and it was before that time found in the Holy Quran and recited by the Muslims.
Before he died.
That's certainly something that's been abrogated and changed.
Just give me a second.
And now what?
Sure, dude. I'm not going to argue if you make a point. You know, let me just have a look. Give me a second.
Yeah, I think Matt's been good faith so far.
You said
He is, I think.
Muslim. What?
It is Muslim 1452a, and multiple different narrations of the same hadith.
Okay. You said Muslim 145.
1452, part A. And when we're through with this, I would like to have a little bit of discussion on the Quran, because to me, I think the Quran, for me, the most problematic part of Islam is not the moral argument. I mean, I do think that child marriage is abhorrent, but I don't have objective morals.
But it doesn't disprove.
Right, but I think there are definitely passages in the Quran that are demonstrably untrue that we should go over.
Yep.
Sure, yeah, definitely. I'm here.
I was spamming in the chat. When do we get to the semen part?
You know, semen's coming.
Yeah. Whenever there's a Muslim, we're always going to be talking about semen.
True. I mean, whether they have to wash it off of his robe, or whether it's coming from the wrong location.
Yeah. She used to scrape it off with her fingernails. So.
Poor Aisha having to scrape off protein stains with her fingernails. Ugh. Matt, just want to make sure I'm up to speed. Yeah, you're reading this right now, right?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Gotcha.
Okay, this hadith I wasn't aware of, so I'll give this one to you. I don't. I'll have to look into this a bit more, but I'll take your point I'll take your point here, with regards to the changing.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. I'm just looking at the authenticity of the original narration. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. It says over here the hadith is reliable, so I don't have a reason to argue on that. So okay, yeah, we can move along. So I'll take your point there.
Am I
Go ahead.
wrong in understanding that Sahih Muslim was like all of them were reliable or just part of them?
It is, yes.
Sahih Muslim and Bukhari, yes.
That's what I thought.
However,
Okay.
yeah. Look.
Okay, before you deny the
strange-
authenticity of the hadith, it is agreed upon by all of the scholars. The ruling is found in
yeah, I
all the
said
books
that.
of fiqh.
No, I said that.
This is not disputed at all. So do not
Oh, yeah,
try,
I said
please.
Oh no! I said that. I said that. I looked at the reliability. It says it's reliable, so I'm not going to argue on that. Did I not say that, Justin?
That is good. I
So
misheard you then. My bad.
in regards to the moral argument, and it's not just with Islam that it doesn't work. It doesn't work with Christianity or any theistic concept, because nobody actually has a method for demonstrating that morals are objective, because all theists want to believe that morals come from their God. But unfortunately, even if morals do come from a God, they're just not subjective. So we would have to demonstrate that they're objective first. Now, as it turns out, there is a naturalistic argument for objective morals. Ian runs it really well. I don't know if I actually buy into it, but even if I did, I certainly wouldn't get me to a God. I still don't know how objective morals gets you to a God.
I think it's being outside of human, outside of humanity, basically, that makes the rules that nobody else can challenge. I'll say, that is.
But how do you know?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you know that it came from your God, and how do you know that they're good rules?
No, I take your point. I can't prove that.
Right. That's the difficult part.
That's where belief comes. Yeah, that's where belief comes in.
Right.
So I would believe that the Islamic God and so on and so forth. But you want to speak about the Quran? You can go ahead, everyone.
Yeah. So the Quran for me has a lot of really interesting stuff in it, and I'm a novice. I just started reading it again this year. I read a lot of it when I was in high school, just out of curiosity. I found it to be kind of silly. It kind of quoted or plagiarized a bunch of apocryphal Jewish literature that was floating around at the time. But some of the problems that I have with the Quran are it's the same thing that the Bible has, where it doesn't really know how the natural world works. And M's already brought up one of the most common complaints, which is it says that semen comes from between the backbone and the ribs, or the spine and the ribs. But the reality is that's not where semen comes from. We all kind of know this already.
Yeah. Do you want to give me the verse on that? The chapter and the verse? I think
Yeah.
that's isn't it?
It's Quran 80.
Go ahead.
It's Quran 86, 5-7, right? I think that's what it is. All right, let me plug it in here. We'll get it going. Okay, so it says, let people then consider what they were created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage. But I don't know of any time at which our semen comes from between those two areas.
Could you just give me that verse number very quickly one more time? Sorry about that, man.
Yeah, it's 86, 5-7.
6, 5-7.
And unfortunately, I don't know the names of the chapters. I just know the chapter
fine.
numbers. So, like, I can't tell you the name of it.
Oh, that's fine.
And I made the mistake of calling them books once. Apparently, they're not books either. They're supposed to be chapters, right?
Yeah.
It is one book.
Yeah, you can call it books as well. It's fine.
Right.
I really can't, though. But I digress.
Oh my God. Chat, the TikTok chat said, would that be the back shots?
I think I'm getting a different verse over here. So I'm looking at you one over here.
Admit, it is a tariq. You should have the entire chapter memorized.
Let me grab
It's a
my
thought.
Quran as well. It's on the screen, but also I think it's worded differently depending on which one you're reading. I remember correctly in this one that was published by Oxford, they had a slightly different rendering, but it still basically read the same. All
Just give me
right.
a second. Do you think?
Yeah, so in 86, it says, man should reflect on what he was created from. He was created from spurting fluid. Then he emerges from between the backbone and the breastbone. So they reworked it in a way that's not really supported by the text. It says that they emerged, implying as babies, emerged from the backbone and the breastbone. But that's just not what the text says.
I mean, I don't know. So, the text could mean that grammatically, but the scholars, the vast majority of them say it means the former. But this is linguistically a valid interpretation.
Yeah, so like we've gone over the
And look,
tafsir on this.
yeah.
The tafsir basically all say the same thing that Ems and I are saying. That this is about where semen comes from.
Yeah. So the tafsir is not it's not from God. If you, but I get what you're saying.
Well,
So
but
just basically, go ahead.
I'm not
Go
an
ahead.
Islamic scholar. See what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like I have to, when I'm interpreting some of these passages, since I don't know Arabic, I know Hebrew, but like I don't know
Mhm.
Arabic, right? So like I have to read the tafsir, I have to read the commentary because
Yeah.
this is not my culture.
No, of course, I completely get that. I'm just pulling it up over here. Oh,
So like
hold
here
on.
it says the meaning, he is created from a water gushing forth, meaning the sexual fluid that comes out bursting forth and from the man and the woman. So like a lot of what I'm finding in the commentary is that this is specifically referring to the origin of the fluid, where the fluid comes from. That's why it says the fluid, the spurting fluid, is stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage.
I see it over here. I see it.
Uh,
Yeah, to be honest,
and
I'm
by the
not
way, since he
familiar with
does
this.
not,
To be honest, yeah.
uh,
Does not go ahead. What are you saying?
what were you saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain this verse. To be honest,
Fair
reading
enough.
it over here. I'm not going to go into the tafsir right now. I'll look it
Uh,
up myself. It's something I'll say I have a question on.
just in,
To be honest.
do you want to pull up Muslim 315a? Since he
Yeah,
doesn't deny
yeah.
the hadith.
Oh no! I didn't say I don't deny the hadith. I think you just assume that.
So you do,
Yeah.
so you do deny Muslim.
No, I don't deny Muslim. What I do
So,
deny is
Jamil,
everything in Muslim.
then I'm bringing
No,
up,
no, 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 no,
then I'm bringing
no,
up
no. Give me a
Muslim.
second. Just give me a
Uh,
second. Let me explain. I know, yeah,
uh,
I know
go
you're probably
ahead.
quite excited, but I'm not that
I'm
guy.
not.
Trust me, I'm not that guy. Hey, I'm not a guy that's going to fight you on things. If things don't make sense to me, I call it out. I'm not that guy,
Uh,
right?
Yeah,
So
we definitely
don't worry
respect
about that.
that.
Yeah. So I'm not a hadith denier. I do deny the complete authenticity of hadith of Muslim and Bukhari. I don't believe everything 100% in them are completely authentic. That's a
uh,
classical belief. I don't believe that now. So go ahead. Yeah,
Jamil, do you have a problem with this hadith? In its strain or in
can I have a
its,
look?
but go ahead. Muslim 315a.
So it says,
It is also an agreed upon hadith.
while I was standing beside the messenger of Allah, one of the rabbis of the Jews came and said, "Peace be upon you, O Muhammad." I pushed him back with a push that he was going to fall. Upon this, he said, "Why do you push me?" I said, "Why don't you say, O messenger of Allah?" The Jew said, "We call him by the name by which he was named by his family." The messenger of Allah said, "My name is Muhammad, with which I was named by my family." The Jew said, "I have come to ask you something." The messenger of Allah said, Should that thing be any of benefit to you if I tell you that? He, the Jew, said, I will lend my ears to it. The messenger of Allah drew a line with the help of a stick that he had with him and said, Ask whatever you like. Thereupon the Jew said, Where would the human beings be on the day when the earth would change into another earth and the heavens too would change into other heavens? The messenger of Allah said, They would be in darkness beside the bridge. The Jew again said, Who amongst people would be the first to cross this bridge? He said, They would be the poor amongst the refugees. The Jew said, What would constitute their breakfast when they would enter paradise? The Holy Prophet replied, A caul of the fish liver. He, the Jew, said, What would be their food after this? The Holy Prophet said, A bullock which was fed in the different quarters of paradise would be slaughtered for them. How much of this do we need to read? This is actually pretty lengthy.
You're getting to the point.
Okay.
I should have told you to read from the middle. But
sorry. The Holy Prophet replied, A caul of the fish liver. And the Jews said, What would be their food after this? And the Holy Prophet said, A bullock which was fed in the different quarters of paradise would be slaughtered for them. He, the Jews, said, What would their drink be? The Holy Prophet said, They will be given drink from the fountain, which is named Salsabil. And the Jew said, I have come to ask you about a thing which no one amongst the people on earth knows except an apostle or one or two men besides him. He, the Holy Prophet, said, What would it benefit you if I tell you that? He, the Jew, said, I would lend ears to that. Then he said, I have come to ask you about the child. He, the Holy Prophet, said, The reproductive substance of man is white, and that of woman, IV, the ovum central portion,
ignore
yellow.
the skull,
Sure.
the whatever they're putting in, because the Prophet did not say ovum.
So the reproductive substance of that woman would be yellow, and when they have sexual intercourse and the male's substance prevails upon the female's substance, it is the male child that is created by Allah's decree. And when the substance of female prevails upon the substance contributed by the male, a female child is formed by the decree of Allah. That's actually pretty crazy. I'm surprised I've never heard this one before.
By the way, the wording in Arabic is not prevail. It is if it's higher in volume.
Oh, okay.
So if the woman comes more, then the child is a girl. If the man comes more, the child is a male.
That's pretty wild.
And in a different narration, I think. Yeah, just continue reading, just continue reading. It gets worse.
All right. It says, and the Jew said, What you have said is true. Verily, you are an apostle. He then returned and went away. The messenger of Allah said, He asked me about such and such things of which I had no knowledge until Allah gave it to me. Huh. Okay.
So this is direct revelation from God. So God would have failed.
Dude, come on, dude.
It
No,
is.
dude, come on, dude.
It is.
No, it's
Read
not.
the
It's a hadith,
Habibi,
bro.
Habibi.
It's a hadith.
Jamil al-Hadith. Just a second. Let me finish.
Right?
Hadith,
Sure.
by the consensus of the scholars, Hadith is revelation. That is number one.
No,
Number
it's
two,
not.
God in the Quran. Yes, it is by the consensus of the scholars. That is number one. Number two, that is true. I can literally show you the consensus of the scholars.
No, it's not.
If you're gonna lie, then go ahead and lie. But the scholars do have a consensus that Hadith is revelation. That is number one. Number two, the Quran itself says, وَلَا يَنْطُقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِلَّا هُوَ وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. Everything the Prophet says is revelation regarding religion. Number three, the Hadith itself at the end says that the Prophet said that this was given to him directly by God.
I mean, that seems to be what's implied. It says, referring to the Jew, he says, He asked me about such and such things of which I had no knowledge until Allah gave me that, which means the reply that he gave to the Jewish man came from Allah.
And by the consensus of literally every single scholar, Hadith is revelation.
No, so okay. Let me put it like this: like hadith is not Quran. There is a very big difference between hadith and
I
Quran.
didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. Why are you strawmanning me?
I didn't. Wait,
Yeah.
I didn't say you said that. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
right? I think you
Yeah,
need to calm down a bit, buddy. Just a little
yeah,
bit.
go ahead.
I want to be respectful.
Yeah,
So you do believe, right? I'm asking you a question. You do believe that Quran, there's a
yeah,
big difference between Quran and Hadith, right? Very
there
big
is.
difference, right?
And do you know the
Because with the
difference
Quran,
according
you
to the
can.
scholars? Do you know what the difference is according to the scholars?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Both are revelation. The difference between the Quran and the Hadith is that the Quran, the wording is given to Allah, and the Hadith, the wording is given to the Prophet.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, however, there's three ways that you can
Uh,
deny a Hadith, right? The first way is by the chain of narration, the wording in and of itself, and whether it
uh,
contradicts the Quran, right?
no, that is
Agree on that?
wrong. Nope, I
Yes,
don't.
dude, that is
Nope,
actually correct. That is
nope. Because the Hadith
okay.
can
Go ahead,
abrogate the Quran.
tell us.
The Hadith can abrogate the
No,
Quran,
that's
which
not
is
true,
Nasr
buddy.
al-Quran bil-Hadith.
That's not true.
It is
That's
literally agreed upon by
crazy.
all scholars.
No,
It
that's
is literally agreed
crazy
upon by all
story,
scholars.
brother.
Dope, you're just simply ignorant of Islam.
Justin, just Google this. Can the Hadith contradict the Quran? Can the Hadith abrogate the Quran? Just
You're
Google
using
it.
an English
Just
source.
Google.
No.
That's fine.
Using an
That's fine.
English
Go
source
ahead.
is not going to help you. Scholars,
Justin,
again,
just
I can give you an example quickly. Just say, can you bring up 434?
wait,
And not
Muslim?
434, 424.
Justin,
No,
can you
no.
just Google, right?
Could you
Can
stop?
the
Could you stop
Hadith?
interrupting me?
No.
Using an English source again, I can give you proper resources for Islam.
Are we doing
Again.
Sahih Muslim?
Could you search up the types of abrogation?
Sure.
I don't even know if the sources would be available in English, but the types of abrogation include the niskh, again, the niskh of the Quran by the Hadith, which I can give you an example of.
What?
So
Okay.
I can
This
give
is basic
you
fiqh.
yeah, what I can give you is what the AI is telling me. And it says it lists different types. It says ruling abrogated, text remains, and then text abrogated, ruling remains, and then both ruling
then both
and
abrogated.
text abrogated. Yeah.
And then search up the abrogation of the Quran by the Hadith.
Yep.
Okay, go for
This
it.
is literally basic.
Where is it, man?
Like,
It's not basic.
you know, like you would learn this. You would learn this in elementary Azhar.
So
that's not true.
in one article, it says, yes, classical Islamic jurisprudence accepts that hadith, Prophet Muhammad's sayings and actions, can abrogate or modify Quranic verses,
Yes.
viewing
Now
both
go.
as
I can give you an example of
revelation.
this. I can give you an example of this. Go to 424.
Yep.
And this is the reason Shias still believe in muta marriage, because 424 allows you to do muta, and then it is abrogated by the Prophet in the Hadith. And because of the Shias do not accept the Hadith upon which the Prophet abrogates this verse, they still accept muta marriage. Go to the Hadith, to the Quranic verse 424.
Hold on. Shia don't believe in Sunni Hadith. You do realize that, right?
I know.
Right.
Which is why they still believe in muta marriage.
No.
Because
they
the Quran allows it.
They don't believe that the Prophet
I know.
abrogated it. That's what I'm saying.
I know. That is
So
the
how
point.
can-
That is the
exactly,
point.
that's what I'm trying- no, that's
The
the
point.
point.
Yeah, Habibi, the point is that Sunnis, again,
Right.
let me finish. The point is that Sunnis believe that the Prophet can abrogate the Quran. So this verse allows you to do muta. It says, فِيمَا اسْتَمْتَعْتُمْ بِهِ مِنْهُنَّ فَآتُوهُنَّ أُجُورَهُنَّ. جميل? So by what you have enjoyed, if you open up the tafsir and then scroll down and read the part about muta and the abrogation of muta. Like, this is very basic Islamic,
No. Muta is a different
theology.
issue. It's a completely different issue.
No.
Muta
I'm
is a
giving you an
completely
example.
different issue.
Habibi, could you focus on what is
So
being
you
said?
just
I'm giving you an example.
I understand.
I'm giving you an
So Justin
example.
just read it,
I'm
right?
giving you an example.
Yes.
Can you let me finish? I'm giving you an example of the hadith superseding the Quran. Now, could you scroll down?
No. I understand.
The prohibition of muta marriage and read. Please go ahead.
There we go. So it says,
Go ahead.
so with those among them whom you have enjoyed, give them their required due. Was revealed about the muta marriage. A muta marriage is a marriage that ends up a predetermined date. It ends upon a predetermined date. In the two Sahihs, it is recorded that the leader of the faithful, Ali bin Abi Talib, said that the Messenger of Allah prohibited muta marriage and eating of the meat of domesticated donkeys on the day of Khaybar, which is battle. In addition, in his Sahih Muslim recorded that our Rabbi bin Sabra bin Mabad al-Juhani said that his father said that he accompanied the messenger of Allah during the conquest of Makkah, and that the prophet said, "O people, I allowed you in the muta marriage with women before. Now Allah has prohibited it until the day of resurrection. Therefore, anyone who has any women in muta, let him let them go, and do not take anything from what you have given them." Allah's statement. So this sounds like the hadith is overruling the prior ruling
Yep.
from the Quran.
And this is agreed upon. This is not controversial at all. This is agreed upon by literally everybody.
So I think
Yeah. So
Mhm.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think the problem we have here is, whether you believe like the hadiths are equally as valid as the Quran. We've got nonsense in the hadiths and in the Quran. Like both of them don't really know how reproduction works. Both of them thinks that the earth is flat with like a dome or a firmament over top of it. In fact,
That's not true, though.
no, it's true. Like
It is true.
when you read the
That's
Quran,
not true.
it's full of flat earth imagery.
Mhm.
Okay, some examples. Just give me a second. Let's just stay on this very quickly. That's okay with you. Eh? Just give me a second.
Uh, Like, I know that this is like kind of throwing shade at the guest, but I hate when like people are overly
no.
confident about very
No,
obvious
I'm
things
not over.
in
I'm not
religious
overconfident, Adi.
things.
You're a bit too
You
fast.
were
You're not
literally
a-
laughing.
No,
You were
no, no.
literally laughing.
Because you're making crazy statements. Just give me a second.
You're laughing at a basic fact.
Okay, so the Quran doesn't say anything about Muta marriage, right?
It does.
So
It
I'm looking
does.
at the hadith of it. No, it doesn't.
It
Okay, bring up
does.
the verse.
The Quran
Let's see.
does.
Let's see.
424.
Bring up the verse. Bring up 424.
424.
Bring up 424.
It's literally on the screen. If you've been focusing, you'd have read it.
Read it. Go ahead, Justin.
Oh, I already had it right here. All right, so it says, also forbidden are married women except female captives in your possession. This is Allah's commandment to you. Is that what a muta marriage is? Is a marriage of a captive woman?
I don't know. No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
It talks
What's
about
it
it
say?
later.
Oh, okay. It says, this is Allah's commandment to
go
you,
ahead.
lawful to you are all beyond these, as long as you seek them with your wealth in legal marriage, not in fornication. Give those you have consummated marriage with their due dowries.
False translation. It doesn't say consummated marriage with. It says that those you have enjoyed.
Come on, buddy.
And
Come on.
this is literally basic Arabic. It says فيما استمتعتم به منهن. What does استمتاع mean?
Come on, buddy. No.
What is استمتاع?
Again, buddy. Again.
استمتاع is the
All
act of
Sunni
doing muta
scholars-
marriage.
all Sunni
Literally
scholars
استمتاع.
refer to permanent marriage. All Sunni scholars refer
Really?
to this permanent marriage. So,
Oh, really?
muta marriage
Then
is
open up the tafsir
Quran.
again.
Whilst-
Then open up the
whilst
tafsir
I've
again.
given you-
Could you
I've
stop
given it to
lying?
you.
We
Whilst-
literally just read it. Could you stop lying? We literally just read it. We had it on the screen, the interpretation of Ibn Kathir. Like, if you focus, you're not going to embarrass
Oh,
yourself.
yeah, but the
It
interpretation,
literally, we
I'm
had
not
it on the
bound to
screen.
it. I'm not bound to the
It says
interpretation,
that this, it says, again, it says verbatim that this verse was revealed regarding muta marriage.
Okay, again, I'm not bound to Tirmidhi or
Well,
Nasai. I'm not
Yeah.
bound to any of them.
Matt, what he's
But you're a
saying
kafir.
is he's not saying that you're bound to the scholarly interpretation. What he's saying is that his interpretation of this passage agrees with the scholarly interpretation. So why should he change his interpretation?
And it also agrees with the Arabic. It literally says, and those you have done muta with. In Arabic, plainly.
Just give me a second.
It says, again, muta marriage is a noun. The muta is the enjoyment. It says, and those you have done enjoyment with, مما استمتعتم, muta استمتاع. Muta استمتاع. It is the same word, just different, like phrasing of it. Those you have done the muta with, then give them their wages. Which is why it says that this was revealed regarding muta, because it literally says, and those you have done muta with. So why should I think that God is lying to me and believe you?
Yeah, these are opinions that this or so mutamel is included in this opinion, but the wording does not mention mutamel.
I know,
It's the
it
God.
does. If you speak Arabic, you would understand, but you don't.
I read Arabic. It doesn't really matter though. You
Reading
came
it,
back
Habibi,
on.
reading it is not the same as understanding it.
It's okay.
You're wording out things. It's entirely
No,
useless to me. Again, it literally says, and those you have committed muta with, then give them the wages. Like, this is
disagree with
plain
that.
Arabic. You disagree with Arabic,
No, no, no,
mashallah.
no, 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 no. I don't
Intellectual
disagree with Arabic.
juggernaut, mashallah.
No, no, no. I didn't say I'm intellectual. Jagna. Just.
Uh,
Okay.
It is
So yeah,
basic.
right.
It's like, it literally says, and those you have done muta with. Plainly says that. You're telling me I disagree with that. On what basis?
Well, okay. So it
So,
clearly says those who've done mutawith. Can you bring up the verse again very
so
quickly?
Matt,
Read the verse one
do you
more time.
mind if we
Wait,
recenter the conversation? Because I
sure,
don't
go ahead.
want to go on a long diatribe on this particular topic. So I'm not sure it's
That is fair.
relevant to either side. I think there's a lot more pressing issues we could talk about, and I don't know if this is the most pressing of them. So, like for me, when I read the Quran, I see what I would consider obvious problems. The same problems I see when I read the Bible, right? So, like when it talks about cosmology, it like just gets everything flat wrong. Like it describes a flat Earth that is rolled out with the heavens over top of it, and the sun, moon, and stars all exist just in this low orbit within the lowest part of the heavens. But let me grab you some of the passages I'm referring to.
Mhm.
So like it says, indeed, we adorn the lowest heaven. We would agree that the lowest heaven is that's closest to the earth, right?
Yeah, yeah, go
Yeah, it
yeah.
says, we adorn the lowest heaven with stars like lamps and made them as
Just
missiles for stoning devils for whom we have prepared the torment of the blaze. So we have this idea that the heavens are some layer, and the lowest layer, closest to the earth, is where we find like the sun, moon, and stars, and that some of those suns they're thrown to the earth to kill devils. This is preposterous.
um, uh, Justin, for some reason I can't see your screen anymore. I'm not sure what happened.
Mm. I don't know if the sharing timed out, but give me a second to reshare it. I don't know if there's a timing on this or not. Oh shit! I could just share my. No, I can't share my web browser. I can only share a single page. Maybe I
Oh no,
can. Here we go. Look, I can share the web browser right there.
perfect. I got it. I'm back. I can see it now. Yes,
Is that better?
perfect. Okay, yeah,
So
okay.
does it
Yes.
indeed? We adorn the lowest heaven with stars, like lamps, and made them as missiles for stoning, eavesdropping devils, for whom we have also prepared the torment of the blaze. So, like, to me, this is a crazy talk. The stars wouldn't be, whatever you think the layers of heaven are, they certainly would not be in the lowest layer. They're so
Uh,
far away from us, they would have to be in some outer layer for sure. And they're certainly not being thrown to the earth to hit devils.
Right. So I completely agree with you on that with regards to looking at it from an atheist point of view. However, if I'm as a theist, I believe in the how can I say the unseen, right? So in Islam we have something called the unseen. In every religion you have that angels, demons, all these things. So if I believe in that, I can look at that in a different way. Does that make
that is
sense?
not his
I'm not running
contention.
away from the question. Yeah, give me a second.
That
I'm
is
not running away from
that is not
something.
his contention.
Yeah, go.
His contention is
Ahead.
that there's an interaction between the unseen and the seen. The seen, which is the stars, is interacting with the unseen. He's not having a contention with the fact that demons exist. He's telling you that stars are not being thrown. That is something that is
All
seen.
right. Right. So if you read the verse again, right? We
Mhm.
adorn the lowest heavens with star-like lamps, and made them as missiles for stoning eavesdropping devils, for whom we have also prepared the torment of the blaze. It's not really talking about the actual stars. We adorn the lowest heaven with
I know it is.
star-like lamps.
That it
It's
is. It doesn't say
basic.
star like in Arabic. It doesn't say that in Arabic. It is ended by
Can
the
okay,
translator.
okay.
So
It
Could
literally
you
yeah,
says
just
وَزَيَّنَّا
scroll a
السَّمَاءَ
bit
الدُّنْيا
up, Justin, please?
بِمَصَابِيحَ.
so
Yeah. Could you
We
just
have
scroll up a bit, Justin?
if
Right?
we get rid of the parts that are in brackets, meaning they're supplied by the translator, it would say, "Indeed, we adorn the lowest heavens with lamps and made them for stoning devils." Right. So what would we say is in the lowest heavens that are lamps?
I think the point I think you missing the point that I made. So the point I was making is that as a religious or as a theist, I do believe in the unseen. You as an atheist, you don't believe in the unseen. You believe in reality.
No, I'm not asking
So
about the devil. I'm
I
asking about the
yeah, good.
lamps.
No, I'm speaking about the lamps. What I'm saying is, I can accept this verse as a person that accepts the unseen. So I don't know, what, like
How
a different
how
dimension
are
or whatever.
lamps unseen?
Mhm. No. I'm saying, let's say, right? Let's say, I read this verse as a religious person, as a person that also believes that there is an unseen, right,
No, I get
from
that
God.
part, but
Go ahead.
I'm asking what in the passage about the lamps in the heavens would lead me to believe that these lamps are unseen lamps.
Right, but the heavens are also basically unseen. You see sky.
No.
So,
السماء الدنيا by definition is
okay.
seen. By the definition of the word, السماء الدنيا
No,
is
no,
seen.
that's not really true. That's not really true though,
That is true.
because
That is
if
true.
yeah, if you
That
read the story
literally,
of the
if you open up any Islamic
right,
dictionary, السماء الدنيا هي كل ما يرى في السماء. It is everything you see in the sky. So you see it in the sky.
no, so you
This is basic terminology. Come on.
um, Justin, can you just scroll up? I just want to read the Arabic.
Mhm.
Give me a second.
As if you understand
Scroll
it.
over.
Sure.
Yeah, there. You're a bit aggressive, buddy. Eh? Yeah, I like
I'm
that.
I'm gonna have to learn Arabic
Yes.
after I
Yeah.
finish up modern Hebrew this year.
I would tutor.
I definitely appreciate modern Hebrew is tough because they don't write the vowels in there. So like sometimes I see a word and I'm like, fuck, I don't.
Modern Arabic doesn't either. So
Oh shit.
Yeah.
and
And so
I think if you
Yeah.
open up the tafsir,
Look.
it's gonna tell you.
From a religious person, I don't really see anything wrong with this verse. I do get where you're coming from, though, Justin. As an atheist, as an atheist, um, but I don't really see anything wrong with the verse, to be honest.
so
As a religious person, but I
the
do get
problem
your
with the
point of view. Right?
verse is that it's talking about illuminating entities in the sky, which are what? What are they? What are the what are the lamps in the sky?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, that's the point,
So
right? So the text
yeah.
clearly
Mm,
is just referring to like the stars because he says the same thing. So if you go to Quran
maybe.
71, 15
Mm,
and
Go ahead.
16, we find much of the same type of dialogue, right? So it says, uh,
mm,
do you not see how Allah created 7 heavens, one above the other, placing the moon within them as as a light, and the sun
By
as
the
a
way,
lamp?
horrible translation. It doesn't say reflected light. It says that the moon is a light.
Yeah, no,
Come on, buddy.
I didn't read that part because it was in
Good.
Go ahead.
brackets, right? So it just
Justin,
says
could
Like
you
the
scroll up?
dishonesty is insane.
it says he
Wait,
places the
Justin, could you scroll
moon
up?
within them as a light and the sun as a lamp. So what the Quran is saying in 71 is that the
Thank you.
sun is a lamp. And he says elsewhere that we just read that there are lamps in the lowest heaven. The sun's not the only one. There are lamps in the lowest heavens, and they're used for stoning devils. So these are clearly stars. The sun
Yeah.
is a lamp, it's a star, but they're actually not in the lowest heavens.
Mm. I get that. You just did something very sneaky there. Could you just go back to the previous verse and bring up the Arabic?
Yeah, 71.
Yeah. وجعل القمر
سراجا.
فيهن نورا وجعل الشمس سراجا. Right? You just said that this is a bad. It's a bad.
It is a bad translation.
Uh, there's a reason you're saying that, right? Because scientifically we do realize that the moon is reflected light, right? And the word nur, hey,
No,
is a reflected light.
we weren't going
Although
that
you're stupid
route.
if you see that. You're
That's
stupid if
okay.
you see
That's
that.
okay. That's
You're
okay.
simply stupid
That's
if you see that. Find me a single lexicon that says that the word nur is defined as a reflected light. You're
nur is
simply
a
lying
reflected
to
light.
son is coward if you see that.
Look, you don't have to. You don't have to
Find a
insult me,
single
man.
lexicon.
I'm not here to
Find a
fight with
single lexicon. Find a single lexicon, modern or classical, that says that light, that nur means reflected.
you, bro. You don't have to fight with me, bro. I'm not here to fight.
Again, find a single
Calm down,
lexicon
bro.
that says that. Why are you lying?
Just give me a second.
Like, this is plainly dishonestly lying. And again, if we go back to the previous verse, Justin, by the way, the word that is used in the previous verse is different from the word that is used here. It is masabih. And masabih, according to, again, the classical language, also refers to stars and planets.
Yeah, and we have also in chapter, I think 37, says, "Indeed, we have adorned the lowest heavens with the stars for decoration," right? So
Yep,
we have this
there you
idea
go.
repeated multiple times in the Quran that the lowest heavens, the ones closest to the earth, has these lamps, these stars, and they have multiple functions. Sometimes they're for killing devils. It says, and protection from every rebellious evil, because they would be used as missiles to kill the devils, right? So this
Yeah.
idea that there's these stars in low orbit, and they get thrown to the earth, I think is preposterous. It reflects this idea of cosmology that in the ancient world a lot of people believed, but now in the modern world we know is just wrong.
All right. No, I completely accept what you're saying. Uh, in my head, I do feel like it's from the unseen, but I do get what you're saying.
Well, I mean, it doesn't
And
say
I'll accept
anything
it, to be
about
honest.
that. Like, it just says that
Yeah.
the skies were made, and in the skies we have stars that they're there for decoration. Something that's decorating the heavens is
Yeah.
something that's seen. A decoration is seen.
Yeah. You're all right on that.
Yeah,
I accept that.
fair enough. So I got one last question
Go ahead.
though,
Yeah, go ahead.
and
Go ahead.
I'm gonna circle back, and we'll
Yeah.
kind of finish this conversation off with another
No problem.
moral question, because I,
Sure.
from the Muslim
By the way,
apologists.
could you, this is like, just on topic before we move on, could you read, this is like for your arsenal, we don't have to talk about it, but it's 6512.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got this one on the cheat sheet too. It says Allah. Oh, sorry, let me put it back on the screen. It says Allah is the one who created seven heavens in layers, and likewise for the earth. The divine command descends between them, so you may know that Allah is most capable of everything, and that Allah certainly encompasses all things in His knowledge. So Allah lives in
The
the
point here
sky.
is that, the point is here that they believed that the earth existed in layers, and that below the earth was also six layers, six other earths below the earth. Like the entire earths, like literally planets below the earth in layers, like the skies and the heavens. Which is what is described here. Which would only make sense again if the earth is flat.
Wait a second.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm still with you. Just be with me.
Mm-hmm.
What are you reading?
But no idea what he's reading.
Just reading the commentary on the verse. I'm just reading the commentary,
I thought you said you don't like commentary.
No, I'm just reading the commentary though. I'm not based on the commentary. I'm trying to understand the verse. I do.
But you rejected
I'm.
it when I did
I'm.
that.
Oh no! I'm not going to use it as an argument. I'm trying to understand the verse, the Arabic, but I'm not using it that's why I'm quiet, right?
Which verse?
Like I told you. What did you say? Like I told you.
Which verse are we
If
talking
something
about?
doesn't make sense to me, if something doesn't make sense to me, I'm gonna call it out. So I'm referring to the verse, the Surah Talaq.
And which verse is it?
Surah
12.
Talaq verse 12, one's open here. Okay, here it is. Is it?
I mean,
Okay.
it is literally like 7 words. It is he who made the earth, or made the 7 heavens, layered out of the earth like them. In Arabic, it's like 7 or 8 words.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look at this verse.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at this verse. I'm just noting it down.
So let's kind of button up the conversation with
Right, good.
a final point, and it kind of touches on the moral argument, which is I think this is kind of a good evidence that I think the moral argument for Islam typically, not always, but typically fails, because I would ask you, is it okay to marry 6-year-old children and consummate that marriage at age 9?
Yeah.
Is that a permissible thing?
Yeah, I don't really agree with that though, right? I don't agree that that Aisha was 6.
So
I don't
she was
agree that Aisha was. Yeah, good.
she was lying in the hadith when she said that she was?
I believe she did say that, right? So there's a modern argument which I do more or less agree with. I think there's more grounds for it. Um, um, I believe classical scholars were very rigid on things that were said. I don't believe.
Well,
So
did I hear you
I'll give an
wrong
example.
earlier
Right?
when you said that some of the hadith are authentic, like Sahih Bukhari?
Yes,
Do you not believe that?
exactly.
Do you not believe
Yeah.
that it's authentic?
No. So I believe this hadith is authentic, but I think that, or what I do believe is that I think we're looking at it differently, right? I'll give you an example, right? So there's a modern argument for this. So Aisha had a sister named Asma, Binti Abu Bakr. She was approximately 10 years older than Aisha.
Find the
Let's
hadith,
say
go
8
ahead.
to 10 years,
Find
right?
the
Just
hadith.
give me a second, bro.
Give me the
Just give me a
hadith, go
second.
ahead.
Let me cook, bro. Let me cook, and then you can go. You can go ahead.
You're not going to cook anything if you don't even know the source because it doesn't
Fine.
exist. Go ahead.
No, it does exist, right?
Find it, go ahead.
So anyway, just give me a second, bro. If you want to talk, you can go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, it's not
Sure,
that he
find me the
wants to
source, go ahead.
talk. It's that he wants you
No.
to demonstrate the validity of your claim. So,
Yes,
for
yes,
example,
I will. Okay,
like
okay.
if I came up to you and I said, "Listen, the Quran says X, Y, and Z," you'd be like, "Well, fucking show me," right? So we're just asking you to
Yeah.
show us your source material, you know?
Yeah. Okay, just give me a second.
The only narration that is mentioned stating the age difference between Asma and Aisha is with a narrator that has a faulty memory, which is why it is rejected by the scholars. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal has completely rejected this narration due to the fact that the narrator of the story is known to have a faulty memory. That is number one. Number two, even if we grant the authenticity of the hadith, it only mentions an age gap. And we have more documentation of Aisha than we do of Asma. So it is more logical to fix the age of Aisha and then reduce the age of Asma instead of fixing the age of Asma and increasing the age of Aisha, because we have more documentation of Aisha. Basics.
No. Not really. Not really. Things were
It
written.
is.
Do you know when
It
Asma passed
is.
away?
If
When did Asma die?
I have more documentation, again,
Right.
again,
When did Asma die?
again, again.
Uh,
Let me finish.
okay.
Again, if you open up actual modern,
Okay.
what is it called? If you open up the agreed upon ages of death of Aisha and Asma, the age difference between them is actually more than 10 years. Because again, I told you the hadith is rejected. Not a single scholar actually accepts this hadith, and you cannot find a single book that authenticates this hadith at all. That is number one. Number two, again, even if I grant it to you, which I don't have to, because again, not a single scholar does actually validate it. But if I grant it to you, it is more logical to fix the age of a person you have more records of than the person you have less records of. So again, if I, for example, have an age comparison between Abraham Lincoln and his nephew, I'm not gonna just fix or assume that the age that was given to me of his nephew is correct and then base Abraham Lincoln's age off of it. I'm gonna fix Abraham Lincoln's age and then base off of it the age of his nephew. Am I making sense?
You are making sense, right? But you completely misunderstanding my argument. But you're not listening to me. Let me finish.
The argument
Then go
fails the point
No,
that
it
the
doesn't
hadith
fail
is
though, right?
weak.
No.
It does.
No.
The hadith
Okay.
is rejected.
Let's say the hadith is weak.
Simply.
Let's say the hadith is weak, right?
Well,
Let's say that it's weak.
which
It
hadith
is. We're not going to say it. It is.
Which hadith
On
gives Asma's age?
just give me a second. It's in. Give me a second.
It is mentioned in a hadith book that is not even part of the main five. And it's not even available in English, the entire book.
It doesn't
So
really
it's-
matter though.
So it's not part of the
It does matter.
authentic collection, and it contradicts the authentic collection. So why would I take that over the authentic hadiths?
Right.
And the narrator
I
is
understand
of
what you're
faulty
saying.
memory.
I understand what you're saying, right? Just give me a second. So this argument, right? Let me just give you the argument so that I understand the argument, then you can go ahead. So this argument is based on historical construction. So Asma bint Abu Bakr died after Aisha. She died in the year 73 after Hijrah, right? She was approximately 100 years old. Right? She died in a later stage in the reign of Abdullah bin Zubayr in Mecca, right? Her grandson, right? What we do know is she's because of the weak hadith, right? As you know, just because the hadith is weak doesn't mean we don't accept it. We don't accept it for ruling and for law. However, for something like this, we can approximate. She's about 10 years.
No. That is not how you do anything regarding Ilm Rijal.
No,
This is
what are
simply
you
wrong.
talking about?
Bro, you have
We
no
accept
understanding
hadith.
of hadith.
We accept.
No, you have no understanding of
Please.
hadith.
You
You
don't
simply have no
understand
understanding of hadith.
Bro.
Really?
Hadith are accepted, but not in law.
No, they're not accepted at all.
Yes, you
There's
can,
no
bro.
doubt. That was the basis. That was the basis of Ilm Rijal.
That's not true.
And
No,
like
that's not true, though.
again.
No.
It is simply true. This is
Al-Ilm
basics.
Rijal- No. I know what Al-Ilm Rijal is. Listen to me, bro.
Could you define it?
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm telling you.
Could you define it?
that weak hadith-
Could you define what that
listen
is?
to me, bro.
Could you define what that is?
Listen to me, bro. Listen to me.
He's simply stating blatantly false stuff. He's like saying that the proton is negative.
We-
It's this, like, it's blatant.
Dude. Weak hadith
Go ahead.
are not accepted in law. In law, it's not accepted because it's weak. However, for generalities, to approximate things, we can use weak hadith. What are you talking about, bro?
Jamil, are you gonna stand 10 toes on that?
Jamil, are you gonna say Jamil?
Are you gonna stand 10 toes on that?
Yes, bro. I'm gonna stand on that. Are you- Seriously?
Okay. Then I'm just gonna bring up the different hadiths of, for example, the Prophet being humped by 10 black men. Sure, it is not a law.
Dude. Oh my God.
But it's not a law.
Bro.
Come on.
Jesus
I can
Christ.
bring up a hadith. I can bring up hadith, Jamil. I can bring up
I
hadith
just-
of the fact
Yeah.
that the earth is on the back of a whale.
You're not listening to me.
This hadith is authentic, by the way. It's authentic.
Wait.
There are
Hold on.
hadiths full of bad medical advice too. Like it says for
understand.
sciatica pain, you can just eat the fat of a
And that is
of a
authentic.
sheep's tail, which is
that
crazy.
is
I
authentic.
understand that. No, I understand that. I
But
understand
Nabil,
that.
we're gonna go back. We're gonna go
Hear me
back
out.
to the hadith.
Oh yes.
Show me a single scholar that says that a weak
Okay,
hadith is not completely thrown out. Go ahead.
it's not completely thrown out.
It is. That is literally the basis of
Look, you
Bukhari's
can
entire
use it
work.
to no, but you
الاكتفاء
can use it
بالصحيح.
to give me a second, bro. You can use it to approximate things, general
No.
things. You can use it to.
No.
Yes, you can, bro.
You can't.
Oh my.
Literally, not a single scholar does that.
Look,
That is the entire
unless
basis of Bukhari's work.
unless listen. Okay, just hold on.
Like, do you know anything about مبدأ الاكتفاء بالصحيح? Like, this is the entire like concept. Like, he's genuinely saying stuff like humans have 3 arms. Like, this is how absurd what he's saying is.
We hadith, daif hadith specifically, are not entirely thrown out, but the use depends on the context and the purpose. We hadith is one that fails. It's one of the criteria.
What are you reading?
Blah, blah, blah. So we hadith doesn't automatically mean false.
What are you reading?
But it cannot be treated as sahih authentic hadith. So listen to me.
And what are you reading?
Hadith. Just give me a second. I'm googling this, bro. Listen,
this is Google AI 100%.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is 100% Google AI.
Don't give us the Google AI overview.
No. But what would I bring up to explain this?
Bring a single classical scholar that says that a weak hadith that is given, again, give a single scholar. Then this is, by the way, this is not a weak hadith, this is a rejected hadith. Because of the fact that, again, the narrator is a faulty memory.
What hadith are you talking about, bro?
The one about Asma's, the difference between Asma and Aisha's age. Because the actual difference between them is 19 years, not 10.
You just mentioned it. Okay, bring up hadith. Let's see the hadith.
I don't have the reference of it because it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
No. You telling me that the hadith is rejected, right? But you don't know the hadith.
Yeah, because it's literally irrelevant.
But you're just saying it though, bro.
It is rejected.
What you say I'm doing.
For example, Bukhari collected 600,000 hadiths.
Doesn't matter, bro.
Bukhari collected 600,000 hadiths.
Stay on point.
Are you stupid? Are you stupid?
I'm gonna say you're stupid, bro. But you're doing exactly
you need to listen.
I'm doing.
You need to listen. Well, you are acting like you're stupid.
No. You said that the hadith is rejected.
It is.
What hadith are you referring
according to Ahmad ibn Hanbal.
Wait, okay, bring
the one about the age difference between Asma and Aisha.
Bring up his verdict then. Let me
see.
Sure, I'm gonna bring it up.
Yeah, we can put it up. So I just want to be sure that we're still centered on what's happening here. So like,
yeah,
I haven't heard a good rebuttal to what Ems was saying earlier, which is, listen, we've got in authentic hadith, we've got the age of Aisha from her own lips, right? Or however you want to word it, right? In some unauthentic hadith, there's a listing of her sister's age, and if you do the calculus just right, one of the ages is wrong, right? So the argument that Ems is making is that, listen, the one that was wrong clearly should be her sister, not Aisha, because the authentic hadith gives the age of Aisha. The unauthentic hadith gives the age of her sister. And also we have a lot more material in history on Aisha as opposed to her sister. So based on the principle that one, the authentic hadith gives us the information, and number two, we have a lot more information for Aisha, it just makes logical sense that the age that was wrong in the unauthentic hadith would be for her sister. Do you understand the basis of the argument?
I completely understand, right? But he's not even finishing the argument. Finish the argument. I'm not saying anything regarding that hadith. I'm not saying that hadith is wrong, right? I'm trying to make an argument.
Could you put me on the screen, please?
You see, this again, dude, guys, a lot, dude, man.
You asked me for the source. It's on the screen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Give me a second. Let me just place this argument quickly,
let me put you on big real quick. Give me a second.
Now go ahead and read.
There's a modern scholar, right, named Muhammad al-Ghazali.
No, this is Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Habibi.
No, I'm not talking about... Dude, relax, bro. Let me make the argument. And then you can... I'll listen to you, bro. And you make a better argument. I'll take it. right? Can I just let me just say this, right?
Go ahead.
There's an argument made by a scholar named Muhammad al-Ghazali, many other scholars. It is, and I will admit, it's a minority opinion, right? Most Sunni scholars still take that
It
Aisha
is a
was six
rejected
and nine when
opinion.
she consummated. It's not a rejected opinion, bro. It's a minority
It
opinion.
is.
It's a
It is
constructed opinion,
rejected.
bro.
According to
Let
the
me just
Prophet,
make
it is
the
rejected, yes.
let me make the argument, right?
We
Let me
know,
make the
we know
argument,
nothing about
then you
Islamic
can tell
theology,
me
but go
what's
ahead, continue.
wrong. Wait,
Go
tell me
ahead.
what's wrong with the argument, right?
Go
You
ahead.
just want to talk, bro. You want to look good. I
Uh,
understand that. That's fine though.
no, you're simply
But
just
let me just make the
wasting
argument.
time with no
Yeah,
reason.
you're
Go
wasting
ahead.
time. You interrupting me.
Uh,
So
Go
this is
ahead.
the argument, right? So according to history, Asma died in the year 73 at approximately 100 years of age, right? Aisha in this hadith says she was approximately 6 years old when she married the Prophet, right? And 9 when she consummated. What scholars, modern scholars, they argue that Aisha was giving this age in terms of her menstrual cycle when
Give the scholar.
she
Name the
became
scholar. Go ahead.
dude when she became puberty.
Name
I
the
just
scholar.
mentioned the scholar Muhammad al-Ghazali. Muhammad al-Ghazali made this
Muhammad
argument. A lot of
al-Ghazali.
other scholars, modern scholars,
Wait,
made
wait,
this.
wait, wait. Muhammad
Wait,
al-Ghazali.
Muhammad
Is it
al-Ghazali.
who I think it is?
It's not that Ghazali, brother. It's a different Ghazali. You see, calm down.
No, no, I'm not talking
It's a
about
modern scholar.
al-Ghazali. I'm talking about
It's a
Muhammad
21st century
al-Ghazali.
scholar. Yeah, it's
Uh,
21st century scholar.
uh,
Anyway, other scholars as
I
well,
mean,
right?
where does he say that? Where does he say
Anyway,
that? Go ahead.
I'll tell you now. I'll tell you now, right? And then what
Go ahead.
they also argue, the reason they agree with this is because when you bring that down, when you compare it to Asma, it comes to the same age. That if she was approximately 10 years old, 10 years older, she would be 17, between 17 and 18 years old, right? And that agrees
Nope.
with the age gap between Asma and Aisha approximately. That's where the argument comes from, right? Now, this is a
Uh,
minority opinion, but I accept this opinion, right? I
it
accept
is
this opinion.
rejected.
The reason I accept this opinion,
I can tell you
bro,
why it is
calm down.
rejected.
Right,
That's your
but what
problem,
we're
bro.
asking is
It's okay
why should anyone accept this? Because the
because
evidence that
yeah,
we have seems to point towards the fact that she was age 6 when she was married and 9. That's why in another hadith it talks about how she was still playing with dolls when she was with the prophet.
yeah. So the reason I reject that, right, and I can reject that because the Quran doesn't say anything about it.
But they're both
The Quran
authentic
is silent on
hadiths.
it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The Quran is silent on. It's
Okay,
completely silent on that.
just to be
So
clear,
if
just to
yeah,
be clear, we have two authentic hadiths that describe Aisha as being a little girl, still playing with dolls, being age 9 and 6 when she was married to the prophet. You want us to believe that we should ignore these
no,
authentic hadiths in favor of an unauthentic hadith just because you prefer the
not
interpretation of
just
the
I
unauthentic
prefer.
one?
I don't say I prefer that.
Well,
I say it
that's
makes
what
more
we're
sense
asking
to me.
for. Give us the reason why we would accept the unauthentic one as opposed to the authentic one, because we also find elsewhere in the narrations that other people mention the age of Aisha.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't really matter though, right?
So
Doesn't really matter. How would people
why should we
know?
accept your calculation from the unauthentic hadiths?
Mm. So, like I said, the construction version, the modern argument does make more sense to me.
No, no, no,
Looking at it
no.
historically,
I know it makes
okay?
more sense to you. I'm asking you,
Yeah.
give us the argument for why it's better to believe the unauthentic hadith over what the authentic ones say. Why should we trust them?
Can I have the screen?
Right. So I'm not saying accept the unauthentic hadith as opposed to rejecting the authentic hadith. I'm saying that if history tells something different, if we can look down the chronology, I'm going to reject the hadith. The hadith is not Quran, right? Quran is
Right,
protected by God.
but
Hadith
that
is not
doesn't,
protected by God.
Matt, that doesn't answer my question. My
No,
question
no,
is,
it's just
we have
mm,
multiple authentic hadith that give
yeah,
us her age as a little girl when she was
yeah.
married. You're pointing
So
to hold on. You're pointing to an
yep.
unauthentic hadith that contradicts that. And you're saying, no, you should believe this unauthentic one rather than the authentic one. I'm asking you, can you provide us a good reason why we would accept the unauthentic hadith as opposed to the authentic ones.
I'm not referring to an unauthentic hadith though. Nobody brought up an unauthentic hadith.
Where is it? Which hadith is it?
Yeah.
I had it on the screen.
So
Ems has
there it
got
is
it
on
on
the
the
screen.
screen already.
Yes, on the screen. Go ahead. I don't see it.
Could you read it? Go ahead. Could we have him read it?
Read
Go
what?
ahead. Because he asked me to
Read what?
show him where it is daif. So go ahead.
Read what?
Now go ahead and read. It is on the screen.
Oh, sorry, he can't see the screen. You have to tell me. You have to tell me where to find the hadith because he can't read the screen. He can't see it.
Let me send it to you on Discord.
He can only he can only see my web browser.
Guys, by the way, I have to leave in about 5 minutes, so I think this will be the last point. That's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I mean, listen, you've given us well over an hour of your time, so certainly we appreciate you sticking around as long as you can.
Yeah, but I don't want to run away from this though. I think I'm gonna give you guys this as well. I won't run away before this.
Could you put it on the screen?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I think what we're looking for is this one here. I'm gonna put that on the screen. And
All right.
now this is all in Arabic, right? Yeah.
Explain yourself on TikTok, by the way.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Get my screen back up there.
No.
All right, so
you highlight the last two sentences and have him read them.
All right, right here.
By the way, this is like listing multiple different scholars saying that the narrator of the hadith is weak. It says, وسألت أحمد بن حنبل عن أبي ثانية. I can't read the thing, it's too small. قال وهو ضعيف في الحديث أو ضعيف في الحديث.
Yeah,
He's weak in
It's not
narration.
rejected, it's weak. Daif is weak. It's not rejected
Daif?
though, eh?
Daif is rejected. It is rejected. That is the entire basis, Habibi. That is the entire basis of Bukhari's work. MashaAllah. Again, find a single scholar that says that this can be based upon anything. And again, the reason I told you that you can be rejected completely that is because of a Tirmidhi 2167, in which the Prophet says that he has prayed that his nation is not united upon a falsehood, and God's hand is with the majority, and he who strays away from the majority strays to hell. And you're straying away from the majority, so you're straying to hell.
Oh no, dude! This is not a basis of faith, though. You do realize that. No, in the Quran do we have to? No.
Like, this is simply stupid.
I'm
Tirmidhi
replying to what-
2167.
I'm just replying to what you just said now, right? So I'm going away from the majority, the Jama'ah. I'm going to hell. That's a basis of faith, though. This is not a basis of faith, though. So you need to calm down, bro. Right?
لا لا حبيبي لا يجمع أمتي على ضلالة in general. This is generalized. This is generalized.
You try to. I love how you try to grandstand. I would I like to do Justin, you know, but you're a little grandstand.
The panic is real.
But I appreciate it though. Just give me a second. Just bear with me.
The panic is amazing.
So, I think the problem that we have is, like, the majority of the scholars agree with our interpretation. You're just saying that you agree with the minority. And listen, if that's your position, that's fine. I don't think that we want to waste all night trying to force you to agree with the majority position. I think it's fine enough that you're just admitting that, hey, listen, you agree with the minority of scholars, and that's fine.
Yeah, I see that from the beginning. I said this is a minority opinion. It is a minority. It's a modern opinion.
It is not even a minority opinion, by the way.
Looking at history, it's a minority opinion. Looking at history as well. Also, I see that I get a phone call now. Just give me a second. So, for example.
Oh, we lost him.
By the way, it is not even a minority opinion. And modern interpretations are completely, like, they do not even matter. According to Ibn Taymiyyah, the only consensus that matters is the consensus of the first 3 generations after the Prophet. And after that, according to him, and I'm quoting him, the Ummah, with the nation of Islam, not the cult, has gotten too big that a consensus cannot be feasibly reached. So the only consensus that matters is the consensus of the first 3 generations.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Ems, you know what that conversation
that
just
was
was?
boring.
That
was
was
Dunning-Kruger.
our very first Muslim cooking of 2026.
It was.
We rang in the new year with a hell of a first. You know, he was nice enough at
That
least,
was
I thought.
obnoxious. He wasn't. Like this is on the level. Like I don't think you understand like how dishonest he was. Like he was literally reading my language and saying that like he literally read the word light and then he said that means reflected.
Right.
Huh?
Right. Yeah, I get that.
What are you saying?
We find the same nonsense. I get annoyed when we get the same nonsense when we read the Bible and they're telling me
But it's probably the same thing.
Yeah, clearly that it doesn't actually say.
And I wouldn't understand. What you're talking about. But it gets even worse when he's trying to he started laughing and saying, "So you're saying that this is a bad translation? It's literally a bad translation. It says, and we made the moon a light. How is that reflected? Where's the word reflected there?" And he said, "Haha, the word light in Arabic actually means reflected. Where?"
Yeah, I think that's a cope. It's not reality, you know. We find the same thing with the Quran apologists as we do with the biblical apologists. Most of what they
It's the same
have
thing.
are unsupported copes, you know. Well, shit, friends, I'm gonna grab another guest, but let me get a couple super chats before we do that, and we'll keep the show running here. Meg, good to see you tonight. It says, glad you're back. Had withdrawal symptoms. Also, glad you're feeling better as well. Happy New Year. Well, thank you, Meg. I appreciate that. I do feel a lot better today. My sinuses are still clogged up. You might be able to tell, but I feel much better. So I think maybe by tomorrow I'll be like back to close to 100%. Mangle, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the Christian world view relies on the idea that God creates souls birthed from parents to pass a test. He doesn't grade on a curve. What are the best and worst apologist responses? Well, so most apologists wouldn't say that God created souls and is seeing if they'll like pass a test, because most people know, or most Christians would admit that God is all knowing and therefore he doesn't have to test people, right? He does it. The reason why they have freedom of choice is not because they're being tested necessarily, but because their destination has to be their choice. They have to choose to be damned to hell or to go into heaven. So it's more about responsibility than about testing. That being said, if you go back in the earlier pages of the Old Testament, God clearly does say that he tests people. He tested Abraham. He says in Deuteronomy on like 3 different occasions that he will test the Israelites to know if they indeed love him with all their heart and soul. The God of the Old Testament isn't quite all-knowing, and that's fine. You don't get the all-knowing God until you get to the New Testament, and that's the God that the Christians cling on to, the all-knowing deity. But in the Old Testament, the all-knowingness doesn't really seem to be there. So yeah, I don't know any Christians that say that God creates us and is just putting us into a test. They might exist. They probably do exist. It's just not something that I've heard on the live stream before. I mean, not frequently, at least. Sherry says, an old home remedy for a fever. Dalton was just talking about this. A shot of Kraken, 1 aspirin, and a teaspoon of honey. Stir well, it works. Well, thank you, Sherry. Here's the deal. Aspirin doesn't do shit for me. I've tried taking aspirin for various things all my life. It's never done anything. Not for a headache, not for a fever, not for shit. It doesn't do nothing for me. My body is like, what the fuck is this? It's like water. It doesn't even care. The only thing that helps...
too much.
I don't take it at all. It doesn't do anything for me. Yeah. And even Advil barely does anything for me. So the only thing that works for me when I'm sick and I need to like bring my fever down or I need to deal with a headache or something is I have to take Advil and Tylenol together. That combination helps. But, you know, it is what it is. I do agree, though, a little bit of honey and Kraken, while it might not fix the problem, It's fucking fantastic.
It will love you.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Absent-minded professor says, need a Nebraska Steve compilation. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. I keep track. I've been since the late June, I've been keeping track of all the people I talk to. I've got a spreadsheet and I'm writing them down as I'm talking to them. So here in the future, in 2026, I'll be able to put together much better compilations based on my spreadsheet that I've assembled, rather than trying to like go back in my memory and be like, oh, who the fuck did I talk to and when did I talk to them? So I think the end of 2026, I'm going to have some really good compilations for you. So I'm looking forward to that. Chambermaid, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I wonder if ancient people came back today and saw all of the things we have learned since their time, if they would be like, oh yeah, that makes way more sense than the God stuff. I think so. Like, ancient people weren't stupid. They were smart. The problem is they didn't know what we know, right? That's the really big difference. Like, they were already doing algebra, 2.5, 3,000 years ago. The reality is we just know more. We have access to information that they didn't have access to. Hank, thank you for the 666. Says Kalam is useless. Agreed. The conclusion says nothing about the nature of the cause, and the gaudy properties of the cause have to be imported wholesale. Indeed, it's really more of a what do they call that game that they do in the streets with the ball under the cups and they slide it around and try to see if you could you can figure out where the ball is. It's just a big shell game is what it is. They're hoping to smuggle something in with an argument that they hope that you don't catch. They hope when they can make it, when they smuggle in a prime mover, that they can get you to agree that the prime mover must be God without having to think about it critically. But think about it for more than 5 seconds. And that's not the case. Drew, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, speaking of the Big Bang, I'm also currently enjoying Battle of the Big Bang, the new tales of our cosmic origins by Naesh Afshordy and Phil Halpert. Well, I know Phil. I'll have to give it a look. I've saw the book floating around the interwebs, and I thought that it might be a good read. I'm glad somebody in the community is reading it, because I kind of have a suspicion it's good, and I think it captures where we're at. I think there was a time way back, early days when people assumed that the Big Bang was like something from nothing. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. I can't find any reputable like physicists or cosmologists that believe that the Big Bang is something from nothing. I think the general concept of the Big Bang has shifted dramatically in our time period. So I'll have to give it a read. And aiming upwards.
Way, could you, as somebody on Discord brought this up, I think you might want to read it. It's Tirmidhi 3298.
Yeah,
it's regarding the verse we read about the layers of Earth. It is a weak narration, but it's a narration from the time of the Prophet, so even if it was weak, it shows you that what the people at the time used to think about cosmology. Which is pretty interesting to read.
You say it was
Tirmidhi 3298.
Gotcha. All right, let me put the super chat down for a second.
And hello, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi.
So it says, "O Messenger of Allah, which of the people is tried most severely?"
No, it is 3298. My bad.
Oh, 32. Sorry, I got 23. 3298. Okay. Says Abu Huraira said, once when the Prophet of Allah was sitting with his companions, a cloud came above them. So the Prophet of Allah said, do you know what this is? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, these are clouds that are to drench the earth, which Allah dispatches to people who are not grateful to him or supplicate to him. Then he said, do you know what is above? And they said, Allah and his messenger know better. And he said, indeed, it is a preserved canopy of the firmament whose surge is restrained. Then he said, do you know how much is between you and between it? So between the firmament and between the earth. And they said, Allah and his messenger know better. And he said, between you and it, of 500 500 year. What's that mean, 500 year? The distance of 500 years?
A walking distance.
Oh, it's the walking distance of 500 years. Then he said, do you know what is above that? And they said, Allah and his messenger know better. And he said, verily, above that are 2 heavens. Between the 2 of them, there is a distance of 500 walking years until he enumerated 7 heavens. So the 7 heavens are only 500 walking years apart.
Yeah, so each heaven is 500 from the one previous.
That's crazy. Okay. I got to write that one down. Give me a second.
Continue reading because it gets worse.
Oh, no, it gets worse.
Like a lot worse.
What is between each of the 2 heavens and what is between the heavens and the earth? Then he said, do you know what is above that? And they said, Allah and his messenger know better. And he said, verily, above that is the throne. Between it and the heavens is a distance like what is between 2 of the heavens. So a throne, I assuming, is Allah's throne. So far out in the heavens. Then he said, do you know what is under you? And they said, Allah and his messenger, I lost it, know better. He said, indeed, it is the earth. Then he said, do you know what is under that? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, verily, below it is another earth, between the 2 of which is a distance of 500 years, until he enumerated 7 earths. Between every 2 earths is a distance of 500 years. Then he said, by the one whose hand is the soul of Muhammad, if you were to send a man down with a rope to the lowest earth, then he would descend upon Allah. Then he recited, he is, I don't know, that must be Arabic, and he has knowledge over all things. That's crazy cosmology. All right, I got to write that down. Hold on.
It's pretty funny.
That's wild.
But be wary, it's a weak narration, but it shows you what they used to think at the time, based upon the verse in 65:12 when it said that 7 heavens and then 7 earths.
This is pretty wild. Let's see if I can copy all this in one go without fucking up my browser. There we go. I'm going to put this in the spreadsheet. The Quran tab, which technically at this point is just the Islam tab in the cheat sheet, is starting to get pretty large, friends. If you got the cheat sheet, I've been adding really diligently for my reading and from the live streams.
You should give me editing power and I can add some stuff.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll send you a link as an editor. In fact, I'll do it here in just a minute while I get the next guest up. Let me grab, I got 1, 2, I got 5 super chats, and I'll get our next guest in here, friends. Cardinal, I'm sorry, this is the one that was up here previously. Drew, thank you for that. It says, speaking of the Big Bang. Oh, no, we did read that. I apologize. Okay, so we got that one. And then aiming upwards says Christian here. Well, welcome in, Christian. Thank you for the super chat. How sure do you think you would be to need, I'm sorry, how sure do you think you would need to be that the perfectly good God of at least much of the Bible is real to be willing to actively put your trust and faith in him? Well, I think you're probably confusing belief and faith. So I would never trust or have faith in that God, even if that God was real. I could believe that God is real. I would never trust it because of the horrible shit that he did in the Bible. So those are 2 different concepts. If he proved that he was real, certainly I'd be willing to believe that he's real, but I would certainly never trust something that thinks that it's okay to kidnap and rape women and pillage villages and commit genocides and bash babies' heads against stones. That's not an entity that I would trust no matter how real that entity is. I have no reason to believe that entity is good by any stretch of the imagination. And Genji, thank you for the $15 super chat. It says, for Christmas, I got Who Wrote the Bible by Richard Freeman. Great book. Richard Elliott Freeman is amazing. It says, Why the Bible Began by Jacob Wright. Another good book, maybe even better. And Hidden Riches by Christopher Hayes. I didn't read Hidden Riches. I apologize. Have you read any of these and what do you think of them? For the first 2, I know. Fantastic books, couldn't recommend more. The third, I don't know. But if you're into Richard Elliott Freeman, you might also do yourself a favor. I think I've got it with me probably somewhere in here. There you go. You might also want to grab a copy of this. And Sarah knows this. We've used this on stream before on our Bible study on her channel. So if you want to see a walkthrough Bible study, Sarah and I are doing one on her channel at Leaving Faith. But this is by Richard Elliott Freeman, and it's the Bible with sources revealed. Now, when he says Bible, he's not referring to the entire Bible. He's referring to the Pentateuch. But he's got the documentary hypothesis laid out. So you can see who is the redaction school for each section of the text. And you can even go, say, to like the flood narrative, go to like Genesis 7, 8, and 9, and you can see how they section out the various sources for the flood and the Tower of Babel and whatnot. So this is a really, if you're interested in source criticism, this is just a really super handy reference work. Now, I mean, obviously, not all scholars agree perfectly on which texts come from which editing school. But most of them do have some level of agreement. I think that book is the best book for giving like a quick glance to see what scholars say. Lockfree, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says Sahih Bukhari 452 and 74I. You'll enjoy this one. I don't think I know that one. Let me see. Sahih Bukhari 452.
No, it is a different, search thing. So it is volume 4, chapter 52, hadith 74. The one on Sunnah is standardized. So
Okay.
just copy it from the super chat.
Well, I don't have the ability to copy from the super chat, but I can.
Yeah, so just read it that way.
Yeah, I can type it in the way that it shows up. So,
Justin, can you say the title of that book again for the audience? Like what the title of that is?
Called The Bible with Sources Revealed by Richard Elliott Freeman.
Thank you.
Excellent resource. Just an awesome scholar. Okay, so in volume 4, 52, 74, I don't see a section I. Give me a second to see if I can find it. I've got it right here. The website can't be loaded. Fantastic. What about from this website? 74? No. I can't seem to find a way to pull up 74I. I can find 74A. Hold on. Here's a better website that might have it. Okay, this website has it.
Could you share your screen for me?
Yeah, give me 1 second. This website has got it listed in the way that we need to have it. I got to zoom in though. It's really tiny. All right, 71. No, I don't see this. There we go, 74. There we go, 74I. Okay, it says, Allah's apostle said, once Solomon, son of David, yeah, okay, that's right, said by Allah tonight, I will have sexual intercourse with 100 or 99 women, each of whom I will give birth to a knight who will fight in Allah's cause. On that, but this is not a good translation. On that, something, but he did not say Allah willing. Therefore, only one of those women conceived and gave birth to a half man, by him in whose hands Muhammad's life is. If he said Allah willing, he would have begotten sons, all of whom have been knights striving for Allah's cause. That's actually pretty crazy. So the idea here then basically is what you're saying is that because he didn't do the proper piety, giving reverence to Allah, God gave him only one
that's
child.
a real belief, by the way.
And it was a woman.
Like currently. They do the same thing right now. If you do not say God willing, then God takes away whatever you're planning. But that never happens with me, and I never say it, so I don't know.
Let me write this down. This is interesting. I've never heard this one before. I mean, there's so many
Oh,
hadiths. Like,
there's a hadith. There's a good one. There's a hadith that talks about, like, it describes Jesus and his crucifixion, even though it never happened.
oh my gosh. Yeah, they don't believe that Jesus was crucified.
Search up the hadith, a prophet being crucified by his people.
Oh boy.
I do not remember the reference, so you're just gonna have to search it up. And he says, like, Father, why have you forsaken me, or something.
All right. It's in Bukhari 6929, I believe. Or possibly, yeah. Okay. Says, that's right. As if I'm looking at the prophet while he was speaking about one of the prophets whose people have beaten and wounded him, and he was wiping the blood off his face, saying, "O Lord, forgive my people as they do not know." I bet the next verse probably talks about his crucifixion. Wonder,
Well,
is there
be missing the
button?
one, or maybe I misremember it.
Let's see if it's in the next
At the
verse.
bottom, it shows you the next hadith. But I do not.
Yeah.
I might have misunderstood it then.
Well, we can add that to the cheat sheet. I'll add you as an editor. Can you go into the Discord real quick and send me your Gmail address? And then while we're going to read, I got 2 more super chats. I'm going to get the next guest in here, but we'll get Ems added up as an editor on the cheat sheet. Herbie, thank you for the 20-pound super chat. Says, my Justin, the line mug arrived. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for ordering. Says, along with my promise mug. Awesome. 4 days ago. How long does it take you to make each one? Well, thank goodness I don't make the mugs. I actually do have equipment to make mugs. I don't make the mugs. And it's not my shop. This is in the line. This is the line. This is for their fundraiser. It's great to have you back. I'll catch up with the show later as I just woke for an old man comfort break. Well, listen, I take some old man comfort breaks myself. I find myself more and more waking up in the middle of the night and having to like go do some shit and then go back to bed early in the morning. I don't know why my brain does that to me, but it does weird things. It does that to me. Drew, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, so 500 walking years are farther than 10,000 steps, eh? You know, I would imagine so, but I'm kind of curious to know how they would measure off 500 walking years. Don't you think that's a weird?
It's because, like, a lot of the time they used to measure distances between cities in like time. So they would say it's like the masirat, which would mean like the walking of a month, or like the walking of 2 months. Because like that is how they measured like the distances. So just walk a week this way and then 2 weeks this way. You know, like that is how it worked at the time.
And last one from Merge 1981. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Although I got to read one more super chat because it's so funny. Hold on. Chaos Engine says, whatever Matt was cooking, it's still raw. I think that's about right. We lost Sarah. Sarah, sorry, had to run. But friends, make sure you're following Leaving Faith so you can catch our Bible study on her channel. And we have a lot of fun. We should be putting another episode up this week now that I think all the holiday and stuff is kind of settled down. So, well, our TikTok guest that was next left. So what that means is next in line is No One on Fire or Nobody on Fire. And then after that was Huss, if I caught them in the right direction. Now, No One on Fire, Nobody on Fire, it looks like you didn't actually get fully connected when you connected up. I don't see that you have any hardware connected. It doesn't show that you're fully connected. I'm going to drop you down. If you get the chance, come back and see if maybe your connection's better the second time around. Huss, you are fully connected. So let's get Huss into the conversation. Huss, welcome. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I do believe in a God, yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
A Muslim, so Allah.
Good timing. All right then. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Muslim God being
By the way,
real?
he's very quiet on TikTok.
He's
Very quiet.
super quiet. Yeah,
Is it just me or is it like the mic level?
that's probably both.
Like I
I
can
can turn
barely hear him.
I can turn you up though. Hold on. All right, say something now.
Is it better now or
I mean, a little bit better. I mean, you're really quiet though. It sounds like you're whispering.
no? I'm not. I might just have a shitty mic then.
It could be a combination of both. Okay, so I think most people can hear you. I'll crank it up even more. I think we should be okay. So, like, what is the best argument or piece of evidence for the Muslim God existing?
Wait, just before we start, because I wanted to get your position. Are you Christian or are you an atheist?
Atheists.
Atheist. All right. And one more thing. I hope you get better all soon because I heard you're sick and whatnot. So,
Thanks. I
and I
appreciate
appreciate you
that.
giving your time to everyone as well. Like, I was watching you the whole time and you're a really nice guy. So I just wanted to get that out the way before.
Big deal, man.
Um,
I mean, good deal. I mean, good deal. Not big deal. Good deal.
I think you should be appreciated for that. But
So, Hus,
yeah.
like you're allowed to give an argument for a generic God. I think our preference is typically that you give one for your particular God. So it's up to you.
Right. Well, I was watching your one with the other Muslim guy, and I didn't really understand your point about some of the verses to do with the semen, but we can get into that later. But one thing that I really want to talk about is like prophecies. How do you explain prophecies that come true?
They
Like, how does that happen? Where do they come from?
they don't. So
Can
like
you give me?
I'm familiar with like some of the supposed prophecies in the Quran, and it turns out that some of them didn't even come true, and some of them aren't really prophecies. Like you have to twist the text in like a million different ways to make them say what you actually want them to say. But I also know that there are appear to be predictions in the Quran that don't come true. So I think just like Christianity, they
Yeah.
understood this time of judgment when God is going to come and like send people to hell or send some, to paradise and whatnot. They understood this to be like kind of imminent. And in chapter 21, it says it seems like they're expecting it to happen like right away. So, for example, it says the time of people's judgment has drawn near, yet they are heedlessly turning away. Whatever new reminder comes to them from their Lord, they only listen to it jokingly. With their hearts totally distracted, the evildoers would converse secretly, saying, "Is this one not human like yourselves? Would you fall for this witchcraft, even though you can clearly see?" The prophet responded, "My Lord fully knows every word spoken in the heavens and the earth, for he is all hearing, all knowing. Yet they say this Quran is set of confused dreams. No, he has fabricated it. No, he must be a poet. So let him bring us a tangible sign like those prophets sent before." You know what? I'm in the wrong. I got to fast forward. Hold on. I don't know why it gave me the whole chapter. I need to get all the way down further into the
Verse.
conversation. There we go. All right. So it says, "Humankind is made of haste. I will soon show my signs, so do not ask me to hasten them." They ask the believers, "When will this threat come to pass if you say what is true?" If only the disbelievers knew that a time will come when they will not be able to keep the fire off their faces or backs, nor will they be helped. In fact, the hour will take them by surprise, leaving them stunned, so they will not be able to avert it, nor will it be delayed from them. I'm reading this as a prediction, just like the Bible has, of like this end time judgment being imminent.
That hasn't happened, though, right?
Right, yeah.
So like it's still
And
something that hasn't happened.
we do find that the prophet himself thought that the day of judgment was very, very close, to the point that he even thought that the Antichrist was alive during his time.
But there isn't a given time frame, so it's
Sure, but he
it's like
thought there was a little boy. His name was Ibn Sayyad, who the prophet at one point thought he was the Antichrist who was supposed to come at the end of times. So if you search up IBN in the search,
Yeah,
just search
IBN.
up in the search IBN,
But it wasn't
Ibn,
confirmed.
and then space SAYYAD. You're gonna find countless narrations of this kid being harassed and almost killed by the prophet and his friends.
Okay.
In like hadith. Like just like find the hadiths. Yeah. Like yeah, for example, there.
Yeah, Umar B. Khattab went along with Allah's messenger in the company of some persons to Ibn Sa'id, that he found him playing with children near the battlement of Bnei Magala. Ibn Sa'id was at the time just at the threshold of adolescence, and he did not perceive the presence of the Holy Prophet until Allah's messenger struck his back with his hands. Allah's messenger said, Ibn
They're very
Sa'id,
peaceful.
yeah,
Beating a
Ibn
child.
Sa'id, don't you bear witness that I am the messenger of Allah? And Ibn Sa'id looked toward him and he said, I bear witness to the fact that you are the messenger of the unlettered. Oh boy. Ibn Sa'id said
In
to
Arabic, it says
Allah,
the foolish.
I believe that, right? Do you bear witness to the fact that I am the messenger of Allah? And Allah's messenger rejected this and said, I affirm my faith in Allah and in his messengers. Then Allah's messenger said to him, what do you see? Ibn Sa'id said, it is a duke. What's a duke? D-U-K-H?
Hey,
So maybe Matt.
let me check the Arabic one sec.
I don't know that word.
I can try to search it up as well. Pain or suffering, is that right?
Maybe. That's so it says here Duke in Arabic usually refers to daka, a type of strong dry tobacco smoked in a small pipe, but this is just
Oh.
the Google AI overview. It's almost never right.
I don't think that, because I searched up
I
the
think that might
same
be
thing.
correct. It sounds to be
Okay.
correct at least.
So
Okay, yeah.
he says, it is a duke. Thereupon Allah's messenger said, may you be disgraced and dishonored. You would not
To a
be able
child,
to
by the
go.
way.
Yeah, would you not be able to go beyond your rank? Umar B. Khattab said, Allah's messenger permit me that I should strike his neck. Thereupon Allah's messenger said, if he is the same, who would appear near the last hour, you would not be
The
able
Antichrist.
to overpower him. And if he is not, that there is no good for you to kill him. Abdullah B. Umar further narrated that after some time, Allah's messenger and Ubay B. Kaib went towards the palm trees where Ibn Sa'id was. When Allah's messenger went near the tree, he hid himself behind a tree with the intention of hearing something from Ibn Sa'id before Ibn could see him, but Allah's messenger saw him on a bed with a blanket around him from which a murmuring sound began being heard. In Ibn Sa'id's mother-in-law saw Allah's messenger behind the trunk of the palm tree. She said to Ibn Sa'id, Saf, which was his name, here is Muhammad. Thereupon Ibn Sa'id jumped up, murmuring, and Allah's messenger said, if she had left him alone, he would have made things clear. Abdullah B. Umar told that Allah's messenger stood up amongst the people and lauded Allah as he deserved, and then he made... Is there more of this? How much do I need to read here?
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think this is like multiple hadiths, but the point is that he thought that this kid was the Antichrist, and he was stalking the kid to check if he was the Antichrist who was supposed to come at the last hour.
Yeah, but he
So
didn't
the
say he
Prophet
was.
thought that the last hour, sure. The problem is that the Prophet thought that the last hour was imminent. He even said to his companions
He just
that
went on
people
a- just
alive
went on a
today would witness it.
You seen
Yeah.
that tangent?
That is a
So
prophecy.
like the prophecies, it's imminent and it hasn't happened yet. So you can't claim that it's
And
completed.
no,
or
there
it's-
is a prophecy that failed, completely failed. He said that people alive at the time would live to see the last hour.
Yeah, we've got it right here in Sahih Muslim 2953b. Says, when would the last hour come? Thereupon Allah's messenger kept quiet for a while. Then looking at a young boy in his presence belonging to the tribe of Azdi Shanua, said, "If this boy lives, he would not grow very old till the last hour would come upon you."
Okay, and what does this mean?
Well, my interpretation of the Hadiths and of the Quran itself is that they believed that the last hour, the day of judgment, was basically imminent. And I think, and this is my reading, I think that's why every page of the Quran is warning people about hell. I'm in chapter 4 of the
Sorry,
Quran.
sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm.
Can you just, what is this one? This is Sahih Muslim. What's the,
Yeah, Sahih Muslim
yeah,
2953b.
53B? I'm just gonna be honest,
It
I'm
is
not very
good.
well versed on this one, so I'm just gonna do a bit of research and maybe next time if I come in the future, I can
That's fun.
talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So uh, to me, this perfectly explains why like every page of the Quran is about hell. So again, I'm only on chapter 4,
Mm.
and I've been marking every page that mentions hell, and so far it's basically every page with red tabs. And I assume this trend will continue as I read through this. But I think
It
the only
does.
reason why you would spend every page of your book warning people about hell is if it was imminent. And the text seems to suggest that it is imminent.
Yeah, but it still hasn't happened. Like, imminent means it can still happen in the future, right?
But that's
It
not what
doesn't mean that
imminent means.
it's okay, but there isn't a given time frame.
Right, but imminent means it's happening in the immediate future. It's not something that's thousands of years later.
Yeah, but so that's your subjective view of imminent, right? Because
No,
if you had to put it, no, because if you had to put it and on a timeline of, let's say, humanity, right? Then if the day of judgment was to come, what at a certain point in time, from the beginning of mankind, it would be a long time, and now at the time of Prophet Muhammad, it would be imminent because the day of judgment could be closer to the time of the Prophet than it was from the
well,
time of the Prophet to the first man. Do you understand
that's
what I'm
not
saying?
how the word imminent works. The word imminent has nothing to do with the past. It's about the future, right? So when you're talking about something happening imminently in the future, you're
Yeah,
saying these events are very near. They're happening
yeah.
soon.
It's based on time, right?
No,
So
it's based on future time, not past time.
yeah, yeah, but you have to take in account to the future. Sorry, the past time.
You don't.
You can't. You have to take, because if
But you
you say
don't.
something, okay, but then if I say something
So,
is
like,
about to
for
happen and
example,
I
I
don't give a
believe
time
that the
frame,
universe is infinite. There's no beginning to the universe. It's always existed. There's always been time. It's turtles all the way down, right? But
hmm,
when if Ems tells me that I'm going to do something imminently, I don't think that's going to happen thousands of years from now because the past is infinite. The size
but
of the
okay,
past is never going to change how the word imminent means in interpreting future events.
but it could happen still.
Can
It
No.
could.
can I give you Justin? So
So you're saying that this is failed
Constantinople,
because
it
it
was
didn't
just.
happen very closely. Is that what you're saying?
Can I give you just something relevant to this? So
Hmm.
Sorry, I asked,
Constantinople, it
I asked
was.
asking.
When was it? Go ahead. Finish your question. I'll ask after. Go ahead.
Sorry, sorry about that.
Mm.
So
It's
just
okay. Go ahead.
because it hasn't happened, you're saying within the lifetime of the Prophet or in the next 10, 20 years, that's why it's a failed prophecy. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is you are misusing the word imminent. The
No, I'm trying
meaning
to get
of
your
the word
understanding of.
imminent is about something happening in the immediate future, and it has no relevance to how much time has already passed. The word
And how would you
imminent has
define that?
nothing to do with the past. It only has to do with what's happening in the future.
How would you define that immediate future?
Something that's happening immediately. You should be
So,
expecting it. Your eyes should be open, and it should be happening immediately, not thousands of years. And even in your religion, you believe that the earth is what, probably 6,000 years, which means imminently for you is 1/3 of all of human history. So that still doesn't match.
I mean, like if it happens in a couple hundred years, it would, but
It
because it's
wouldn't.
still
It's been 1,500
yeah, on
years and
that
it
count.
hasn't happened.
Yeah,
The
and it's
word
6.
imminently is useless. If imminent could be used to refer to something, a length of time that is 1/3 of all human history so far,
No,
then it
no, so
basically loses all meaning. Like, for example, if I live to be 100, right? And at age 65, I say, I'm going to die imminently. And then I die at 100. Well, that's not the correct use of the word imminent. Imminent would not mean 1/3 or so of my entire life.
no, that's fair.
By the
Like I
way,
said, I'm not well
so
versed, so I'm not gonna try, spin it around
uh,
because I'm not versed. I'm not well versed.
so you know how like Constantinople has become Muslim, right?
Yes, it's in modern day Turkey.
Istanbul. So
Yep.
the Prophet said that the last hour or the final day would come after Constantinople becomes Muslim.
Okay.
Could you read Muslim 2920?
Yeah. Hold on, let me grab it.
So he says that after the Muslims conquer Constantinople and they raise the flag of Islam over Constantinople, that is when the Antichrist is going to come and the last hour is going to happen. And that happened like, what, 1,000 years ago?
Yeah, it says, you have heard about a city, one side of which is on land and the other is in the sea, Constantinople. They said, Allah's messenger, yes. Thereupon he said, the last hour would not come unless 70,000 persons from Bani Ishaq would attack it. When they would land there, they will neither fight with weapons nor would shower arrows, but would only say, there is no God but Allah, and Allah is the greatest. And one
So I'm gonna
side of it
scroll
would
down to
fall.
where it says the thing because like it's pretty long. So.
I think we already covered it.
Okay, so sorry, what were you saying that the day of judgment will come after Constantinople?
Continue reading and it's going to show.
Okay.
Okay.
Da, 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 da,
Let's
da,
see.
da, and
There is no God but Allah, and Allah is the greatest, and the gates would be opened for them, and they would enter therein, and would be collecting spoils of war and distributing them amongst themselves, when a noise would be heard saying, verily, Dajjal has come. Is that the end?
no, that is the false Messiah.
After they
Oh, that's the
after they start
Antichrist.
splitting,
Okay.
after they
So,
start splitting the spoils of war, that is when
So-
the Antichrist is supposed to come.
right, as they're splitting the spoils of war, it says that the Antichrist is to come, and thus they would leave everything there and go back. Okay, so
And,
this clearly couldn't have come
And
true.
further context, Muslim 2897, they gives extra context to the conquerors of Constantinople, and it says that, so 2897.
No, sorry, Justin, just before you jump,
Sure.
the Sahih 2953 about the young boy, is that the hadith where it mentioned that the hour is imminent?
It's one of them. Yeah, it says when
It's
would the
multiple.
last?
What
Yeah,
was the
what-
exact hadith that used the imminent term so I can do some research on that?
That was the one. It says, when would the last hour come? Thereupon Allah's messenger kept quiet for a while, then looked at the young boy in his presence belonging to the tribe of Az Shanu, and he said, if this boy lives, he would not grow very old till the last hour would come to you.
So where's the word imminent?
Sorry, that was in Quran 21:37 through 40. Sorry, that's in the Quran. The Hadith
Quran?
is just
what's
backing
the-
that up. In the Quran 21:37 through 40, it says,
21.
humankind is made of haste. I will soon show you my signs, so do not ask me to hasten them. They asked the believers, when will this threat come to pass? And it says, if only to, so on and so forth. So he says, soon I will show you my signs. So soon, I'm interpreting as imminently.
So that's your interpretation.
Well, I mean, what does the word
could you-
soon mean?
Soon could be in the future.
So, yeah, but soon is
posed
not
that
one.
imminent term.
Soon is not 1/3 of human history.
but it's not given a time frame as well.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant.
Soon is
Soon
sometime
still
in the
has a
future.
meaning, and the meaning is not sometime in the future.
Sometime in the future.
That's not what soon means. Soon means sometime in the future, very close in proximity of time. It doesn't mean
Not imminent,
any
though.
time in the future, and it certainly doesn't mean 1,500 years later.
And it certainly does not mean imminent, because imminent
It
is
certainly
very,
does.
It's imminent is more direct and precise. Than
Both
soon.
of
Would you
both
not
of
agree?
them are the immediate
Sure.
future.
The prophet in the hadith, he put two fingers right next to each other, literally sticking together, and he said, "I and the last hour have been sent like this."
Yep. Cool, but
And also,
still-
could you open up
that's
the
still
the hadith I sent you on Discord?
So in the Oxford Dictionary, the word soon is defined as a short time.
yeah.
So 1/3 of all human history is not a short time.
Well, I'll have to do some research on that. Okay, so short.
Could you
short.
could you open up the hadith I sent you on Discord?
Wait, can I
Yeah.
present one as well before you, because you've presented like 3 now. So do you know about the Roman one?
Which one? There's a couple.
It feels-
Roman and the Persians.
There's a couple hadiths that speak of the Romans. Did you have a
The
specific?
Roman and the Persian. The Romans defeating the Persians.
Oh, you don't want to do that one, do you? Okay,
I just want your thoughts on that one.
fair enough. So this is referring to the war at the deepest
Yeah. Yeah.
geographical level. All right, what about it?
So how does it like precisely within a time frame dictate when the Romans will defeat the Persians?
Well, it didn't. The prediction failed.
How?
Yeah, let's bring it. It's Quran 30. There we go. It says the Romans have been defeated in a nearby land. Although, if I remember, the textual note's important. The text doesn't say a nearby land. It says this can also mean in the lowest part of the earth. So it says they were defeated.
It says في أدنى الأرض, the lowest of the earth.
There you go. It was in the lowest of the earth. It says, yet following their defeat, they will triumph, which they didn't. Within 3 to 9 years, which didn't happen.
So the Romans did not defeat the Persians?
Not in
Could you name
39
the
years.
battle that happened? And could you name the battle that happened at the Dead Sea? Like, where is that battle? I cannot find it at all.
I'm talking about this specific verse, within 3 to 9 years.
Sure.
Okay.
At the time reference that this was revealed, this didn't happen. There was no battles at that area at all.
Did
Again, if you could find that battle that happened, في أدنى الأرض, as the Prophet prophesied, then again, go ahead. But the battle literally never happened. They never had a battle around that area at that time.
No, but what I'm asking is, did the Romans defeat the Persians within that framework?
Sure, which battle?
But so you're saying that it's not fulfilled
So-
because there wasn't one big battle that happened.
No.
So even if there was
The
more
problem
No,
is
that is not
is
the
it-
claim.
is it describes a battle that's going to happen that doesn't happen. That's the point. So let me put it back on the screen. So it says that the battle's going to happen. It says Romans, or it did. It says the Romans have been defeated in the lowest part of the earth. This would be where the Dead Sea is. Yet following their defeat, they will triumph within 3 to 9 years. So the reality
Can you
is
go to the 3
this-
to 9 years one?
this battle doesn't exist.
Can you scroll down to the 3 to 9 year one?
Yeah.
Within 3 to 9, the whole matter.
And it doesn't say 3 to 9 years, by the way. It says in some years. No, the Arabic doesn't say that.
That's what.
Buddha Isidi does not mean 3 to 9 years, no.
It is a term that is used.
Buddha literally just means some. But it doesn't carry 3 to 9 years. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
term was-
in fact,
that term
even
was-
in the direct translation on Quran.com, it lists the definition of this word as a few.
Yeah,
So,
but that's
a few
phrase that was
years.
used. That was a phrase used for 3 to 9 years. Yes, just because
Nope,
it wasn't.
not sure.
Yes, it was. That's in Lugha Arabiya.
Sure, find the lexicon, go ahead.
So if I find the lexicon, you're
There's
gonna
no
accept this properly.
If you do, yes, go ahead.
And then what happens if you do? You accept this prophecy? Are you gonna accept the Quran? Yeah. Is
No.
No, I'm going to
something that-
accept that Buddha just means 3 to 9. Go ahead and show me.
Okay. But you first mentioned that there was a battle, but it doesn't even mention a battle in this one. It just says that within 3 to 9
It does. It
years.
says غُلِبَتِ الروم في أدنى الأرض, that they have been defeated in the lowest land. Where was this battle?
That's the Romans. That's the Romans that were being defeated.
Yes, sure.
I'm talking about-
It
I'm
says
talking
that
about
the
Romans. I'm
triumph,
talking about the Romans.
sure, the triumph.
I'm talking-
Let me finish type so you can understand. The triumph of the Romans happens after this battle that happened at the lowest of the land. So what is this battle that happened in the Dead Sea between the Romans and the Persians that precedes the triumph of the Romans?
So essentially, your argument is because there's no historical.
It's a question.
documentation
It's not an
on-
argument.
No, that is. It's basically because there isn't a specific battle that was documented in history. It
No,
doesn't
I'm asking you a
exist.
question. That is all. That is not what I said.
Yeah,
I'm asking you, what is this battle?
That's
Do you have any
what
evidence that it
said.
happened? Because your claim is
Yes,
that
you're asking for
your
historical
claim is
evidence
that the
that
Quran prophesied that. Let me tell you what my claim is. Instead of you telling me what it is, you're saying that the Quran has predicted that after the defeat of the Romans at a specific battle, they're going to win.
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
if the first battle never even happened, or we have no evidence of it happening, then how would you know the time frame upon which you said 3 to 9 years after the first battle? Like again, we said that the first battle happens at the lowest of the land, which is the Dead Sea, and then 3 to 9 years after, the Romans are going to win. Now, if the first battle never happened, then we have no time frame.
Yeah, so your entire argument relies on the historical evidence for the first battle. Is that correct?
That is literally how prophecies work. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying just because there isn't evidence that this doesn't happen, that's what you're saying. In other words,
That is
What we're
literally what a
saying
prophecy is. That is how you prove it.
The Quran is citing a battle that didn't exist, or it's citing a false geological / geographical phenomenon, right? It might be talking about a real battle, and it
Yes.
thought that it was in the lowest part of the earth, but it's not, because they're wrong. They didn't realize that the Dead Sea was the lowest part. Those are multiple possibilities, but all of the possibilities still entail that the Quran says something false.
No, but what I wanted to focus on was that this 3 to 9 years where it was defeated, and then
Well,
is there not?
well, again, the
How
problem
do you
that
know
you
it is
have,
3 to 9 years?
yeah, the problem that you
How do
have
you know it is
here
3 to 9 years?
is it just says a few years, and
But
so
it's been carried
for
as 3
this
to 9
is
years.
the problem that you have here is it's just a couple years. We don't care if it's 3 to 9, whatever, not important. This is a prediction that the Romans are going to eventually win the battle at some point. That's not a novel prediction. Anyone could have guessed that the Romans, the most powerful army in the world, was going to defeat the Persians just like they defeated everyone before them. Like
Could
this
you
is
open
not
up the tafsir?
not even
and just read?
remotely interesting. Like, so for example, there was like 4 or 5 different wars that they had with the Parthians. If somebody would have predicted that the Romans are going to win the war against the Parthians in some short number of years in the future, that's not a novel, interesting prediction. Anyone could have done that. It's like if Canada goes to war with the United States and somebody says the United States are going to win the war within a few years. This is a nonsense prediction. We know the United States we get the most powerful army in the world. Like, geopolitical military predictions are the least useful predictions ever, because we find them all over the place. We find them in the Bible. In fact, we find them in Babylonian literature. I've got lots of predictions in the Babylonian literature where it predicts the outcome of particular battles, and it comes true, right? So this prediction, first of all, I don't think it says what you say it says, but even if it did, it wouldn't be interesting or special.
So you're
Do you know why the translation says 3 to 9 years?
Sorry?
Open up the tafsir and
Yeah.
open up the tafsir. It's going to explain it to you, and it's going to make it worse. So just read the tafsir. Yeah, there you go. Read from there.
There you go. It says, the Romans have been defeated in the nearest land. He said they were defeated and then they were victorious. He said the idolaters wanted the Persians to prevail over the Romans because they were idol worshippers. And the Muslims wanted the Romans to prevail over the Persians because they were people of the book. This was mentioned to Abu Bakr, who mentioned it to the Messenger of Allah. The Messenger of Allah said, they will certainly prevail. Abu Bakr mentioned this to the idolaters, and they said, set a time limit for that. And if we prevail, we will get such and such. And if you prevail, you will get such and such. So he set a time limit of 5 years, and they, the Romans, did not prevail. Abu Bakr mentioned that the Messenger of Allah, and he said, why do you not make it less than? I, the narrator, think he meant less than 10. Sa'id bin Jubair said, bid means less than 10. Then the Romans were victorious, and he said, that is what Allah said. The Romans
So the
have been.
first bid was 5 years.
Okay.
And then after that failed, it was increased to 10 years.
It was bid'ah sinin, right? It was 3 to 9, and it was done
The,
in 7
the word
years.
Buddha does not indicate 3 to 9 years, which is why the idolaters that did the bet with the Prophet did not understand it to mean 3 to 9 years. In the first, when they told him to set a time limit, and then he said 5 years, and then after 5 years the Romans did not prevail, he increased it to 10 years.
No, but bid'ah, the term bid'ah is
It
bid'ah
doesn't,
sinin
and
can
also
only refer to a few years or small number of years.
it does
right?
mean
And
it does mean a few
linked
years,
to 3
but
to
also
9.
it is not linked to 3 to 9, or else the idolaters would not have assumed it to mean less than 5, which is what the scholar, which is why it failed at the beginning. If you open up the tafsir again, he set a time limit. He set a time limit of 5 years, and they did not prevail in the 5 years.
Yeah, but
Were you
I
focusing?
I just searched up. Yeah, you talked about the Arabic lexicons in Lisan al-Arab, Taj
Were you
al-Arab,
focusing on what was saying? Or did you focus on what was said?
about the bid'ah not meaning 3 to 9.
Justin,
Mm-hmm.
was the argument clear, Justin?
I mean, I thought it was clear. I don't know why the guest is not catching it.
I guessed. When they asked him to set a time limit, he set it for 5 years, and it failed. And when it failed, he increased it to 10 years,
Who said that?
which is
Abu Bakr, right?
the hadith of the companions of the Prophet, yes.
Yeah,
Abu Bakr narrating what the Prophet said.
Right. Abu
Yeah, so it
Bakr
wasn't-
said that he
Yeah,
made a
yeah,
prediction
it was-
initially for
yeah.
5 years, and then it failed. So then they increased it to 10.
But what I'm saying is that term meant 3 to 9 from the beginning. Right?
No, it doesn't. No, it
Not
doesn't.
only does it
Yeah,
not,
but
it's also
They asked for
irrelevant.
lexicons, but then in Lisan al-Arab and Taj al-Arab, that bid'ah sinin usually means 3 to 9.
Lisan al-Arab does not say that. That's sure.
It usually means 3 to 9. I searched it.
It
up.
Can you
doesn't say
show us the reference?
No, it was just on
I'll pull up the lexicon. What you
Google.
got?
I have Lisan al-Arab, just a
It
second.
was, I just searched it up on Google. You know the
Yeah, I want the lexicon
Yeah.
reference so we can look it up.
Go
in
AI,
lexicon.
mashallah. Yeah.
AI overview. Yeah, it just mentioned that one.
Come
Listen, I don't care if I have to pay money for the lexicon. I'll pay money for it. Give me the lexicon. We'll look it up.
No, I just searched it I searched it up on Google and the AI said it is.
Yeah, I
3
don't care
to
about Google AI. I want to know in the lexicon. Like Google AI is not a lexicon.
9. I didn't mention like that specific.
Like it's
one, so-
it's a chat bot. That's it. It doesn't know anything.
Yeah, true. Okay, then I'll have to concede because it didn't mention a specific thing, but it just mentioned
Fair
these
enough.
2 books. So,
So,
I'll have to concede. on that.
I big W for being honest on that. But like, listen, I don't think that the Quran predicts anything interesting, anything special. And in fact, most of the supposed predictions in the Quran we also find in other literature. But the problem I have with the Quran is that it says things that are just like demonstrably untrue, right? So I think that's way more interesting than this idea that like, well, here's an interesting passage in the Quran that must come from God because how else could they have known it, right? But like, to me, there's lots of reasons why those arguments fail. I think it's much more difficult to figure out like why they don't know how mountains work. So
Okay,
on multiple occasions,
can I shift the conversation to a specific topic if you don't mind that you talked about before regarding like the semen and the sperm? Is that if that's okay?
We'd love to, but I will give you one warning. Besides also knowing Islam very well, Ems is also a medical doctor, so this is gonna get
Okay.
more difficult, not less difficult.
Yeah, because I just wanted to clarify some stuff. It's better for me if you tell me something that I don't know and I go do more research, because otherwise then I'm just blind faith, which I prefer not to have.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
So
just the one that was.
we can put the passage
in
back if you want to.
86:6.
Says they were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage.
So how was this one wrong?
Because semen doesn't come from between the backbone and the rib
It's
cage.
not talking about semen.
Yeah,
It
says
is.
a spurting fluid.
Open up the tafsir. That is all we need to do.
Yeah. And it's
Let's scroll down.
was
And
Mang that I
boom.
think it's gushing fluid, right?
And what is this gushing fluid according to the
Yeah.
all Mufassiri?
Yeah, it's semen, and the second verse says it's.
It's
What's the
many.
second verse? Sorry.
يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب.
The following one, Justin, if you could just.
Just in open
you
the
want
tafsir
the
for
next verse?
verse 5
not the
or
tafsir,
6,
the
7, I
the
mean.
next
Yeah.
one. Yes.
So
yes, this
7
one. This
says
one.
stemming
right?
from between
So
the
saying that
backbone and
this-
the rib cage.
yes.
And the question that needs to be answered is,
Yes.
when it says stemming, what is the proper antecedent for that verb?
So isn't stemming like it's
What-
referring to the origin of this gushing fluid.
Yes,
no.
thank you.
No,
No,
the
not the
Arabic
origin.
word is not stemming. The Arabic word is leaving. يخرج is like leaving or exiting.
Emerging origin.
You can highlight it.
Point of origin.
No, the يخرج, the word يخرج does not necessitate a point of origin. It says leaving from or exiting from. So, for example,
also-
you could say
also-
you could say that you can say, for example, that piss leaves from your urethra. That does not mean that it originates from your urethra.
Yeah, so if you just look at the plain reading definition provided from Quran.com, the plain reading definition just means coming forth, meaning that the spurting fluid is coming forth from between the backbone and the rib cage.
Leaving is better, but yeah.
Yeah, the English translation here, and I found this a lot, not with Quran.com only, but also with my particular Quran, is they try to translate pretty deceptively.
So you're saying it does not mean origin.
Well,
No, it doesn't.
I'm not saying it. Ems is saying it, and Ems is a native
And also,
Arabic
even if
speaker.
it does, and even if it does, it is still
It's still
wrong.
be wrong.
Can you grant me that it does?
It'd still be wrong.
I'm saying even if it does, it is still wrong, but it doesn't. يخرج literally just means to leave from. It is the verb to leave.
Yeah, but, I'm saying like it can also be interpreted as and what.
No, it cannot, because not a single scholar interprets it as that, number one. Number two, the language does not allow it to be interpreted as that way. Number three, even if it does, which it doesn't at all, like this is a butchering of the language, even if I butcher the language and say that it does, it is still incorrect. Because you're going to go to the embryonic origin, which is still wrong.
Yeah, so that's exactly where I'm gonna go. So can you explain?
Well, yeah, it's still linguistically incorrect because again, the khuruj has to refer to something that is within the context of of what we're talking about. So, for example, if I say that my friend Ahmed is very nice, he plays in the garden, the he cannot be referring, or the place, like the verb to play, cannot be referring to my dog. It has to be referring to something within the context that I mentioned. So again, the khuruj has to refer to something within the context. So either it is referring to the liquid itself, or it is referring to the human leaving from between the backbone and the ribs. So it cannot be referring to the testes and the origin point at the back near to the kidneys. It cannot be referring to that. And also additionally, a taraib means the upper ribs, and that is not the origin point of testes.
What does يخرج من بيني mean?
يخرج from between, leaving from between.
يخرج من بيني.
Leaving from between. Again, you quizzing me on my language is not going to help you.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to understand, but it's okay.
It's interesting.
Um,
It's actually the same in Hebrew.
sorry, yakhruju min bayni means emerging from between, right?
It would be a from
Leaving
out
from
of, yeah.
between.
Emerging from between is also,
Leaving from between, yes.
Leaving.
yeah, emerging, leaving, right?
Sure, emerging. Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
you're going to
So-
use emerging to smuggle in origin, and that's not what it's saying.
No, like if it's emergence and source, like it's still argue that
That it's so
when you
wrong.
connect
No.
to like leaving from
No.
between, you could say that between that there's an origin point. So
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna grant it for the argument's sake. Go ahead.
okay, so then you like you said, you know where I'm gonna go with the embryology.
Go ahead.
And it's still
But you're
false.
you're still gonna make God seem like an idiot, because God apparently would not understand basic Arabic grammar and would not understand embryology.
No, but you just said that you're gonna grant it. So
Uh-huh. I'm granting the meaning of the word leaving. I'm granting the meaning of the word leaving to mean originate from, simply
Alright.
because it makes your God look like a fool.
Cool. So
You know why? I'm going to explain it to you why. I'm going to explain why. Because if it means to originate from, then number one, the testes in the embryonic origin do not produce any sperm. So the process of spermatogenesis occurs on the onset of puberty. That is number one. Number two, the origin point of the testes, which originates from the intermediate mesoderm alongside the kidneys, is below, again, the level of the tarab. The tarab is described as the level between the breast, like the breast of the woman, which is like between the T, like as around T4 of your vertebra and below your collarbone, which is the upper ribs. That is not the origin point of testes or the kidneys. It has nothing to do with it. Ibn Abbas said, At-Tarab is the resting place of the necklace. Your testes do not originate at the necklace. So again, and also, you'd have to say that what is leaving from between the backbone and the ribs is the testes. But the verb in the context can only refer to the liquid or the baby. It cannot refer to the testes because it is not mentioned in the context. So either God does not understand what the word tarab means, or he doesn't understand basic grammar, or he doesn't understand embryology, which is it.
alright, you are a like professional in the Arabic language, I'm guessing.
He's a native Arabic
It is my
speaker.
tongue.
That's his mother tongue.
So the entire, basically what I'm saying is this all falls apart because of the term yakhruj, right?
No, it falls apart because of Arabic grammar.
Yeah, because yakhruj means what you said.
No.
Leaving from.
That would be like the definition of the word yakhruju. The problem is the attribution of the verb, regardless of what it means. The attribution of the verb has to be the liquid or the baby. And testes in embryology do not produce sperm. That is number one. Number two, the origin point of them would be incorrect to describe it as between a sulbi or tarab, because the tarab are the upper ribs. It is what is below the clavicle or turquoise.
Yeah. Also, I think it's kind of dishonest too to say that the testes are equivalent to the spurting fluid. Like the argument is about the spurting fluid, not about the testes.
But they do come from the testes, so you see where
But-
they kind of wrap
No.
around from. So.
No, because there's no sperm in the testes before they descend.
Yeah, but like that's the point of origin.
But there's no sperm there. There's no
No,
origin.
it is not the point of origin. That is not the point of origin. Because again, they're not being produced at all. That is number one. Number two, again, what is doing the action of leaving or originating is happening between the backbone and the ribs. So the process itself has to happen between the backbone and the ribs. The testes descending from between the backbone and the ribs, which again, it wouldn't be between the backbone and the ribs. The testes would be a little below that. Again, a little below the ribs on either side of the spine. So it wouldn't be between. So,
Okay, so-
again, that still is anatomically incorrect, grammatically incorrect, linguistically incorrect. So go ahead.
Also, I mean, all throughout
Sorry,
the
sir.
Quran and the Hadiths, we find that they don't know how the human body works. Like we just covered with the last guest, Sahih Muslim 315, where it literally says that if the semen prevails over the female reproductive fluid, they have no idea that they have no idea that eggs exist. If semen
before we-
prevails over the reproductive fluid of the woman, it's a man. If the female's reproductive fluid prevails over the semen, then it becomes a woman. not how reproduction works. This book is full
I
of
always
like
make the
bad science about the human body.
I always
Can
make
I
the
just
joke that if that
just
was
before we
true,
run to this one,
then
sorry,
Muslim societies would be fully men.
I'm sorry, just before we run to this one.
Go ahead.
So to do with this one, because like I said, I just want to do my research on this one. So thank you for giving me something to think about. So to do with 86 surah, it's basically the point that he made was the semen cannot come from the backbone and rib cage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And rib cage, because that's not where the testicles
But also,
reside.
like the other thing too is the testicles. And M's, correct me if I'm wrong. At no point is
Yeah.
ever between the ribs and the backbone.
So
Is that right?
you could like it is borderline like at the very ends of like the ribs if you look at it
Right.
like from the back side, because like the ribs they curve from the back, you know, like how like your curves, yeah, your ribs like they go a little bit down and then they curve up back up like the floating ribs at the end. So
So you
from
could
the
make
front
that
they
argument.
wouldn't be, at the end no you couldn't, because the rib does not include those ribs. But anyways, so you could say that
Sorry,
maybe it's like
just
borderline
what I want.
touching the ends of the ribs on either side.
Right.
But it's still going to be
Exactly.
on either side
I'm
of
gonna
the either side of the spine. It wouldn't be
So-
between.
So
Between would mean that
it would never be
yeah,
between.
I'm just gonna interrupt you.
like you would
You
have.
said that
How would you go ahead?
you said that Taraib is a certain part of the
Yeah.
back
literally
or
according Ibn Abbas, عن أكرم عن ابن عباس قال هذه الترائب وضع يده على صدره. He put his hands on his chest and said والترائب موضع قلادة والترائب ما بين الثديين, what is between the breasts, what is below the clavicle, ما أسفل الترقوة, موضع قلادة, the resting place of the necklace. He put he slapped his fist on his chest, on the upper part of his chest, and said هذه الترائب. These are the taraib.
So can you give me the range? So it was from the breast to
The clavicle.
the clavicle. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just writing this down because
And the resting place of the necklace.
and the resting place of the necklace.
And also, the testes develop on either side of the spine. So again, it is not between. Between would mean that, like, one thing would start, and then the other would, like, for example, you'd expect, like, for example, the spine to be right behind, and then the ribs would be right in front. Or, for example, the ribs would be right next to, and then the spine would be on the other side of. So no,
they
it is not in
reside
between.
on
They're
the
literally all
ends,
like
not
parallel to each other.
they're
You know
not
what?
in
Let me
between,
show
they're
you
on the
like
ends.
something. Let me just pull up something. Maybe it's gonna help. One sec. Can I have the screen?
Yeah. Or I mean, if you send it to me, I can show it to everybody more easily.
Just because I'm showing it on my iPad. So
Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me
Yeah.
make you big. Okay, you're big
just
now.
because I have my books again.
Give me 1 second to blow you up on YouTube real quick.
Yeah.
1 second.
So,
Oh yeah, I forgot about this image. That is a good reference.
so this is the diaphragm.
I can't
These are
see
the
on
testes after they've descended a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
can't
The
see.
the guest can't see it because he's on YouTube.
But
Okay,
if it's on
Well.
like YouTube or this
you see it now.
the second one second. Now I'm still seeing the Surah Tariq.
No, he can't see it at all. He has no access
Okay.
to my screen.
Well, I guess. Sure, I can keep
I mean, like
explaining.
I
well,
mean, like
but-
I'm pretty much conceding.
Yeah, so-
like I said, I'm gonna do
So,
research on it. I
Ems,
was
you,
just trying to
you
get
might not
all
have been
the
here at the beginning of the live stream, but I switched from Windows to Mac finally.
Oh.
Now that they released TikTok Studio,
would you
but
do
the
that to yourself?
problem, there's a good reason for it. There's some glitches in Windows that I need to get around, but
Okay.
the problem is Video Ninja, which is how I'm bringing in YouTube guests. When you use it on the Mac, one of the features doesn't work anymore. Namely, it doesn't know how to crop the virtual camera, which means I don't have a method of sharing the live stream with the guest yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a virtual machine and run Video Ninja
Yeah.
in a Windows virtual machine, and then operate the controls from my Windows virtual machine so that we can get a proper screen sharing going.
Have you
It's good.
stolen a computer from NASA?
Not yet, but I need to. I'll tell you what, it's getting pretty ridiculous, but we're getting through it.
Yeah, I mean, like,
By the way, your
I'm
screen
pretty,
is messed up on my
Yeah,
end.
I
pretty
I gotta
chill with this.
resize everything. Give me a sec.
Do you want to move on to the one that you were talking about? The child will be a male. The child will be a girl.
Yeah, well, that's in
The
in a
image is
hadith.
indefensible. Come on.
So in the hadith, let me pull it up for you, and because you can see my web browser, you just can't see my screen, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
can't
So we're
see
going to
it.
be in Sahih Muslim 315a. Give me just a second. I'll grab it. It sounds like you're typing it in yourself.
No, I
So
was letting, like, because nobody on fire was actually waiting before me, and he's still there waiting. So I'm like, I'm just gonna spend 10 more minutes because he's been waiting a very long time just to talk to.
yeah. Let me make sure I grab the right one real quick. That should be it.
Do you want to skip down to the part where he says,
Maybe I passed it already. It might be up here. See,
words-
description of the fluid of the man and the woman. The child is created from the water of both of them. While I was standing beside the messenger of
it
Allah.
was towards the end, so you can just scroll down, I guess.
Oh, did we already see it down here?
I
No,
love
it's
how
down
like yeah, it's at the bottom. It's like halfway through when it says the liquid of the man is white and that of the woman is yellow.
Right. Yeah. This is a
Yeah,
I
long
love how
one.
like they literally just randomly add scientific terms
There we
like
go.
chromosomes and
I know, right?
ovum.
Okay, so it says the reproductive substance of man is white and that of a woman yellow. And when they have sexual intercourse and the male's substance prevails upon the female's substance, it is made a male child that is created by Allah's decree. And when the substance of the female prevails on the substance contributed by the male, a female child is formed by the decree of Allah.
Mhm.
So,
So
to be sure, it says by decree, which means chromosomes are useless.
By the way, according to the Quran, gender is determined like 120 days in. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
so
you can look up
and I wanted to,
the hadith of the angel asking God, is it a man or a woman,
I'm
or
sorry,
a
sorry,
boy or a
just
girl,
before
or
we
like a
jump,
male or a
can we
female,
just,
something like that.
Em,
Yeah.
can you just please, for this one, obviously, you're native, so
No, I was
what
just
is
giving
the,
Justin the reference so we can bring it up later. Yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna focus on this one and then probably come back another time, because, so the term prevails in Arabic, can you explain that one?
The word in Arabic is ala, which means increased. So if the man's liquid increased over the woman's liquid, then it's a male. If the woman's liquid increased over the
Yeah.
man's liquid, then it's a female.
Okay. Because when I searched it up, it said it means, like, kind of dominate or take precedence. It doesn't,
No.
it doesn't link to physical
Allah.
volume.
Jamil. Translate the word verbatim.
Yeah, so we could look at the Arabic, right?
Yeah,
Give me a
yeah,
second. It
that's
says
what I'm asking. Yeah, 'cause-
for prevail. Give me a second. So it's going to be towards the end of this quotation. Let me find. Oh, it doesn't show me the Arabic here. Oh, I don't know why it doesn't. Or is it down here?
Oh, but-
Well, it doesn't.
yeah.
This website Suna doesn't give me. Oh, because it's not from the Quran. I apologize. The Quran.com gives me word for word translation. Suna.com does not.
Yeah.
But I mean, this matches what we find like with in the rest of the hadiths. There's all kinds of medical information that just
No, but basically my argument, basically, it it stands on the term means like greater influence or take precedence, not physical, like
Even then,
volume.
it is still wrong. Even then, it is still wrong. I'm gonna grant it
then
to you
you
because
want-
again,
okay,
the
you
woman's
wanna grant
liquid, the woman's liquid has nothing to do with gender determination. It is entirely the sperm. So again, still wrong.
Wait, can you give me the the hadith again so I can have it open as well? What was it? Sahih
It
Muslim.
was Sahih Muslim
somebody is correcting me.
315a.
Instead of 120 days, it is 42 days. I might
It
have
is. I
forgotten it.
315.
I did pull it up. It says, when the drop of semen remains in the womb for 40 or 45 nights, the angel comes and says, "My Lord, he will he be good or evil?" And both these things would be written. Then the angel says, "My Lord, would he be male or female?" And both these things are written. And his deeds and actions, his death, his livelihood, these are also recorded. Then his document of destiny is rolled, and there is no addition or subtraction from it. So, predestination.
So just back to the other one. And so when it says male's substance and female substance, is this substance is the Arabic term?
It says
liquid?
ejaculation in Arabic. I know it's
Is it-
ejaculation.
So the term is
The term is semen,
substance.
the male and female semen in Arabic, but it means ejaculation.
But you said liquid. Dago.
Again, that is the beginning of the reading. But then when it says the substance, the Arabic word is mani, which is semen.
Okay, so well, can the woman's semen be determined as the egg? Is that a wrong interpretation of this?
Well, see, that's the other problem is, so when he talks about the male and the female substance, it says when the substance of the female prevails. It previously describes that substance as being yellow. It is, and I assume they're both fluids,
Again,
right?
it is
Says the-
irrelevant. It is still irrelevant. The point still stands. The egg has nothing to do with gender determination.
True.
So again, regardless of how you interpret it, the woman's ejaculation or mani or whatever it is has nothing to do with determining the gender of the child. Like zero.
Yeah, no, but I guess so basically what I read, right, and I saw like a video from a Muslim scholar. I remember that the main argument for this one was basically that what it means if it says if the man's fluid prevails is that the Y sperm succeeds. That's why. So it's a male, and if the female one succeeds, then it's an X. So it's an XX.
So wait.
Yeah.
So when the Prophet said the woman's ejaculation, he was talking about the egg sperm.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So you're saying that when the Prophet was saying the woman's ejaculation, he was talking about the man's egg sperm.
No, that's not what I said. I was talking about the egg.
So I'm looking at this now. My understanding is I think Ems is correct here. So the female chromosome is going to provide an X. It's the male sperm that has either an X or a Y that is going to decide the gender. So it doesn't matter if the female reproductive substance prevails. It's whatever is in the male that is going to matter.
Wait, no. So isn't the egg XX and the sperm's XY? Is that?
No.
X or Y.
No, they're haploids.
So the sperm can be either X or Y.
Yep. And the egg is always X and X, right?
The egg's always X
No,
and X.
it's just X. An egg
Or
only has one sex
always
chromosome.
X. Yeah.
It's always X. It only has one.
Okay.
So
And then when the sperm
then
fertilizes
according
it
to
carries
that,
an X or a Y.
right. So because the chromosomes are paired. So
then according to that,
so the egg always has an X, and the pairing comes from the sperm, and that pair can either be X or Y depending on what the sperm is carrying. Now, Ems,
basically-
would it be right to say that some of the sperm, like if we'll call it a load for now, some of the sperm might be Y and some of the sperm might be X? It just depends on which one gets there first, or
Sorry,
It is
I'm
exactly
gonna
half.
interrupt you very. I'm gonna interrupt
Go
you
ahead.
very quickly. I'm just gonna conclude this one, right? So basically, this can never be right because the woman doesn't prevail over the sperm ever. It's always the
Right.
sperm that interacts. So this cannot be right.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Cool. thank you. So I'm basically like done with this one. Then
Fair enough.
I have to do my research on this one. You're right. Then if that is the interpretation, so I have to do research on it.
Now, like, so, Huss, I've read through the Bible many times, front to back. I'm reading the Quran right now. One of the troubling things to me with like a lot of these ancient holy books is like they're coming out with information that makes them sound really smart, but like they get a lot of stuff wrong. And I think that's okay. A lot of ancient books do that. But I think at some point we kind of have to recognize that like, well, these books are getting stuff wrong because it's not coming from God. These are men's ideas and they're attributing it to God. And like even like what's in the Quran, like even if you think Muhammad was a prophet who got revelation from Gabriel, well, like he didn't write any of this. This is all written by his companions after his death, of them supposedly remembering things that he said. So like,
But it was written during the lifetime as well, like fragments.
no, we don't have anything that is, as far as correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have any like fragments that we could point at and say Muhammad wrote that fragment.
Oh no, Muhammad never wrote it.
I don't know. He hasn't.
And
Yeah,
he
so-
couldn't read.
Debatable.
So
But
we're,
he hasn't
so
written, well, he hasn't written the Quran.
I mean we're dependent,
yeah.
right, on people after his death
saying
contributing
this
to
is
the
some
Quran, saying
fragments
this is what he said. Right now, I'm sure some of them said, "Listen, I wrote this snippet down when he was still alive. Here it is." I'm sure
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
some of that happened, right? But the reality is, it's a huge trust me, bro. The Quran is a gigantic trust me, bro. Because at least the Book of Mormon, like Joseph Smith said, I personally received the plates.
Yeah.
I personally wrote this book, and here's the book, right? With the Quran, you just have to trust that the people either A, remembered correctly what they heard, or B, wrote it down correctly and then somehow had it preserved sometime later.
I mean, you could really like trust that it was remembered correctly because
Why?
like today, based off today, like if you for like the last chapter, like if you go to any Muslim, they would all recite it the same. So I think you could say that it was
That's because
remembered correctly.
Just because they
Because it's,
spent
like,
time
true.
memorizing it.
I mean, like
So-
there's kids at the age of like 6 that do it, and there's some people.
So,
that
for
do it
example,
3 years and remember
I
for
had
the
to
whole
memorize
life.
Bible passages. At one point,
Yeah.
I had to memorize Psalm 91. In fact, when I was in Bible college, I had to memorize a huge chunk of Genesis chapter 1 in Hebrew as practice. So
Yeah.
the reality is, it takes weeks and weeks to memorize large chunks of any book, many weeks. So the idea
can't-
that somebody's just
to-
going to hear something that the messenger said
Yeah.
and then later be able to tell you what it is preposterous. To memorize
But-
something of any length means that you have
Yeah.
to repeatedly practice memorizing it. You're
That's
not going to
exactly what they
memorize
did.
it word for word later.
That's exactly what they did.
They didn't.
They did because like
They
when
didn't.
they used to pray, they used to recite these verses, and every what we call Ramadan, they used to read the Quran, from cover to front. So it was always practiced. And
No, the
regarding practice,
the memorizing
there is-
of the Quran is practice. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is prior to the Quran being assembled, it's silly to believe that people just had all this stuff on memory.
No, but why is it silly to believe then, but not silly to believe
Be-
now? Like if it
because that's
happened now,
not how
then-
memory works. It doesn't
How did-
happen now, ever.
When, like I told you, like if you go to any of like whatever the 1 billion people, they will all recite the exact
Because
same
they
thing.
hear it every week. I can do that too. I can memorize a song that I hear
no,
every
listen.
week. What I'm saying is the
No, I'll
Quran
disagree with you.
isn't
I'll disagree with you.
the Quran is the entirety of the Quran sung in mosque.
I'll disagree with you on one basis, right?
it-
I
Is
know,
the
like, a
entirety
little-
of the Quran sung in mosque?
every year of a period
You
of
could.
30 days, yes.
You could.
Okay. Now, how much of the
And you could do it in
Quran?
one day as well.
How much of the Quran was sung in prayer or prayed in prayer, either way, prior to the compilation of it?
It could vary. It could go on for like hours, or it could. It was.
No,
Yeah,
no.
so-
How
length
much?
of
Yeah,
the
you
How
could.
much?
Justin,
You-
if you want to, you could read
could-
the entire Quran, and people
Yeah,
have done that.
in one.
No,
standing as
that's
well.
not my question. I'm not asking you if people can pick up this book and memorize it. I'm asking you, prior to this book existing, was the
Yes.
entirety of this book being recited in mosque?
Yes, not at once.
And what is the
every
evidence of
time.
that?
Yeah.
Show me the
Well,
evidence.
I'm not sure I
completely
understand
agree
your
with-
question.
Okay, so
I
it's
don't
a really
understand
easy
Justin's question.
question. So I'm demonstrating that the Quran is a huge trust me, bro. What Huss is suggesting is that people heard the words of Muhammad, memorized them perfectly, and then later put them into this
Oh, you mean like
book.
from the first time?
Yeah, for the first time. Okay, so prior to the writing of
Yeah.
this book,
Yep.
I have
But it
no
was
reason
easy
to
to memorize
believe
back
that
then.
the people who
So
remembered
the
it
source,
by ear remembered
the
it
s-
perfectly.
the source for them was the prophet himself,
Yeah.
because
I
according,
think
it's
M
like
can
it's
agree
supposed to
with
be a
me on this
miracle that whenever the prophet got revelation, it was literally like engraved into his mind. So the Quran says, and we will remind you so you never forget. It's like a verse like within the Quran that's like directed to the prophet, telling him that we will remind you of the scripture or the revelation so you may never forget it. So whenever people had
yeah.
disagreements upon the reading of a scripture, they would go to the prophet. Like for example, there's a famous hadith where one of the companions has a disagreement about how you say a specific verse, and another companion has a disagreement also. They go to the prophet, and the prophet says, "This is how it came down. This is how it came down. This is how it came down. Like this is how it was revealed to me." Like all of the different narrations were all revealed to the prophet,
That
which is
specific
how
hadith,
like we
yeah,
have
the
the
prophet
different
says both
readings.
of them are right.
I didn't
Yeah,
hear
so,
anything Huss just said.
Sorry, I just said that specific hadith M was referring to. The prophet says both of them are right, but that's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's not a source, trust me, bro, because
is.
no,
It is,
it's not.
but it
It's
it is,
not
but
really
because again,
yeah.
go ahead.
The only
You're depending on the
source,
prophet's
trust me,
memory.
bro, exactly. Correct,
No,
you're right.
no, it's not
But
even dependent on the prophet's memory. No one's
I
hearing
think
me
that's-
correctly. Pay attention for once, okay? What I'm
Okay.
saying is there are people after his death. He's dead, he's gone. And they're saying, I heard him say this. In order for that to be true, you have to believe that everyone who claimed to hear him say something memorized it correctly.
And that is confirmed.
That's a
with
miracle.
that is confirmed with
That's
other
preposterous.
companions. That is confirmed with other
It's not.
companions. It's not. It is.
No,
It's
what
not
I'm
just
saying
one
is
person.
it's preposterous. Nobody believes that the first time you heard the prophet speak something, that you just memorized it verbatim, word for word.
That's not what I'm saying.
That requires a
That's not what I'm
miracle.
saying.
That's not how human memory works.
That's not even what I'm saying. You're making the argument that it's memorized based off one time. I'm saying it was not one time. It was.
Which is why I
repeated.
asked you what percentage of the Quran was repeated in prayer. What percentage?
And what I'm telling
Prior
you
to its
is,
compilation.
I'm telling you is that it is not dependent. You could have.
He can't
stayed
answer the
entire-
question.
You could have stayed.
I'm
the
I'm
entire
asking for a
night.
percentage. What percentage of the Quran was memorized and recited in the mosque prior to the compilation of the Quran?
Yeah, so I can give you a hadith that I don't know if it's gonna help or not, but for example, the reason why they started writing down the Quran in the first place was because the people who had it memorized were dying off.
Right.
That was after the
So-
prophet's death. Yes.
Yes. So yeah, for example, like Abu Bakr, he was like the first person to like think of compiling the Quran into like one book.
Yes.
He previously said that the prophet did not write the Quran, so I'm not gonna write the Quran. But then after like specific battles, the people who had memorized the Quran were dying off in the battles. So he was scared that everybody who has the Quran memorized is gonna die, and we wouldn't have the Quran anymore. So he ordered it to be written down and be preserved.
Correct. So wait,
Which
can
which
you agree
is
with
what
me that-
I'm calling a trust me, bro. You have
It
to
is.
trust that the people who heard him speak memorized it perfectly on every occasion.
And for decades, by the way.
Okay,
and had it
but
memorized for
what I'm
decades.
saying-
I love the comment section on TikTok. Rocket Lover says, host has done zero spiritual work, a nitpicker. Motherfucker, I've got 2 degrees in biblical studies. What do you have? What's your spiritual work? What do you put in? Go ahead, Huss.
Sorry. So what so okay. I'm confused in one thing, yeah, because I think me and M can agree that the source, trust me, bro, is the prophet itself. But you're saying source, trust me, bro, is the people who memorized the.
Because
Yes.
after the prophet is dead, then
Yeah,
the trust me, bro, passes on to the people who have listened to him.
yeah. But
So
wouldn't
before he
you agree
dies, the
that?
trust me, bro is the
Yes,
prophet, and then after he dies, the trust
yes,
me, bro is everybody else.
correct. And Justin's problem is the people after, right?
Yeah, my complaint is that it's not how human memory works. Humans don't, unless by some miracle, don't just memorize something they heard word for word perfectly for many years. So
Do you
to
know
illustrate the
how long
problem,
this
I
has
drew a small graph. Hopefully this
Yes.
makes it very clear. So we've got a
Yes.
period of oral tradition. Yellow doesn't show
Correct.
up. Let me try brown.
Correct.
We've got a period of oral tradition where Muhammad is saying shit. And
Yeah.
people are listening.
Can you not say
Some
that, please?
sometimes say what? Shit?
Yeah.
Why?
I just.
I'm not a fucking Muslim. I don't care. I don't
know, but
police my
like, it's just.
language.
I know, but it's just a matter of respect. If you don't, I just said like, if you want to be respectful to me, you don't have to, but it's just something.
I didn't call Muhammad a name. I just said the word shit.
Yeah, which
So
implies
try
that
this
he
again.
was
So
preaching was shit.
Muhammad was saying shit. That just means stuff. So in American
Okay.
American
Alright.
dialects,
Yeah, no,
okay.
I get.
I mean, he was a fucking
Yeah.
pedophile, but that's beside the point. So Muhammad is over here saying stuff, right? This is the period of oral tradition. He's telling people stuff, and they're either memorizing it or they're writing it down. One of the two. That's it. That's all we know. Now, the next thing we have is at some point, I drew a line here. We have the
Yeah.
Quran being assembled. This is the trust me, bro. We're trusting that these people who are contributing to the oral traditions back here, that they memorized all of this word for word perfectly as it was given, and that's just not how human memory works.
So you're saying that you can't memorize a book over 23 years that only has 114 chapters. That's what you're saying.
Again, you failed to answer my question. What percentage of the book was recited in mosque prior to its assembly?
I told you.
What do you mean
prior
in
to
mosque?
the-
By the
I
way,
told you prior.
Did,
what do you
did
mean
they
by that?
did they even have mosque? How did they do it?
They did have
had
mosques, but what
they
do you
didn't
mean?
even recite
What
it
do you
in
mean,
mosque. They could just sit in a
Okay,
in a
so
camp
the guest
or
says
recite it. They didn't have to necessarily
that
recite it.
100% of the Quran is recited in mosque in a given year, and that's fine.
What do you mean in mosque?
I'm asking.
It doesn't have to be a
I don't
mosque,
know
right?
in your holy assembly. Okay, what I'm asking
it
is
is-
prior to the compilation of the Quran. I'm not asking about today. I'm saying
Bro, that's what I'm
prior to
telling
the
you.
Quran being assembled.
Yes.
What percentage of it was recited verbatim,
Yes.
so that
Yes.
everyone knew what was in it, and how do we know?
Yes. Yes. 100% during Ramadan. Yes.
Okay, so
no,
100%.
wait, no.
So
The
I
guest
just want
is
to make sure
wrong.
I
No, no.
understand the claim correctly. You're saying 100% of the Quran before it was assembled was being recited during Ramadan.
According to my understanding.
No. Huss,
Cite the source.
he's asking like during the prayer.
But during the prayer, like, you gotta understand, right? You could
Yeah, during the
recite
prayer,
100% of it. You could recite 10%.
Or you could recite like 0.5%.
Yes, correct. You could, but that doesn't mean anything, because if it was done over the 30-day period, the whole thing was done before it was compiled.
Based on
but
what evidence? That's what I'm asking.
It is not tradition to like recite the entire Quran in prayer in Ramadan.
That is tradition, right?
It is not tradition. No, it's tradition to read the book, but it's not tradition to recite the entire book in prayer.
Is that not tradition?
But the tradition is when the book already existed. Again, I'm asking you to demonstrate prior to the existence of the book how they had access to memorize the words.
Oh yeah, they would like teach each other. Yeah,
exactly. It's a trust me, bro.
Okay,
so it's a game of telephone.
Prior to the book existing,
okay,
the best you have is a trust me, bro. Is a telephone. So and so said so and so, and you just have to hope that they memorized it perfectly. That's not how human memory works.
That is how it works today. When you memorize the Quran, and
Yes.
under like a sheikh, you get a chain of like memorization.
Yes, you
So
did. Yes.
you have a paper, you get a paper that says that you have memorized the Quran under Sheikh X, who has memorized it under Sheikh Y, who memorized it under Sheikh
Right.
Yeah, it
Z,
But
traces all
and
the
it
way
goes all
back
the way
to
back. Get this. It goes all the way back to the Prophet, and then from the Prophet it goes to Gabriel, and then it goes to Allah.
yeah.
right, but we have the written Quran. What I'm asking for is evidence prior to it being assembled
It's the
that
same
any
way.
of this was happening.
Yeah, but
It's
what
the
I'm
same way,
telling
but
you is
without
like
the book. So you would just
there were
use the
No, no, no.
guy's.
But I'm asking for the evidence. What is
there
the
were fragments
evidence
that
prior to the assembly of the Quran that
there- I'm
anybody
pretty sure
had
there's
any
a-
of it memorized?
I'm pretty sure there's a written fragment that dates either to the life of the Prophet.
I'm not
or
asking for
very,
a single
very
written fragment. I'm asking for evidence that would demonstrate that prior to the compilation of the Quran, anyone could have memorized its contents.
So if I bring a hadith that supports that, is that something that is considered evidence for you?
I consider it hadith evidence. Not good evidence,
You
but
do.
it's still evidence.
So if there is a hadith there that says that during the lifetime of the Prophet, before it was assembled, there were people that had it memorized, that is sufficient evidence to tell you that.
No.
That would be sufficient, but I don't think it's going to say that. It's not going to say that people
Okay, so it
had
will-
all
it
of
will
it
then-
memorized. I can almost guarantee it's going to say that they memorized sayings or portions.
Yeah, but I guess like your problem, what I see is it's with the Prophet. It's not with the
No,
people.
it's not with the prophet. First of all, he's a liar anyways. My problem
Okay, that's
is
cool.
that what we have in the Quran is an oral tradition,
Yeah.
which is a
No,
huge trust me, bro, because
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to assume that the people who wrote this down and assemble it perfectly memorized everything that they were told. And that's
No,
called a
you-
trust me, bro.
No, that's wrong. You have to assume that the Prophet was a true prophet. and
No,
God
I don't
really-
have to assume that. I can
do.
assume
Let me fin-
I
let me
can
finish,
ass-
let me
no,
finish.
I can
Let me
assume
finish.
it and still trust me, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Let me-
He got
let me
revelation
finish,
from
bro.
Gabriel. It's still a trust
Yes.
me, bro, that the
Let me finish,
revelation was actually memorized and recorded properly. That's what I'm
Okay, let
talking
me-
about. Listen, I'm not asking you if the pedophile prophet got revelation. I'm asking you to demonstrate how it is possible that his followers in mass, the first time, or even in talking or praying with each other, had the entire thing memorized so well that they can just write it down and assemble it.
Cool. Every time
Yeah,
they
perfectly too.
recite it, if there was a mistake, he would correct them. There you go. That's it.
He was dead.
No, after he died. After he
you're,
died.
you're saying so that entire line that you have. So you want to shift that line to from when he died to when it was assembled, not during his lifetime. Then, so that's your point of contention, right?
No, my point of contention is that Muhammad said
After
shit
he's
while he
dead.
was alive. After he's dead, a bunch of people
Yes.
got together and said, "Here's what he said when he was alive." That's a trust me, bro.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like there's fragments that are written, so you don't even have to rely.
But I don't care
on-
about the fragments. I'm not asking you about the fragments. Listen,
Why
there
don't you
are
care about
fragments
the
of the Bible that are close to the first century. I could give a fuck about fragments. I'm asking
but-
because if 100%
It's
of the
written.
Quran
It's
isn't
written.
perfectly memorized, that means it's got problems. There's errors in it. So the
It's
the,
written.
the problem you have is that it doesn't matter if there's one fragment that is old. We need evidence that the entirety of the Quran was orally transmitted properly from Muhammad to his followers who assembled it after his death.
But wait,
and
Justin, we already have scripture that says the otherwise. I mean, we have showed you like
Yeah.
multiple different hadiths of pieces
Says
of
they
the
were
Quran
lost.
missing.
Yeah, it says that there were
People
verses
have
from
forgotten it.
a law that people forgot and lost. Let's read that one again. Remember where that one
And
was?
sheep has eaten.
Yeah, let's go to that one.
Yeah. Give me a second.
It is you can find it in Muslim 1050 and in Muslim 1049 and in Ibn Majah, what was it, 1499, I think. Multiple different places.
1049. Not that.
At first, I thought that you were asking if it's recited in prayer every time. Like you could,
No, so-
but it's not necessary.
So-
No,
So
I'm not.
basically-
I'm not asking you if
That
it
is
can
why I
be
was confused.
memorized. I'm asking the people who claimed to know what Muhammad said
Yeah.
prior to the existence of the Quran, how can we trust that? So it says, if there were for the son of Adam a valley full of riches, he would long to possess another like it. And Ibn Adam does not feel satisfied but with dust. And Allah returns to him. Who returns to him? Ibn Abbas said, I do not know whether it is from the Quran or not. And in the narration transmitted by Zuhair, it is said, I do not know whether it is from the Quran, and he made no mention of Ibn Abbas.
And then go to the next one, because the next one says it is from the Quran.
This exact one.
Yeah, 150. Says, you are the best among the inhabitants of Basra, for you are the reciters among them. So continue to recite it, but bear in mind that your reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts as were hardened the hearts of those before you. We used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Bara'at. I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this, which I remember out of it, so on and so forth. So they did forget it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The human memory is not perfect. Like when you have an oral tradition, people are going to forget shit, man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is yeah, one or two people can forget it, but what about the
No, this was
really-
entirely forgotten. This was forgotten by everybody. And the Quran itself tells you that people are going to forget parts of the Quran. Like, literally everybody is going to collectively forget it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is today, how come everyone knows the exact same? And if someone makes a mistake,
It is not the
someone
exact
else
same,
will
no.
correct them.
It is not the exact same, no. We have multiple variants of the Quran.
Such as
Hafs, Warsh, Qalun, etc.
those are revealed, so like
Yeah, sure, but there's still different
not
variations.
changed. Okay, yeah,
Sure, but it's still different
revealed.
variations. It is not the exact same.
Okay,
And they
but
say
it's
different
still
stuff.
revealed. They don't contradict each
Also,
other.
wasn't
They
like
do.
back in the early days, wasn't Osman like burning Quran manuscripts?
Yeah,
That's
because
just standard.
people would write like incorrect like Quranic verses, or like they would write hadiths within the Quran, or they would write other stuff within it. So he would just burn it all and like standardize it.
Yeah, the standardization does not equal corruption or not
Well,
preserving.
No, what I'm saying is
It
that
increases
listen,
the
if you-
chances of it.
yeah, if you've got a guy out
It does
there
not equal-
burning
no.
parts, different editions or versions of Quranic sayings, what that means is that there were a number of errant sayings out there, which means you
It's-
have to now trust that Osman got it right, that he didn't possibly
No.
burn some
Yep.
of the correct ones, which means now you're in Trust Me Bro number 2.
No, you're wrong because it's
Wait,
not
actually,
trust-
the funny part is that
it's not
that
trust
he used the people who memorized it to compare. Just
Yeah,
let me just give extra
exactly.
context. So what happened
Exactly.
is he burned pretty much
Exactly.
all of them, and then he got the people that had it memorized and had them write it down.
Yes. Yes. So it was a.
So
it
he
was
used
a-
memory.
Yeah,
So,
it was a council.
it's
it
a
was
trust me, bro.
council- It was a council of people that were during the lifetime of the prophet, and they had memorized it fully. They were trustworthy, and I'm pretty sure the criteria was for each verse you bring, you must have also 2 witnesses to that have heard it directly from the prophet as well. So that's number 1, and number 2 is that that person has to be trustworthy, and that person cannot show like a sign of bad memory as well. So with these
So,
criteria,
trust
even
me,
if you
bro.
burn it, it was
The literal
Yeah, so
words left
your
your
whole-
mouth. This man must be trustworthy. That's the definition of a trust me bro. You just did it
and
for me.
your whole contention always leads back to trust me, bro, from the prophet. It's not about these people.
It is
Because-
it's about both of them. Listen, both of them are a huge trust me, bro.
No, it's if I got something from you and I recorded it down, right?
No, both of
And
them.
someone questions me about it, it is you who are the source of it. So the point that
No,
I bring,
listen, I'm
if
not
I am
questioning the
right,
source of it. What I'm questioning
that's
is
exactly what-
is
that's
the
exactly what
chain
you're
of
doing.
narration, right? So
That's
listen,
exactly what
I
you're doing,
agree
right.
that Muhammad is another trust me, bro. A guy got secret
Well,
revelation
yeah.
that nobody had access to but him, and you just
That-
have to
that's what-
believe that he got real access to God's word through Gabriel. That's the first trust me, bro. I'm not even
Yeah, but other
concerned
people
with
saw
that
it
right
as like
now.
that's
I'm
not really a
concerned about
trust
the
me,
people
bro.
who came after him. I think that's the whole smorgasbord of trust me bros, because you've got all these people claiming to have memorized what he said, but also fully admitting that they forget some of it, that they lose some of it, that fucking sheep
Those,
eat
yeah,
it behind their
those
backs when they're not paying attention.
those people were not. Pretty sure those people that were in that hadith were not even part of the council for that specific one.
That's
So that
that's
doesn't
anner
apply
trust
to
me,
them.
bro. You're just saying, well, this
Yeah,
That
person
doesn't
was
the
apply to
problem,
them.
wasn't
Hus,
trustworthy.
the problem is that you have Ibn Abbas mentioning the verse and then saying that he doesn't know if it's within the Quran or not, and then somebody completely different mentioning the same exact verse and saying that it was within the Quran, which would mean that it is more likely the case that Ibn Abbas just didn't know if this verse was in the Quran or not, but it was in the Quran, and it was within a chapter that doesn't exist anymore because you cannot find this verse anywhere in the Quran.
Those I'm saying that those people were not on the council, right? So what I'm saying is if I take
Uh,
something, if
uh,
Justin tells me, for example, 1 + 1 = 2, right? I write it down and I memorize it, and then I go to M and then I tell him 1 + 1 = 2, right?
uh,
Based that I was with Justin his whole life, I wrote it down, and I'm trustworthy. My memory's full. Da 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 da. Da. So you'd believe me and question if Justin is the one that who said 1 + 1 is right or wrong. That's my point.
Your point doesn't
uh,
address my point.
it,
Wait, M,
Let's,
it
does
wouldn't
that make
still.
sense?
so what you're
I
doing
understand
is
what you're saying, but I
trying
don't agree.
you're trying to
Wait, okay,
deflect from the
what
trust
do
me
you
bro in the narrations to a
what do
different
you
trust me bro. That only makes it worse. It doesn't make it better. The trust me bro with the oral tradition is the problem that I'm pointing out right now. We can talk about the other trust me bro later. But like even
right,
in the hadith, it says specifically the verse of stoning and of breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow when the messenger of Allah died. We were preoccupied with his death. And a tame sheep came in and ate it. These verses were abrogated in recitation, but not ruling. Other hadith establish the number for fosterage to be 5. This specifically refers to, this is a note, by the way, this is specifically refers to something that was later changed that was supposed to be in the Quran, which means
just
like a sheep, a little fucking a cute white sheep can come in and destroy the Quran that easily.
Uh,
yeah,
do you want to know
sorry, M,
the
you
context for
M,
why you have to breastfeed an adult?
I'm just, it's just jumping out too much. So M, you
Go
understood
ahead.
what I said, but you said it
Yeah.
still doesn't stand. Can you explain how?
It doesn't stand because again, you're saying that I'm gonna trust your memory of what,
Yeah,
for example, Justin has said, and then I can, if I have any contentions, I'm just gonna question whether Justin is right in the first place or
yeah,
not. But I'm not gonna
yeah,
question you. But no, I
yeah.
could again after 30, 40 years. Like for example, the Prophet. For example, you're a
Yeah,
Sahabi of the Prophet, and the Prophet
yeah.
died when you were 20, and you've been studying under the Prophet since you were 5 years old. So you've spent
Okay,
like 15 years with the Prophet, and then
okay,
when you're 60 or 70, you're reciting to me what you've learned like 40 years ago.
okay.
I have the right to judge your memory
Yeah,
because you're supposed to be reciting stuff verbatim.
but how does that still not stand? Because the source of
Because human memory is not like infallible. You forget stuff. Memory gets
yeah,
corrupted.
Which is why I
yeah, and
said
it's
at the
so
beginning, the
sorry,
only way
Justin.
for this to happen is if a miracle happened. You have to believe in miracles for the transmission of the Quran to make sense.
Okay, and here's what I'm gonna add. So with that same scenario now, we have Jake and Blake. All right, they also heard 1 + 1 = 2 from Justin. And in your scenario, when I come to you and I tell you 1 + 2 = 2, and then Blake comes and says, no, that's wrong. 1 + 1 = 2, which is what Justin heard. Then what happens in that scenario? Because now it's like
Well,
still
it's
it's
irrelevant
you,
because we're talking about huge snippets of a book, not a
I'll,
1 + 1 formula. That's why, like when you go to court and you bring in witnesses, you can have 5 different witnesses describe something, and all 5 of them will contradict each other because the human
sorry,
memory
what
is
yeah,
not good.
yeah. But what I'm asking is like if all of the people are majority of the people are confirming what person A said, and then they fix what. For example, I make the mistake on, then M in that case. Well, then what happens?
You didn't
'Cause,
say majority. You said two people.
well, two, and if I gave the example of three people, so 2/1
Where
is the majority.
where can I find that all the verses in the Quran were backed up by a plethora of people?
We don't have a
Sorry, M,
census.
in that scenario,
We don't have a census.
then the people who carry that message, you would have to say, it's the
Sure.
You would have
trust
to-
And given the scenario,
Yeah.
given the
Give 'em
scenario
like,
that
Trust
people
me, bro.
are agreeing,
Yeah, so,
Uh,
yes.
given the scenario that if, like, for example, you have like 50 people and 49 of them agree on one thing, it is more likely the case that they're right. But again, that we do not have a census. It's not like we have a census of like the 100,000 Muslims at the time.
Yeah. So the
We
contention
don't know.
point
We only
is,
know. We only know the Quran that was given to us by literally a handful of people.
yeah. So the contention point is the majority consensus, right? Because given that if there was and there is evidence,
We
that
have
there was
no
a majority
evidence
consensus,
that there was a council of people that were like voting on, oh, that one wasn't right. Oh, that one was
I mean,
right. That one
yeah,
wasn't right.
there was, but like M, you know about that as well, right?
Say that again.
You know about the council at the time of Uthman, right? And
Which council?
sorry, Abu Bakr as well, when they compiled the Hafsa
That's
manuscript.
after he's
sure.
dead.
Yes. I'm still
Again,
linking
so
it back to the same person.
after he is dead, none of these
Bro,
people
I'm
have
still linking it back
none
to the
of
same
these
person.
people have perfect memories. None of
I'm
them.
still linking it back to the same
It doesn't
person. In the
matter.
same-
None of them
literally
have
in the
perfect
same-
memories. It doesn't matter if you link it back to one person. That
It does,
never
because in
fixes the
same-
problem.
In the same scenario of the 1+1,
That
even
makes
if
it
you-
worse because if you have to depend on one person's memory,
I'm not
now it's
talking about one
way
person. I
worse. So
introduced-
trying to
I
link this
introduced
back to
three-
one person
I
is
introduced
never going to help
three
the
people.
situation. And Huss, I just want to let you know, like, there's no point in trying to talk over me. Your mic's not nearly as loud as mine. Like, if you
I'm
actually
sorry,
want
yeah.
people to hear what you have to say, use a
Yeah.
little bit of patience and respond after I say something.
No, it's just because I'm trying to tell you something and then you're just going over it. So sorry about that. Apologies. But what I'm saying is that scenario I gave you, right? The 1+1. There's three people. Even if you die, you will be the source. Trust me, bro. These people will still not, and that's what also.
Yeah,
M
no, they will
agreed on.
be. Again, I don't know why you keep trying to push the trust me bro back onto Muhammad. They're both trust me bros.
That's where it goes.
So if you've got one
the
guy
main-
that says a whole bunch of shit, and then other people after I die say that I said a bunch of shit, they're both trust me bros. Both of them. It's a one big trust me bro. So pointing to the trust me bro of Muhammad doesn't fix the trust me bro of the assembly of the Quran after he died.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if given that the source trust me, bro, the Prophet Muhammad was perfect, then the source trust me, bro, the next people would also have to follow.
No, that's not at all what that means. Even if
That is what
Muhammad
it
got
means.
perfect revelation from
Yes,
Gabriel, there's
yes,
no reason
yes.
why anyone would believe that the oral tradition after that was perfectly memorized. They're not connected.
How are they not corrected? Because
Because
if the
Gabriel
Prophet-
didn't
wait,
give
wait,
revelation to the people later after he died. Gabriel only gave the revelation to, in fact, Muhammad, which means in order for you to believe that every single person who claimed to memorize something that Muhammad said, you would have to believe that all of them had perfect memories every single time, or there was a miracle.
Can you know something and I know something and I forget it? You correct me. That's true.
Not
So
not
even
in,
if you-
not an entire no not an entire patch of the Quran.
Yes, you
I
can-
do
if you can
no
do
I
it
don't
today,
no
you
I
can do
don't
it
not,
then as well.
no you can't do it then because they didn't have the Quran yet. Plus, this is what I keep trying to tell you, and you can't get this through your head. They didn't have the fucking Quran to memorize. All they
Yes, so
had
you're-
was this person told me Muhammad said this. They didn't have a book. They couldn't take this book back to their tent or whatever and memorize this shit. They didn't have it.
Yeah,
Which
but they could
means
take
the
back
best
what
you
they
have.
memorized.
No, they can't. They can
They
hope
can.
to remember what they heard from somebody
No, they
else
can't.
who hoped to remember what they heard. They
But
had no
whenever they
authoritative
forgot
text to
something,
memorize. It was one big string of trust me bros. It's crazy that you can't get this through your head so far.
bro, yeah, okay, but in my same position, it's crazy that you can't get this through your mind as well. That in a simple thing, when it was revealed, the people memorized it. If they made a mistake, they were corrected
How
by the
did they
prophet.
memorize it? They didn't have it.
Okay, repeat after me. The sky is blue.
I'm sorry. Can you remember 3 words? Because I can remember
The
3
sky
words.
is blue. Can you
All right,
please repeat after me?
repeat after me. Huss doesn't know how memory works because he's never done actual research on how memories work. He thinks that people memorize every word for word, perfectly the first time that they hear
Hey,
it,
you
but he's
lost me.
actually sadly mistaken. He has no idea that human beings aren't able to memorize word for word long narrations for any amount of time, even immediately after they recite it. Give it back to me.
So now, can you repeat that to me over a
You
period of
repeat it for
23
me.
years
You repeat it. Repeat
with
it once.
thousands of other people?
Repeat it once.
Can you repeat
Can
it
you
to me
repeat
over
it
a
once?
period? Can you? I'm
No,
talking about
Huss,
your
nobody
example.
can. Not a single person here watching this live stream can repeat that back to me because that's not how memories work. So if
Okay,
you want
so
to
you're
demonstrate the validity
wait,
of Huss,
okay.
fucking no one can hear you. No one can hear
I
you,
think I
Huss.
got.
Huss, no one can
I'm
hear
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
If
Sorry.
you
Can you
want
hear
to
me now?
demonstrate how memories work, you're going to recite back as much as you just heard me say. Recite it back.
All right. So okay. I'm gonna concede this just for the sake of argument and move to this next point. So you're saying
Don't move to the next
just
point. Recite what I said to you.
no. Wait. Hang on. Let me finish
You
the
can't do
point.
it.
So
Can you do it?
let me finish.
What
Let me finish
percentage?
the
What
point.
percentage do you think you can recite back to me?
Let me finish the point.
So
You're
you don't have
saying
a point yet because you haven't answered my question. What
let me
percentage of what
finish,
I
and then
just
you
you
might
didn't start
let me
anything, so you're
finish.
not finishing anything.
Let me
What
finish, and then you
percentage?
might
You didn't start
let me
anything. You're not finishing
let me
shit.
finish.
I'm not letting you
I just
finish. You're going to answer
I
my
just said
question or I'll
I just said
repeatedly talk over you. So answer my
I just said
question.
I
What
just said I
percentage
conceded.
of what I just said can you recite back?
I just said I concede to you. Okay,
What
cool.
percentage can you recite back that I just said to you?
Bro, I said I concede.
That
If
doesn't
you want
answer
a
my
percentage, I'll
question.
give
My
you
question
zero.
is what?
I'll give you
There you go,
zero. I'll give you
0.
zero.
Okay, now why would I
Now
believe
listen.
that the
Now
people
listen
listening
to
to
me.
Muhammad, where
Yes.
you can't memorize 0% of what I just said,
Cool.
that they memorize
Yes.
perfectly 100%?
Yes. Yes, very nice. Can you repeat that same sentence to me for 23 years and then test me, please?
No, I can't because even
Why
I
not?
don't remember what I said because that's not how memories work. You're thereby demonstrating the point here, which is the human memory doesn't
That's
memorize
what
things orally very well. Even the
my mate.
person who said the shit
That's
isn't
my
going to
whole
remember it
point.
without a
You can
miracle or a
only
trust me, bro. So, Huss, you've demonstrated my point perfectly, which is that no matter who says it or who hears it, you're not going to remember it. That's not how human memory works.
and you've demonstrated my point as well, which is
Nope.
your source, trust me, bro, goes back to the prophet because
No,
over a
Huss,
period of 23
I don't know
years,
how many times I'm
if
going to have to say this. So I'm just going to say this for the last time. And if you don't get it, we're done. Okay? I already
can I say
told you.
something before you
No,
just say it? Can
don't
I say
say
something before
anything.
you
Don't
say
say anything. Stop talking.
All right.
I already told you Muhammad is another trust me, bro. I'm not talking about Muhammad right now. I'm specifically talking about the other trust me, bro, which is what happened after the motherfucker died. Okay? I don't care if Muhammad is a trust me, bro. Muhammad being a trust me, bro, doesn't fix the other trust me, bro. The other trust me, bro, is that people don't memorize things they hear. They don't. And even the guy who said it isn't going to remember it either. You have to concede at some point that the Quran is a miracle. It's not something that happened naturally, or it's just a huge trust me, bro.
All right. Can I talk now?
I'm sorry, do you not know how conversations work?
No, I'm just waiting in case you
So
didn't
the
finish.
way conversations work is when I stop
Yeah.
talking and I wait for you to start talking, that's how you know it's your turn to talk.
No, you talked a lot. So I thought you were just taking a deep breath.
Children have to ask, is it my turn to talk?
No, because you ran out of breath, so I was just making sure you didn't have anything else to say.
Mm-hmm.
So basically today, there are plenty, hundreds, thousands of blind people that have memorized the Quran just by hearing it. So if it can be
Because
done today,
they
it can
had
also be done.
access to it. You're not
They were
listening.
hearing it.
Huss.
They were hearing
Huss,
it.
they're not.
They're blind.
No, we'll try this again. Huss, just for 5 fucking seconds, put your listening ears on. I have a fucking book. Okay, I don't care if you're blind or not. I can recite this book enough to memorize goddamn near all of it. I don't care how long it takes. I can do it. They didn't have it. They didn't have it to memorize, Huss. I'm asking you, prior to the creation of the motherfucking Quran, why would we believe that they had any of this shit memorized before they had it to memorize? They didn't fucking have it yet. Do you understand?
So do you understand that your entire thing is based on it's not written down? That's your whole thing.
No, that's not my whole point. My whole
no.
point is
Are you
prior to
okay?
it being written down, you have to assume that every person who ever heard it from Muhammad memorized it perfectly. That's what I'm saying. And this is a very easy fucking point. I can't believe that you're so obtuse, purposely obtuse at this point, that you can't grasp that. Everybody in the audience grasp it. Everybody in the audience put a 1 in the
mentioned-
comments if you understand what I'm saying, and this clown has no idea what's happening still.
Huss,
Cool,
imagine
cool.
if you had one person who learned it from the Prophet, who had a singular mistake, for example, any random mistake within the entire 114 chapters, and then he went and taught more people, and then he authorized them to teach more people, and then he authorized those people to teach more people. You'd have an entire subset of people reciting the same mistake.
Wait, sorry, can you, so you're saying
And they wouldn't be able, the point is, like, for example, a guy goes to a random city, a Muslim guy goes to a random city, and he has the Quran memorized from the Prophet, but he has one mistake within his narration, and he goes and spreads Islam to that place, and he starts teaching them that. Then every single person who learns from him, and everybody that learns from them, the people that learned under him, are going to be reciting the wrong Quran, and they wouldn't have a reference to compare.
Okay, but wouldn't
And
you
then
say
when they
that
meet,
that-
when they randomly go to a third city, and then they meet somebody from another city who has the correct Quran, and then they recite to each other, they wouldn't have a reference point to decide who's correct and who isn't when the Prophet is dead.
So wouldn't you say that that problem is fixed by the Uthmanic Codex?
No.
How? Because
Becau-
with example that M gave,
Because-
is that if one person goes on with a mistake and he goes to another city and he researches that mistake, and then if someone else has a mistake, they can't confirm it. But with the Uthmanic Codex, the people that were in direct contact and directly learned it from the
when
Prophet,
did the
they
Codex
sit in
exist?
they sit in a council.
When
and they
did the
confirm
Codex
it.
exist?
I'm talking about the
Like
Uthmanic
30 years after, 40
Yeah,
years after.
30 years after. Thank you. I'm asking you, prior to the existence of this book, prior to the compilation of this book, the only way they had to memorize any of the stuff that Muhammad said was either A, they had to write down fragments and pass it around, or they had to memorize it verbally. And the human memory isn't good at memorizing verbal statements past 10 words. It's not.
Cool. They still wrote it down.
Not 100% of it.
It wasn't 100% of it wasn't revealed.
There you
until
go.
the
So
Prophet
100% of
passed
it
away.
wasn't written down.
But
There was
were
a percentage of
100%
it.
fragments.
There was a
There were
percentage of it
100% of
that was
fragments.
there was a percentage of it that was transmitted orally, wasn't there?
They were 100% fragments.
That doesn't answer my question, Huss. There was a percentage of it that was transmitted orally, yes or no?
100% of it was written down.
I didn't ask you that. I said, was there a percentage of it that was transmitted orally prior to it being written down?
Yes. Wait.
There you go.
Prior
And
to it written-
the oral
No, it was written
transmission
down
of
first. It was
no-
written down first.
No. We have. I don't know of any evidence that says 100% of the Quran was written down, not orally transmitted.
Okay, wait. Let me clarify one thing, right? The Prophet got the
You're-
revelation.
what you're saying is
before-
that everything in this Quran was written down and then collected and put into this work, and none of it was orally transmitted.
No, what I'm saying is that the prophet got, for example, the prophet got a revelation. He calls me in. I hear it. I write it down. I double check it. It's written. It's there. I go show someone else, and that person can then orally transmit it to the next person.
And they're not going to
Yes.
remember it. So again, Huss, every time
well,
you're going to
if
make
they
the same
memorize
mistake
it, then
every
they
time.
can- they
It doesn't
can
matter
remember it.
what part of the chain you're going to do it. No, they're not going to memorize it.
They can. They will
Okay,
remember it.
okay, then memorize what I'm about to tell you. Are you ready?
Okay, write it down and give it to me. Write it down and give it to me.
No, you don't have it written down. You have to memorize it orally.
And I told you it wasn't oralized in one hearing.
Okay,
Like, is that
then
something that's not getting through your
what I
mind?
need you to answer
Yes.
is, was there a percentage of the Quran that was only transmitted orally prior to it being compiled?
Obviously there was, yes.
There you go. And that's the percentage I'm talking about. There's a percentage of the Quran that wasn't fucking written down until it was actually compiled after his death. That is the portion that is suspect, because oral
And
memory
what-
is not good. Verbal memory doesn't operate well, which is why oral transmission isn't trustworthy for any length of text past one sentence.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, all of that was fixed during the the council.
That's
That's what I'm
trust
trying to
me,
tell you.
bro. You have to trust that the people on that council had better oral tradition than the other people that
Justin,
had
can you read
oral
something?
traditions. Yeah.
Can you read
The
Bukhari
people on that council had
4986?
written it down.
I didn't hear what M said because this guy was
So sorry.
flapping his
Could you
gums.
read?
What do you say, M?
Could you read Bukhari 4986? And also add it to your cheat sheet.
4986. Yeah. Let me grab it. It's crazy to me that we have to spell out how oral transmission works to this kid. It says, had been, I missed
Yeah,
the
'cause
first
it's
line.
23
Abu
or 30 years old
Bakr,
and you can't
I'm
comprehend
talking
two
right
things
now,
over.
child. Just pay attention.
Yeah.
Abu
Okay. You're the
Bakr,
one acting like a child. It's funny, the irony.
we'll have to mute you. Abu Bakr As Siddiq sent for me when the people of Yamama had been killed, i.e., a number of the Prophet's companions who fought against Masalima. I went to him and found Umar bin al-Khattab sitting with him. Abu Bakr then said to me, Umar has come to me and said, casualties were heavy among the Qur'an of the Quran, i.e., those who knew the Quran by heart. So those who knew the Quran by heart had lots of war casualties, it sounds like, on the day of battle of Yamama. I love that. Yamama. And I am afraid that more heavy casualties may take place among the Quran on other battlefields, whereby a large part of the Quran may be lost. Therefore, I suggest you, Abu Bakr, order that the Quran be collected. I said to Umar, how can you do something which Allah's apostle did not do? Umar said, by Allah, that is
There is an
good.
important part. The part that he did not write the Quran, so it wasn't collected. So it wasn't written down.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, listen, the kid already admitted that there is a percentage of the Quran that was orally transmitted, right? And what I'm trying to get him to understand is that things that are orally transmitted are always suspect. It's always going to be a trust me, bro. Not just for the Quran, but for the Bible and everything else. I got to write this down. This is Bukhari 4986. Sahih Bukhari 4986. Very good. Let me punch. Let's see. Badly transmitted. Okay. And then I'm going to copy him. This is a long text, though. Let me see. Let me copy the text. Shit, there's a bunch here. There we go. All right. I'm going to put that in the cheat sheet. We got that in the cheat sheet now. Thanks for that. I appreciate that, Ems. The reality is, and this is what the kid is failing to understand, is the transmission of the Quran, much like the transmission of the Bible, relies on depending on miracles. You just have to assume that God performed a miracle in order to preserve the text. And that's I mean, not just a huge, trust me, bro. It's kind of silly. All right, 1 second. Just putting the link in here. All right, we're good to go. All right, let me put this down, and we'll unmute the kid. All right, listen, Huss. This particular point is clearly over your head, and that's fine. But
No, you're not understanding.
so
I'm
far,
agreeing with you.
so this particular point is clearly over your head, and you're trying to deflect the situation by blaming the failure on Muhammad, which we agree, the pedophile prophet was a failure too. But it's okay if you don't understand this point. This point is quite clear, which is oral transmission is a huge cope. And there's no reason to believe that the people who put this Quran together, the parts of it that were only orally memorized and transmitted, that they literally all just memorized it perfectly and didn't forget anything. So that being said, we got to cut you loose. It's 2 a.m, and I'm too old and too tired to continue this conversation any longer.
I think this is your latest live yet.
I know, this is crazy. Well, at least for a Saturday, I'm usually up. I've had some lives on Friday night that go super late, but this is the first time I've ever been up this late on a Saturday, which I'm not supposed to be because fucking tomorrow morning I got to get up for the unapologetic. Jeez.
It was nice hanging out. I've missed you.
Buddy, I've had a good time. We really got to do some cooking tonight for an extended period.
The first guy frustrated me very much because he was blatantly lying, and nobody was catching the lies. So
because we don't know, you know. But you know what? It's funny. I've noticed that typically when we get one Muslim guest, more of them filter in. Yeah, they get heated up and they're like, "Oh my God, I have to come in and correct them," and it never really goes well. It's just one of those things. Oh well. Thanks for joining me. I got to read some super chats. I've got like probably 30 super chats left over. Sorry that we spent so much time with the Muslim guests. I was having a good time cooking. I realize that a huge portion of the audience come to see Christians get cooked, and that's okay. We've got 2 more cookings for our Muslim playlist. I'll have to add those up on the. But by the way, we do on the main channel and on the other channel, we've got playlists for Christian, Muslim, Mormon. So if there's a particular type of cooking you want to see, we've got it on the channel, and we've even got like a list for like actual decent conversations. You know what I mean? But guys, while I'm reading these super chats, everyone on TikTok, send Ems some loves for all the help and support that he puts on these live streams, not just on my live stream, but on so many other live streams. The amount of time that he dedicates to these bad apologetics is pretty crazy, actually. He dedicates a huge amount of time and resources to helping so many of us creators out in the community, combating these nonsensical Muslim views. Luna says, Doug is no Saurus. He caused the Chicxulub crater. I don't even know what that is. Now I got to look it up. Hold on. Chicxulub. I assume it's a big meteor crater, right? It says it's a massive crater, 66 million years old. Oh, he's the one that killed the dinosaurs.
No Saurus.
That makes sense.
Doug is no Saurus. That's the play. Yeah.
He's not a dinosaur. He's the rock that killed him. Fair enough. Laser Tech says, this is no Dr. Blitz, but it'll do the job. Listen, I'm no Dr. Blitz, that's for sure. That man is a genius, and I pale in comparison to his genius. Random Clicks, thank you for the super chat. Says, like a long-awaited revelation, the day is almost here. Justin's prophecy on Prophecy's book is near. Called in a favor from a friend in the U.S. to ship it to India. Can't wait for a signed copy. Excited. Random Clicks, I'll make sure you get a signed copy. Hit me up. We'll make sure it happens. And Drew says, I'm halfway through reading Misquoting Jesus. Well, Drew, that is one of my favorite books. So like that was one of the books that kind of started my deconstruction. I guess I was 21, almost 22 when I first read it. And I was already kind of engaging in some apologetics, and I was trying to prepare for Bible college by reading like anti-apologetic books. And so I started with Bart Ehrman. And listen, there was some stuff in the book that was It was just true. And I had to accept that even as a Bible believer, hey, there was some stuff in the Bible that wasn't true. That's all there is to it. There was contradictions. And once you open the door to contradictions, well, now you're opening the door to being honest. Well, if it has contradictions, could it have other problems? Based Shara says, is res erect when you can go a second round? I think that's res refract or re-refract. Is it refract? Yeah. Re-refract, I think would be the right way to say that. But listen, we'll take that base to Shara when you can go a second round without having to have a refractory period. For sure. Big W. Good to see you, friend. Lockfree says, did the Witch of Endor conspire with the Ewoks against the ever-glorious Empire? Unfortunately, I don't believe that was the case. But she did conspire probably with the messenger to make sure she didn't get killed by the new law. Evan Rock, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, friend. Says, I'm preparing for Jesus coming on the clouds by carrying an umbrella everywhere I go. Happy New Year. Gay for Justin, DDFD, buy for Bible guy. Okay, praise the kittens. D was double dong for Doug, right? Double donger for Doug. Double donger for Doug and buy for Bible guy. I like that. Let's make this work, friends. And Epic Ekapoo says, why are so many theists have the same apologetics, almost word for word, like they are the same person? It's true. Even like the Muslim apologetics will use the same bad apologetics that the Christians use. It's always the same thing. If a Muslim, a Jew, and a Christian can all use the same apologetic for God, that means it's not a good apologetic because it doesn't lead to anything specifically.
Or it could mean that they come from the same God. So, and God is true. So
could be. YT says Volta keeps ripping up the snow with his mouth behind you. Did it thrice now as of this super chat? I mean, he did it thrice, you mean? He's a Hellcat. He likes to destroy things. That's what he does. I'm not surprised. He'll destroy as much of it as possible. But you know what? It doesn't look terrible when he does. Like it just looks like chewed. It makes it look more like snow, actually. It's supposed to be snow back there. Lega says, wanted to be able to defend my mug and went to the cheat sheet to find no tab on Jesus's lives. Can that be added, or is it a subcategory in another tab? Well, you can find it in the contradiction section. You'll have some of the lies of Jesus in the contradiction section. But I do have a document called Lies Told by Jesus. And I could add it to the spreadsheet. I've been meaning to. I've got a bunch of Word documents full of stuff that I haven't added to the spreadsheet yet, but I promise I'll get them added soon. I just couldn't do much over the holiday. I was kind of tied up. You know how holidays are. But yes, I'll be adding more of that to the spreadsheet. The other request was to add my document with all my arguments for the Trinity over to the cheat sheet. So we'll be getting that next as well. So it should be a lot of fun. We have been steadily adding
something over Discord.
Oh, thank you. We have been adding stuff to our Quran tab in the cheat sheet, but I see a PDF right now called "Child Marriage in Islam."
This has literally every single objection. It has like the first page should show you like a index. So literally every single objection and scholarly references everything.
I love it. I'll definitely.
It's like 100 pages long.
I appreciate that, buddy. I see it. It's huge. Oh man, Collapse. Good to see you. Says naming yourself the masculinist. I know, right? Which doesn't make sense, but just screams, I swear I don't like seeing men in the locker room when no one asks. That's the thing. People, like men that are so concerned about being masculine, to me always comes off as insecure. Like if you're secure in your masculinity, you're not trying to be masculine. You're not trying to present yourself as being a particular way. You're just fucking being yourself, right? It's always projecting insecurity. And the Gaius Huxley says that kitty Kitty Grape Apologist Hikachu will be at DebateCon. I have no idea who Hikachu is. We should all spam Justice Fraisha when his turn comes. Yes, Husky, I'm sure that made sense to you. It didn't make any sense to me. Now I
I
have to
think
look
it's
up.
like I think it's a Muslim like online TikTok debater or something.
Okay, I'm gonna look up Hikachu. It's a Pokemon. Huh?
Did it also correct to Pikachu?
It says debate.
Hikachu. Did it autocorrect?
No,
Is
Nothing-
it showing a Pokemon?
nothing comes up for Hikachu
What?
at all. Huh.
Try Hikachu Islam.
Oh, I think it refers to Daniel
Misspelling.
Hakikachu. So we're missing a syllable in there. It's Hakikachu. Okay.
I think this is funnier.
I mean, it kind of is. So let me make sure I understand this correctly then. So the comment is saying that Kitty Grape Apologist Hakikachu will be at okay. So what you're saying is this goofball here is going to be at DebateCon. Okay. So we should all spam Justice Fraisha when it comes. Okay, so we should go to the Modern Day Debates YouTube page, is what he's saying. And when this guy gets to talk, we should spam the comments with Justice Fraisha. I can agree to that. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a good time, to be honest. I definitely would be in favor of this practice for sure. I don't know if I'll have time to do it myself. I don't really have time to go lounging around in other people's live streams, but I definitely approve this message. Haseklas says, Muslim guest said abrogated laws were man-made. So, I mean, interesting point. That means all the ones that were abrogated weren't from Muhammad, even the ones that said were from Muhammad, which it does create some problems. Brainwreck,
The concept of replacing a perfect verse with a better verse is insane.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because why would you replace it with something inferior? That's preposterous. Brainwreck, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Hank, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says words don't mean words, even in Arabic. That is the case. Listen, the most popular defense of believers is changing the meaning of words. That's the most near and dear apologetic, right? Science Lover says, I have a feeling Christians are taking notes of M's takedown and preparing for their next convo with a Muslim. So, listen, I believe that. I believe there are, I definitely believe there are Christians here that are watching M's for debate content. Just like when I first started, a lot of Muslims would watch my channel looking for Christian takedown content until I started debating the Muslims. Then that changed pretty damn quick. But yeah, of course they're going to be looking for the best place to get content. And why wouldn't you try to get it from M's? Nobody knows the book like M's does, or the religion itself. Drew, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, are there popular atheist books you might recommend for my next reading after the books I've already mentioned? So it's a good question, Drew. Here's the funny thing. I think a lot of people assume that I read a lot of atheist books, and I don't. Like, I came to atheism on my own. Like, I didn't read Daniel Dennett or any of the Four Horsemen, Sam Harris. I didn't read any of that shit. I didn't read any Hitchens, nothing. I don't know hardly any atheist books. What I know are books on particular topics written by scholars. Some of them happen to be atheists and some of them don't. My opinion of the Bible had nothing to do with atheism, right? So unfortunately, I don't know if I've got a lot of great books on atheism itself. You know, like if you have a specific topic, I could definitely give you book recommendations on a specific topic. But in terms of like atheism general, I'm not that much of a help. I came to it just by like, you know, pounding the pavement, trying to figure shit out. I didn't really have a whole lot of help. Lockfree, thank you for the super chat. Says Age of Menarche in classical Arabia. Is that proper doublet? Classical Arabia.
Monarchy.
Okay, it's the age
Yeah,
of
like
monarchy
the
in
age of
classical Arabia.
reaching menstruation.
Okay, was approximately 12 to 14 on average. Maybe, sure. Momo, I know who Momo is, can't even follow his own rules. Again, PDF prophet. That is the case. He's a PDF prophet. But you're right. Like, listen, Muhammad, and Ems has talked about this bit. Muhammad wouldn't even give his daughter away because he said that she was too young, even though he took a woman or a little girl that was even younger.
By the way, his father-in-law was younger than him.
Oh, fuck me. That's crazy. That's so gross. Clap says, drop the effing PDF file, defenders. This is effing insane. Yeah, I mean, we did eventually. I'm sorry. I did kind of drag it out because I was having a good time watching Ems cook, but we drug it out pretty good. Mr. V-Ball says, I feel like part of the reason Paul's gospel caught on was because it was easier. Just believe. Thoughts? So I don't disagree with you, Mr. Ball. In fact, even the early critics of Christianity had mentioned the same thing, that the hard parts of the book, when Christians got a hold of it, were just dispensed with. And what they were left with was like a remnant of, of what was actually in Judaism, right? They accuse the Christians of basically bastardizing Judaism by trying to get rid of the most barbaric portions. And that's basically what they did. Because could you imagine a bunch of Jews being told, not Jews, a bunch of Greeks being told they had to follow all these new Jewish laws? They really wouldn't have wanted to accept it. You have to change the rules to get more people in sometimes. And that's what they did. They changed the rules so it was more palatable. And then in doing so, created contradictions because Jesus clearly contradicted Paul. But Hank says, the guest is cooked and they know it when they start with the desperate bro, please bro, dude, tears, pure stubborn, obstinate pride. Yes, if that is the case. In fact, that last guest was like the epitome of stubborn. Like he was cooked twice over and still couldn't figure out that he was cooked. Hannah, my friend, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Says, hoping the fever gets better soon. Well, I think the fever's good. I got a tiny bit of headache now, and my sinuses are still clogged. But I think tomorrow I'll be okay. The live is at 11, so I'm gonna try to go to bed here. If I sleep from like 2:30 to 10, I still get like 7+ hours of sleep. We'll see. May Doug heal you? Well, thank you, Hannah. I'll definitely be asking Doug to be rock hard. Move the Stars says, show recommendation, YouTube show called The Promised Land. I actually finally watched it. The Office-like humor, but Moses, pretty funny. So I did finally get around to it. A lot of people recommended it, and I watched it over the holiday break, and it was pretty phenomenal. It was really good. Alan says, just started The Bible Says So. Thoughts on it? I have not read it because I kind of got a glimpse of what Dan McClellan has in the book, and it's stuff I already know and agree with. So it's like, I'm sure I'll learn some stuff when I finally get around to reading it, but it's not high up on my list because it's like stuff, like what you're going to find in that book is stuff you would already know if you went to a proper school, right? So these books are really popular with lay people because it's like, first of all, it's really well accepted in academia already, but also it's stuff that people not in academia probably don't know, right? In fact, I like probably 6 years ago, I started a book just like it, and then I abandoned it because I was like, you know what,
What happened to your book?
It was too low hanging fruit. I didn't want to do it. Oh my!
Yeah,
I'm still working. I'm
I
still
know you had
working
like
on
a recent
on
one.
my. No, yeah, I'm still working on my real book, my current book. That's going to be pretty hard hitting, full of lots of really good research. I felt like doing like this is what the Bible really says type of potpourri book.
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt like I wanted to do something a little more, a little less pop culture and a little more like hard hitting.
Mhm. Do you have a timeline for that?
Shit, I was supposed to have dinner, but I'm prioritizing it right now. I'm trying to get one chapter done a week in 2026. We'll see how close I can get to that. But I've got a total of about 30 chapters and I'm like 16, 17 in. So I'm halfway there,
Yeah,
but some of the big ones I save for last. So like Isaiah
they
53
take
is
time.
going to take a lot of time. Like Isaiah 7:14, I spent like 30 pages just on that one prophecy. I know Isaiah 53 is going to be like 50 or 60 pages. But I'm putting a lot of research into it. I think people are really going to like it. There's really going to be no stones left unturned in diving into these prophecies. I think it's going to be worth the wait.
The index better be good.
It's going to be a good index. It's going to be a huge book. It's a reference book. It's not designed to read it from beginning to end. You can just go to the chapter that has that particular prophecy that you're concerned with, and then you can dive into that one particular prophecy. So it has a lot of information, but thank goodness you don't have to read it all in one sitting or from one particular direction. You can open to the section that you're interested in and read just that section. So
How many pages is it going to be?
I think it's probably about 600.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's impressive.
I know. It's huge. There's a lot in there, but it's worthwhile. But I've got charts and diagrams. I've got the
Wow.
Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic layout of the various manuscripts. So when we find a prophecy and the manuscripts don't match, I show like where the manuscripts don't match at. When we have manuscripts that are stable, but when we get them in the New Testament and the New Testament doesn't match, I show you what they changed and give you reasons for why I think they changed it. So we're going to go pretty deep on it.
Your level of knowledge is very, intimidating.
I mean, coming
It
from
really
you,
is.
Ems, I mean,
Trust me, in Islam, I know very, very little compared to what you know in, the Bible. I really do not know much. The problem is, again, most people do not know anything. So I look, in comparison, very good.
a lot of people don't know what's in the Bible, that's for sure. But it's going to be a hard hitting book. I think people are really going to like it. MRG, thank you for sending out 20 deconstructions of membership. That is a huge donation, and I really appreciate that, friend. Archibald Watt, amazing name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just some levity to usher in 2026. Jesus stood before the masses. Behold, he said, I am truly the Son of God. No way, said the Jews. Yahweh, said Jesus. Love what you're doing, Justin. Well, thank you, Archibald. And we've heard some good Yahweh jokes. I think the one we hear most is Yahweh or the highway. We hear that one quite a bit, but that was a good one too. And Legend of Matt, thank you for the super chat. Says, found a black spiced rum that tastes like a better version of Kraken called Jonah's Curse. Has whales on it. Kind of fits the biblical talk. Maybe try it. Listen, well, it's kind of heretical to even suggest that it's better than Kraken. But listen, who am I to judge? Maybe it is better. Let me look it up, and we'll see. Jonah's Curse. Oh, see, that's unfortunate. I like just about everything. Rum, whiskey, tequila.
Tequila's better.
I do like tequila a lot, though. So I've got a picture of it. John's Curse Black Spice Rum. I'll look it up and see if I can find it locally where I'm at, friend. And maybe we can do a live taste testing. Wouldn't that be fun?
Are you going for your PhD, by the way?
I'm hoping to. So this year, it's 2026. This year, I'm applying to a handful of schools.
Oh, that's great.
To start in 2027. Because of my custody situation with my son, I am a little bit limited where I can go. But I do have some options on the table. I've got OSU, possibly Michigan, or Toronto, or Cornell. Those are all schools that have my field that will be like within the vicinity. So we'll have to wait and see.
If you were not limited, where would you go?
If I was completely unlimited, I would go, and if they would take me, I would go to the Oriental Institute at University of Chicago. They're probably the best for ancient Near Eastern studies. They're right up there with with the best. Them, like the top 5 is like the Oriental Institute, and then maybe London, and then maybe Toronto, Johns Hopkins, and once upon a time, Penn State used to be really good. They're not that much anymore. But you could include like University of Berkeley as maybe a 5th. That certainly they've got a good program. Even Brown's got a good program now. I'm trying to think who else got a decent program. There's a couple schools that have decent programs, but like the top 4 or 5 are almost always, Chicago, Toronto, and London. Those are always like top 3. So, but Chicago is the only one close enough, Chicago and Toronto, that I could get to, and Chicago is just a little bit outside of my territory, so probably won't. They also I'll just be perfectly honest, they probably wouldn't accept someone like me. To get into the program at Chicago is like crazy difficult. You've got to be like you would have wanted to take your undergraduate degree and your master's degree in ancient Near Eastern studies before applying to the University of Chicago. Taking somebody with a seminary degree at the University of Chicago would be a pretty hard sell. So, but they're really good. Lucor, thank you for the $5 super chat, says authentic hadiths say that Momo played and bathed with his child bride from age 5 lunar years until he broke in when she was 8 lunar years old. Do you know about that?
No, I do not. I mean, there's one where he kisses the penis of his grandson.
Oh fuck! Are you serious?
And another one where he sucks his thumb. And there's another one where he has a man strip waist up, and he hugs him, and then the prophet and starts tickling his sides and saying, "Oh, Prophet of Allah, this is what I've always wanted." And then there's another narration where a woman drinks his piss. And there's another, it's weird. And there's another one where where he says that do not clean your hands after eating food until you either lick the remaining food off of your hands or make your friend lick it. He's very sus.
That's crazy. I'm looking up all these hadiths. We're gonna get these added up. Oh boy.
The piss one is insane. A woman literally just finds a bottle of his piss and she just drinks it.
We've got to get together and really fill out this Quran tab in the cheat sheets. It's going to be pretty crazy. Lucor, thank you for the super chat. And aiming upwards, thank you for your super chat, says, would you agree that we should all behave as if our choices regarding how we loving our neighbors are somehow inherently meaningful instead of looking for how loving actions might benefit yourselves? I mean, I think so. Like the idea of loving your neighbor is supposed to be inherently unselfish. That being said, the book Leviticus that says to love your neighbor as yourself also says that you can own slaves. So not a really helpful thing to focus on, because now you would just have to admit that owning slaves is compatible with loving your neighbor, which is pretty batshit crazy. Good question, though. Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat. Says Carl Pilkington did a children's Bible study for the Ricky Gervais Show podcast, and his understanding of Genesis is comical, but not less credible than Christians. Well, that is the thing. Is Christians don't know what's in this book. They haven't read the book. And to be fair, it's a difficult book to get through. Like if you don't really know the Bible, or the history or the geography, you just fucking open up Chronicles, you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked. You're not going to get through it. You're going to spend 3 weeks learning geography and lineages, and it's a mess. It's a mess. Shadowist says your opness is just too huge. What does that mean? What's opness?
Overpowered, I think. And then it's
wait.
like a play on words. Opinus.
I think that's what he was getting at. Oh shit. I think OP is a real thing though. OP means
it means overpowered.
Okay, that could be. Yep. I appreciate that, Shadow. Remember though, the smallest dick energy goes to the Abrahamic God for sure. Zedstone says, now would be a great time to present evidence for your imaginary friend instead of just arguing about it. I double dare you if that helps. Well, I mean, I agree. No evidence presented today, unfortunately. And Brandon, thank you for the $13.99 Canadian chat. It says, I sent you a message on Discord about being indoctrinated into a fringe flavor of Christianity. Can we expect the project you're working on at a certain time, or is this for school or private? Well, it's not private. I just haven't really been able to embark on it too much yet, because the holidays were fucking me up. But yes, I'm backed up on my Discord messages. I apologize. I tried to get through as many emails as I could this week, so I think I'm mostly caught up on emails. But yes, there's some people, I've asked people to send me messages if you were part of a cult or fringe religious group, so we can sit down and talk about it and do interviews. And I apologize, I just haven't really got around to getting anything on the schedule, but please do, Brandon, send me a reminder and we'll set a date to sit down and record. I would emphasize this. We're looking for something like that's unique, something that you don't hear about all the time. So like I get a lot of people saying, listen, I was in the JWs. And while the JWs feel kind of fringy, I think most people kind of know about the JWs. I think we're much more interested in like really, really fringe groups or Mormonism. To me, Mormonism is still super fringy. So that's kind of where we're going with this. We want to get people that when you hear about their Christian experience, it won't be like anything you've heard before, right? That's what we're going for. Dad says the U.S. will be defeated by our Canadian geese crapping all over the U.S. troops. That is the case. If I know anything about Canadian geese, is that they're going to fuck shit up. That's what I know about Canadian geese, and they're not going to back down. They're vicious. iReactor, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, when Jesus comes on the clouds, he emits from between the backbone and the rib cage. You're welcome for that image. I mean, according to the Muslims, that would be true. They say Jesus was a Muslim, which he wasn't, but whatever. Flux Chandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, when I say piss is stored in the balls, everyone laughs at me. But when the Quran says semen is stored in the pancreas, it's treated as gospel. I know. The number of apologetics they have for this semen passage is wild.
The pancreas is not between the backbone. Anyways.
No, I don't believe so either. Zedzone, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat. Says, does the proof of God come at the end of each call, or is that reserved for next week's episode? Still waiting. Also, still more real than God. I know that they never get around to it. They never get around to the proof. They give really, really bad arguments for a generic God that doesn't actually work. Kahoto, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I decided to follow Jesus' example and try CrossFit. I nailed it, and now I'm absolutely hung. This is amazing. Like a triple entendre. I'm absolutely hung. Now I want everyone to join me in my kingdom, and if they shout my name, I'll come for them. That is beautiful. I think that's a better story than what Jesus told, to be fair. Like I would go for that much more readily.
Someone took it seriously and they're spamming in the comments. Where does the Quran say pancreas? Stop the BS.
Oh, good grief. These people are insane.
Insane.
They don't know how to use their brain. They might not even have brains. Lockfree, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, remember how Uthman destroyed all the other versions of the Quran. Funny how they had different versions and still do. I mean, that is the case. Listen, the transmission of the Quran is a trust me, bro. Even if you get over the trust me, bro of Muhammad getting secret revelation from the angel. Flap says, as a dirtbag leftist, hey, I'm with you, buddy. The minute they start defending PDF files, they lost my respect as a human. You cannot reason with garbage. Boring. I mean, I agree. At least though, like, so there are some Islamic believers that will say, well, I don't really believe that she was that young. And that's a little bit better. I think it's a cope, but at least they're not trying to justify why a 50-year-old man was with a 6-year-old. Locke coming in
I
again with it.
mean, her being like 16 isn't any better. So,
No, it's really not. Dude's fucking 50.
and older than her dad. And his other friend, who was also like his father-in-law, was born when the prophet was a teenager. So his father-in-law was born when he was literally able to conceive children.
That's fucking sick, man. So gross. Yeah, I'll pass on that. Locke, thank you for the additional super test, is criminal defense attorney with an MS in psychology. Eyewitness testimony is extremely inaccurate. Tons of studies. I know. I've seen the studies. Listen, eyewitness testimony is not good, especially for long narrations. Nobody remembers what they hear. Remember in school?
You see the hadiths. You see how fucking big they are.
Yeah.
Like somebody sat down reciting that to another guy. It's a game of telephone. Like, no, there is no way you remember this entire fucking hadith. Like, that's like 2 pages long.
It's preposterous. No, nobody's memorizing that shit.
You were saying something about
Ninhotep.
high school. Just
Oh yeah,
interrupted you
remember
accidentally.
in grade school when you played telephone?
Yep.
Like you can't even transmit a single phrase through a string of 20 students over the course of 2 minutes, much less an entire chapter over 30 years. Preposterous.
The entire book.
Ninhotep says, geez, one guy from the Quraysh tribe has a temporal lobe seizure 1400 years ago, and we're still discussing it. I think that might be some inside jargon. Do you know what he's saying?
The temporal lobe is like the side of your brain. It has to do with like auditory processing and stuff. So
Right, but what's the Quraysh tribe?
Quraysh is like the clan of. It's not a clan. It's the tribe of Muhammad. He's from the Hashemite clan of the Quraysh tribe.
Okay, I see now. It says the Quraysh were a powerful Arab mercantile tribe that controlled Mecca and the Kaaba. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so he was part of a powerful tribe. Okay. So one guy from the Quraysh
He was
tribe
one of the most powerful clans in the tribe.
I believe it. Which is another reason why I don't believe that he was illiterate. It seems preposterous to me that he had a wealthy merchant father and he never learned to read anything. And also the Quran keeps quoting from apocryphal Jewish sources, which means either A, he had access to the sources, or at
And
least
also,
somebody was telling him.
Do you know the story of Dhul Qarnayn, the two-horned man?
No.
It is in the chapter of the cave. It's in the Quran. The prophet plagiarizes it from like some Near Eastern like legend, but it doesn't exist in any of the Abrahamic religions. It's like the story of a guy who some say is Alexander the Great, some say it's somebody else, but he lived during the time of Abraham and he met Abraham, and he used to wear like a crown with like 2 horns, and he defeated like this tribe of it's a tribe of like flesh eating and steel eating people who they outnumber us 1,000 to 1 or 100 to 1, like either 100 or 1,000 to 1, and then he blocks them out in some random remote area on Earth that they're still within that area till this day inside a cave, or like inside a locked area that he has constructed thousands of years ago. And they're till this day waiting inside until the day of judgment to come out and like overrun Earth. They're gonna drink up the oceans of Earth and then walk on the seabed to the lands and the continents. But the funny part is that we have mapped out the entire Earth. We mapped out the entire Earth, so we wouldn't miss like what, a trillion, like either like 100 billion or a trillion of these people.
That's crazy.
You're gonna like that chapter. I think that's like chapter 11 or something.
Okay.
It's a good chapter.
Right.
It's fun.
I'll be interested. Midlife Crisis Man, thank you for the super chat. Says HNY. Happy New Year, I think. May Doug's word permeate our hearts and minds. We've been waiting patiently for our Braid Theist. Please, sir, may we have some more? Well, you will, and you'll have some more tomorrow. We'll be grilling some theists up for you tomorrow, and fuck on Monday too. Declan was taken. Thank you for this donation. It says Christians who haven't actually read the Bible and only get the gist of it should be labeled Gistins. I kind of like that. We need to make up a saying for people who haven't actually read the Bible, but they kind of have a gist of it. Justin's is a good one. Maybe not quite as good as Sadak Mak Bijtav. That really rolls off the tongue nicely. It's almost like a French word. We'll have to think of something and get it entered into Urban Dictionary. Hank says, Huss gave a master class in performative obtuseness. I agree. That was somebody who didn't want to be honest with what was plainly and painfully obvious to everybody else. JPL, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, God sacrificed himself to himself to save humanity from himself. That's it. You fucking nailed it. The God who wrote the rules, who decided the consequences, could have just said, I fucking forgive him. But nope. He had to murder his own son.
I saw a guy on TikTok once say that God had to make the devil because if the devil didn't exist, then God would be the devil.
Yeah. Yes. The devil
'Cause
had
everything
to
is
get
blamed on the
invented.
devil.
Yeah, you had to invent the devil to clean God's hands. Needed to happen. They kind of stole that from Zoroastrianism. Reverend says, orally transmitted Quran. Ew. Is there a vaccine? Knowing what Muhammad was up to, they probably did need vaccines back then. That dude was like giving back shots all over the place, even to children. So I wouldn't trust where he's putting that honker. Karen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, happy to be up till 2 a.m. again. I don't love it, but I'm happy to be here with y'all. Says, listening to the DZ barbecue, missed it. Also, bought Justin's mug, which will pair nicely with wine. Thank you for buying the mug. For those who don't know, we are doing a competition on the line. I'll show you. And this is a fundraiser for the line. It's not for me. This is for the line. The various creators on the Line network have made mugs and submitted them for purchase. And whichever mug sells the most wins the competition. The one that I made says, Jesus, he came, he lied, he died. End of story. That's it. I think it's a fantastic mug. If you love it, order a couple for your friends and family and help me win this competition. And of course, it goes to a good cause. It goes to the Line so we can keep spreading atheism, critical thinking, and the truth.
Ship it to your local church.
Yes, exactly. Buy a box of them and ship them to all the local churches. Just hand them out to people in the street. Voltage, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you, Justin, for entertaining Ment. Well, listen, I'll do what I can. Sometimes late at night, around 2 a.m., my brain starts to shut down. Like right now, it's starting to turn to spaghetti, but I'm trying my best here, friend. I'm old, remember? I can only stay up so late. Just Jesus Titty effing Christ says, I'd like to announce I'm now giving 172 virgins to all Muslims converts. No one beats the Yahweh at paying top value for your soul. I mean, depending on what you're reading, the afterlife, pretty damn interesting. Floating in a river of milk with 72 virgins?
And rivers of alcohol.
Oh, fuck. Sign me up for rivers of
Imagine
Kraken.
a river of Kraken.
Listen, you find me rivers of Kraken, I might join that religion.
It mentions, if you say like a specific prayer like 100 times a day, you get like a mansion in heaven made out of gold.
I love
I
that.
have no idea why that is even necessary. Why would I need a mansion of gold?
All the promises of so-called modern religions are after you're dead. That's how you get them. Don't give them promises that they can test. Give them promises that happen after they're already dead. It's like, I love it. I'm going to take a big bank loan out. And sir, when will you be repaying the bank loan? After I'm dead, you'll get the money. Just trust me. Charles, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I think if we can have degrees on imaginary crap like the Bible, we should have a degree on Star Wars and Dragon Ball Z. Actually, I think there is a college that did that. Hold on.
There's no way.
There was a time where you can get a degree in damn near anything. Fucking basket weaving. In fact, there's a school
what do
near
you think
my...
about this?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Well, there's a school near my hometown that at one point had a degree and a scholarship for what they called esports, basically just playing video games.
Oh, I mean, depending who you ask, that sounds more fun than studying religion.
You're
But to
probably
your
right.
own. But what do you
So
think about getting your degree called imaginary crap?
I would love to. When I graduated from seminary, one of my friends had already deconstructed. I posted my certificate on Facebook. This was back when Facebook was still a thing, and one of my friends chimed in, who is now an atheist. He says, "Just as good as your degree from Hogwarts," and it was funny at the time because it was true. But that's really like what I went to school for. I mean, like I got a degree partially in magic.
But
It's
to be
crazy
honest,
shit.
it is it's still very important because what you're learning is, again, even if it's not actually like stuff that has happened, it still affects literally everything. Literally every single thing
Right.
is affected by this.
Yep. Every time we vote, we've got to vote against a bunch of people that believe in fairy tales. A salient monk. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm curious. What is the believer's argument for the one and only God only sharing their message with those in a localized area and not all the peoples of the world? So this is a good question, and you're not the first one to ask. In fact, Julian the Heretic said this in his commentary against the Galileans. He said, it's preposterous that the God will want to punish us for not believing in it when it didn't reveal himself to us or anyone else, only to this tiny little group of people over here. It's like it's an unreal expectation that all these cultures that your God didn't show himself to is required to believe in them upon the threat of eternal damnation. And he wasn't the only early critic to say that kind of stuff. A bunch of the early critics said similar stuff, and they had like all the bad arguments that you hear today aren't new. They're the same bad arguments that you heard in the early church. All like if you read the criticisms from Julian or Porphyry or Celsus or even fucking Trypho, none of their criticisms and none of the apologetics for their criticisms are new. It's just slightly rehashed, Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat. Says, what happened to the raven Noah sent from the ark? I figured it ate bodies or unalived, and the remaining raven reproduced asexually. So this might be some bird lore. Are ravens both male and female? I thought so.
I do not think so. Are they?
I don't know.
That would be a weird thing for them to be hermaphrodites.
Yeah, it says male and female ravens look nearly identical. So yeah, they're two different. So I guess I'm confused with the statement. It says, what happens to the raven Noah sent out
I
from
think
the
because he had two ravens and he sent one out. So there'd only be one left. So how would it reproduce? Because it needs its other partner.
Oh, I see. Yeah, if there's only two ravens and he sends one out, how would there be more left over? Well, how many ravens actually were on the ark? Because there were sets of pairs and also numbers of 7. So if the raven was a clean animal, there would be as many as 7 pairs. Let's see how many ravens were on the ark. I don't know if they're clean or unclean. 7 pairs, it says.
I would get a refund on your degree then, if you do not know that.
Yeah, it should be. It should be a clean animal. Yeah. Okay, so my reading of Genesis is, and obviously Leviticus, you'll find the dietary laws in chapter 11. My understanding is that the raven would have been a clean animal, and there would have been 7 pairs of them, so you can handle getting rid of a few of them. But it's a good question, Reverend. Really good question. Not a lot of people would notice that. Lockfree says, what does M think about the correctness of the interpretation of Islam of cute bits?
I'm going to have to look that up one sec.
Never even heard of that. Cute bits. Is that a misspelling of qubits? Huh. Hmm.
It's pronounced Qutbism. It's
Oh,
like I have no idea what that is. It seems to be like a modern like heresy. Seems to be, at least. I have no idea. Just basic search.
damn. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Fair question.
It seems to
Speaking.
be originated by the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. So
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Mhm.
Good question. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, aren't Christians really Paulians? They just pay lip service to Jesus' main ideas. Yeah, I agree. We've said this a lot. In fact, I've been banging the drum on this talking point since the day I got on TikTok, which is that Jesus and Paul fundamentally do not agree on the mission of Jesus, what it means to be saved, what are the requirements of being in the cult. They don't agree on any of the stuff, certainly not the laws. And I think a lot of people inherently kind of know that. And unfortunately, Christians, they don't really have any good answer for it. They're just kind of like buried in cognitive dissonance and being purposely obtuse. But we do what we can. I think it's a talking point nowadays that most people are aware of. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Beautiful Dog says, I like to think that archaeology reveals how people lived, but mythology reveals how people thought, which is much harder to preserve. Yeah, I don't disagree. Like the theology reflects the state of humankind. So for example, like we talked about how the laws of the Hebrew Bible had to be like whitewashed and got rid of for later Greeks to accept it. Well, we find the same thing in the Greek writings. Like people like the Stoics and some of the others read the writings of Homer, and the writings of Homer are archaic. They're hundreds of years prior to Jesus. And they find like the gods in Homer's writings are very barbaric. They do horrible things. And when Homer was writing that, he probably didn't feel like it was that big of a deal. But people coming hundreds of years later read it and they're like, oh, fuck, this is horrific, right? And so there's always been like the mythology of human beings has always, at some point in a later period, they've looked back and said, oh, this is barbaric. We've got new revelation. We've got better revelation. That's why every mythology and every religion comes with continuous updates, because that's the only way to keep the ball rolling. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Noah had 7 pairs of every bird, presumably bats and ravens included, not because they're clean, but it says 7 of every clean animal and every bird. I mean, if we dug into that, we could probably see if they meant every clean animal, including every clean bird. I really don't know if it matters, because in either direction, it's going to result in 7 pairs of birds. So I think the answer to the question is answered enough in the prior super chat, but we do appreciate the additional clarity, gentlemen. And Charles coming in again says, how big did Moses think the world was when it was flooded if God told Job the earth has an edge? So Job was written way after Genesis. One of the last books written in the Bible. It's couched as being old, but it's not. It's like when Joseph Smith wrote the Book of Mormon, he tried to word it so it sounded old. It sounded like the King James. But if you really know Middle English, you would read the Book of Mormon and be like, this motherfucker doesn't know what he's doing. He's fucking up all these words because he doesn't really know how this language works. He's just trying to make it sound old. The Book of Job has a lot of that stuff in it. It's got like really weird Aramaisms that don't really work in Aramaic because it's just pretending to sound old. It's really not all that old. That being said, how big did Moses think the earth was when Moses was around? I mean, most of them probably thought that it was a little bit like the map behind me. Look up the Babylonian map of the world. I'll show it to you. Babylonian. They believed that the earth was basically just the ancient Near East. That's like it. It was a circular disc. The ancient Near East was basically the center of the disc. And that's, that's all she wrote. All right. Give me 1 second to put this on the screen. So this is the Babylonian map of the world. And you can see this outer mass is water. And these are a couple peninsulas jutting out from the land, like these star shapes up here. Those are just peninsulas. And the rest is all water on the outside. And of course, you see Babylon in the middle of the world. They believe that all these ancient cultures kind of thought that the earth was pretty small and that their immediate culture was somehow near the center of the earth. They had no idea what was, say, 1,000 miles away from where they were.
It is always a coincidence that you're always born in the right religion, in the center of the world, in the center of the universe.
Yeah,
Such a
isn't that
coincidence.
wild? It's because these people had no idea. They had no idea in ancient Near East that Asians existed, and they had no ideas over in China that people in Africa existed. That was the state of affairs. And Reverend Nate with an additional super chat, thank you, says, so it's just factually true that most Christians are appalling? Oh, okay. All right. That deserves a rim shot. Yes, Christians are appalling. Also, thanks, Ems, for deciphering my Raven question. It did take a little bit of work. Reverend Nate, we do like a good question here. All right, friends, that's all the super chats. I can't stay up for any more super chats or debates. It's so late. I'm dead tired. It's now 3 a.m. I had no intention of even being up till 1 a.m, and this is what I get. Let's see who's live right now that we can go raid, though.
The definition of female
Then
would
you
be-
would,
that.
you would recognize your gender in your
Carmen's
BNST in your
live.
brain,
Oh,
and
God
then
of
you would
Logic is
align
live.
yourself
Things.
with that how society perceived
Oh, sorry,
that
you can
gender
hear my
category.
tab. Give me a second to close that. Yep, there we go. Now it should be better. All right, listen, we're going to go raid God of Logic. Unfortunately, they're not streaming on YouTube yet, only on TikTok, but Brandon is phenomenal. Also a musical artist, a phenomenal musical artist. It's God.of_logic, God of Logic. Let's go raid this live stream. I'll blow it up here on the screen so you can see it. 1 second. God of Logic. Let's get up in there. Oh, you can't. It's being cut off by the browser. 1 second. We're gonna get there eventually. There we go. God of Logic. Let's go raid the live stream. Tell him Justin sent you. He'll know what's up. And friends, thank you so much for being here. We had basically 2 live streams tonight. The first one died. The audio died unexpectedly, and we had to fiddle around for 15 minutes before we figured out that a restart would fix it. And we eventually got there. So thank you for being here throughout all the nonsense. Ems, thank you so much for being here and cooking with me all night, late
Thank
into
you
the
for having
night.
me. I was supposed to be asleep like 5 hours ago, but it's okay.
I know. I was supposed to be asleep a couple hours ago. It's one of those things. We're gonna get to sleep now. And we got one more super chat that came in as we're closing down here. From it says Mr. Nickwick says, Happy New Year. Keep up the good work, Justin. May Doug keep everyone extra rock hard in 2026. Well, thank you. We appreciate that, Mr. Nickwick. And we hope you have a great new year. And friends, we are off. And we'll see you again tomorrow and Monday for all the festivities.
Good night. Bye-bye.